Okay, so today we're going to finally watch Monk Season 1, Episode 7. I like dragging these out where there's a lot of good stuff to do in between, like other random videos. You know, that's kind of the segmented way I could do this. Because, again, I'm in no rush, but I'm just kind of getting immersed and enjoying it. So, like, we'd watch this, right? One episode of a major series, which we're obviously doing Monk. So, Monk, Episode 7. Then I'll watch some random videos on YouTube for a segment. Then I'll do the... a movie, like now it'll be movie starting with the letter G, and then we'll do another YouTube random kind of session, then we'll do Monk Episode 8, then we'll do another YouTube session, then we'll do a movie that starts with H, so you kind of see the good way that goes in terms of the general kind of pacing. Not that I have to do that, but just whatever I feel like. But yeah, this is the general structure we're going for, and we also feel like we're able to, we're going to start Episode 7. So I did the character point review finally, and there's one confusion with Stottlemyre. I made a little note of the other two. Okay, Monk is at a +6 character point, because he was at a 4 going into Episode 6, and he got 2 points there. One for obviously just solving the crime, but the other one for getting out of that, even though it's like a plot armor type of moment, that, you know what, I will actually count that as it's sort of one or the other, whether he's able to, I almost shouldn't count that, and I should count it as a plot armor strike. That's a tough one, because yeah, that is one of those moments that needs to be saved by game theory, so maybe I'll adjust it. No, but he deserves one for, like, the little thing where he tricks the guy, too, once he gets out, and he... So Monk was at a 6 on account of 2... I'll give him that. Maybe I'll give him that, but I'll also do a strike. I'll do a... Yeah, because if that's not plot armor, then I don't know what is. You can say he's just that capable, but how do you just get out of that? Like, the whole point is that you can't. Oh, because he's so smart, but that's... And they might have done it in a rush, but... So I'll do both, actually. One, it's impressive that he did that, but two, it's a plot armor count that he's somehow magically able to do that, I guess. So, that would negate another A grade, so like Episode 2's A grade would negate that. So we have one more A grade in reserve for the plot armor count. So technically, we'd already be at 2 and be in danger here. So we only have Episodes 4 A grade to count for that. So... Monk is at a 6. Again, he got 1 point in this Episode 6 for just solving the case, impressive way. That's typically going to just be a default that every episode he pretty much gets 1, unless the way he solves it is kind of dumb, which the case itself here in the ending was kind of dumb, but not so much him. And then, again, 1 for getting out of that and doing that, even though I still also count it as a plot armor issue. It's a bit of a contradiction, because if it's impressive that he did it, but whatever, the fact that he trips that guy and gets out also, on top of that. He did what he's supposed to do, but I don't know how they fucked that up and how he was able to get out of that. But the purpose of putting him in that has one purpose, to stop him from getting out of it. But it's both impressive, but also like a plot armor gimmick at the same time. So the plot armor count would have been at 2, but we negated Episode 1 and 2. So we only have Episode 4 in reserve. So Monkey's at a +6 character points, right? Going into Episode 7. Then Sharona is... I should almost upload that by itself just to kind of see, because I love this character point system, and I feel like it's very novel, even when people are React channels and stuff. It's a great way to do it, because it's almost like something you do in RP if you were, like, playing a character in a game and like you're role-playing or writing a character yourself. You're kind of grading them based on their intention, and it doesn't mean that the intention is always to be perfect. You might make a mistake. You might genuinely do that or even intentionally do it just because that's realistic. Like, you're not always going to be perfect by your own criteria. So you do one really impressive thing and then you do one fucked up thing. Kind of like Monk is exactly like that, where he'll do something super impressive, then he'll do something super dumb and clumsy, and sometimes I don't get that. He can be so precise and put together a piece of shredded paper back together, but then he can't drive a car and he can't cook food, or, you know, I don't really get that. How can you be so good in some ways like that? Like, he's good in ways that don't require training or that aren't trained, like just random stuff that you would never do. even like uncommon knowledge, and then he's bad at things that require training and structure, almost like he finds them boring or beneath him or something like that. And so the situation that you have is the ability to basically deal with it from a perspective that Sharona is at a +3. So Sharona is at a +3, and she also got 2 points in the last episode from the glow-in-the-dark thing, and also the library gambit, seducing the guy, whatever, getting in there, doing the research, right? All that combined really into 2 points. Usually you might say the whole scenario could be 1, but those are 2 distinctly very impressive things. Using the glow-in-the-dark thing that we saw earlier in the episode, and also using the... You might think, why don't I do it for villains and stuff? But if they're not going to be a recurring character, it doesn't really matter, right? Like Dale the Whale, I might have to reassess if we see him again, because he would have deserved a couple, right? For his overall disposition, he was very impressive. But, you know, he, basically, okay, Monk is at a +6, Sharona is at a +3. Her main issue is that she gets enamored by the wrong kind of people, like whether she wants to go on a date with the culprit, or if she wants to... And not because she's trying to catch them, it's just genuinely she's attracted to the doctor or whatever. And then the other guy, like, or falling for the psychic and being into that, right? So those kind of moments are the main negatives that she's had. She's sort of gullible or something. Then Monk is 6, Sharona is 3, and Stottlemyre I wrote -2, but I think I forgot to mention one. Or I don't know if I counted for that. No, I think he's a -1, because if I think back, I'm going to spend the whole time just reviewing this shit and not actually watch the episode. God damn it. So Stottlemyre, I think he was at a -2, and then I gave him a +1, but I forgot to write it in there. And that was because of the first episode where he stood up for Monk that way, like... he said, no, you have to stay here. Yes, you... I don't have to listen to this. Yes, you do. And all that. He got a minus for being mean to Monk, though, about the ladder situation. I think he's a -1. Now I can't remember whether that -2 accounted for that. I don't think he was ever at, like, a -3. God damn it. Let me try to think back now. Okay, the first episode he gets maybe a +1 for his overall demeanor, and then he gets a -1 for scolding Monk there, and then he gets a +1 for sticking up for Monk later, so he'd be at a -1, and then he gets a -1 for being the dude who turns down his promotion or getting his badge back. There's a -2. And then he's a -1 for one of those moments, like episode 4, kind of keeping him in the dark. He's a -1 also for the psychic. I'm mostly racking up the negatives. I don't remember some of the positives. It's a -2 or it's a -1, and I can't remember. I'm trying to think back on some of his positive moments, but whatever. Let's just start episode 7. I'll keep it at a -1, I guess. But what other positive moments did he have? Like, he stands up for Monk there that one time. He's generally fair-minded, like his general demeanor and disposition. The only thing that's missing is, like, some other kind of pivotal key moment where he's does something really impressive. He didn't even appear in episode 6, so that wouldn't even matter. I guess I could listen back, whether I meant... Whatever. We'll keep it a -1. But no, he's on sort of thin ice because of the fucking turning his back on Monk that way. So, we're starting Season 1, Episode 7, Monk and the Billionaire Mugger. But, now, does that mean it's a billionaire who is a mugger, or a billionaire who got mugged? It's like when you say the trial, like the Casey Anthony murder case. It wasn't Casey Anthony who was murdered. Like, she's on trial for it, but... Like, do you say the victim's name, or do you say the the defendant. More people show more interest in the defendant. Well, at least perceptibly in the media space, like, right, like it's always called Jodi Arias trial, but it's really the Travis Alexander trial because it's about the murder of Travis Alexander. But then I guess that doesn't explain it, because either way, no matter who is on trial, it would always be Travis Alexander. But calling it the Jodi Arias trial would at least tell you not what the case is about, but it tells you who is actually on trial for it. And now you have the ability to consider that. Again, we've had some interesting settings for this show so far. Like, I don't think I'll have enough time to even watch the rest. Like, we have, the carnival, the asylum, the whatever, on the campaign trail, in the guy's bedroom, Dale the Whale's bedroom. Not that that's the scene of the crime, but just an interesting setting. And then even episode 3 is, episode 3 was, why am I forgetting that one so much? Episode 3 was the first B-grade episode, and I can't even remember what it was now. I honestly don't even know. I can't remember it at all. It wasn't bad. Let me go back to your... So you had the campaign trail. Oh yeah, the psychic one that I was just talking about. I just couldn't place the order. Then number 4 is obviously the Dale the Whale. Number 5 is... not even... It's called Meets Dale the Whale, but he already knew Dale the Whale. But then episode 5, maybe he's never met him in person, but he probably has. They had a bit of a nice animosity rivalry going. The first one that really gets some emotion out of Monk, genuine, deeper emotion, instead of just surface level stuff that he's always scared by everything. Monk goes to the carnival. Monk goes to the asylum. And now this is the billionaire mugger. Okay, so I think I'll barely even have time to watch this, if at all. So now I almost don't even want to, but I guess I will. But no, Stottlemyre, I can't figure out. Was he really at a -3 and then to a -2? Whatever, but Monk is at 6, Chirona's at 3, and Stottlemyre is at -1 or -2. And I may have to go back and verify that. Okay, so we're starting episode 7, Monk and the Billionaire Mugger, starting in a second here. I love how the audiobook thing had like a fucking thing too. Like a driving mode or something. Like, of course, you expect people to be doing this stuff while driving. That's the whole point, because you're just listening to it. You don't even have to watch it. That's like the safest thing you could possibly do. It's like listening to the radio. So we're starting from the very beginning of episode 7 of Monk, Netflix version with like 40 minutes, 42:26 or something. I can't even tell. 42:46, I guess. Oh yeah, Sidney is one of those androgynous names, of course. I don't really think of it like that, but Sidney Lumet, a great director who made like 12 Angry Men and Network and stuff. Although those movies are not very high in direction, they're more so ones that rely on the screenplay. Don't you love the part where the camera pans across the jury room from one juror to another? Wow, greatest director ever. Like, that's all the movie is. But obviously directing their performances and different things too. So we're starting from the very beginning. In 3, 2, 1. That still doesn't seem right. I can't really, I can't get this one to really work. Okay, we're starting from the very beginning, episode 7, in 3, 2, 1. 42, 46, 44, 40, wait, what? I can't fucking do this one. What the fuck is going on? Okay, starting from the very beginning, in 3, 2, 1. 46, 44, 43, 42, 41. That's the seconds. Another lecture. Or he's totally cheating on someone. Bro thinks he's Bruce Wayne or some shit. So either he's going to be a mugger himself, he's totally not going to a lecture, I can tell you that much. This is the closest to a lyrical intro we're going to get, because we don't get the other one anymore for the show. We got it in episode 1 and 2, I think, but that was it. That's so weird that they don't do that, whatever that song was. Not this song, but whatever was in the first episode. Or maybe he's pretending to be the billionaire, or Bro thinks he's American Psycho. He's gonna be fucking Patrick Bateman. Even though he's rich, he still gets off on doing all this. Like, why? Why would this be? Bro is literally Patrick Bateman. That's how he became a millionaire. You're using a knife, though. Use a gun. Oh yeah, like you can be really that surprised. So that made it seem like self-defense, but he must have had some more complex reason for doing what he's doing. I love that. I'm getting where he stabs the homeless guy in the alley vibes from that. Patrick Bateman, Bruce Wayne meets Patrick Bateman. How fitting that that fucking Christian Bale plays both of them. I always thought he was too scrawny and skinny to play Batman. Like, he doesn't really look muscular. When you're seeing him as Bruce Wayne, he looks like a very thin, skinny guy. His performance as Bruce Wayne is very good, but Batman, the voice is a little odd, but the whole beauty is that, so he role plays as a mugger, but they had maybe set that up, and then he actually shoots him, or I don't know what was happening. But yeah, is that how he became a billionaire, or is that some high priority target of his? It's going to turn out that he's a bad guy. Like, he had some skeletons in the closet to cover up to kill the girl, but then the guy changed his mind and shot him, like they were in it together or something. And Sharona is a pretty interesting character too. She's given like certain depth that isn't what I'd expect. She's kind of funny and interesting. Insufficient funds in your account or in the machine itself? She's always worried about money. In fact, she had that annoying moment of asking for money at the crime scene. But that's neither a plus nor a negative. It's just kind of neutral because, oh yeah, we want to see more of this. Give us more of the... See, why couldn't you solve that case, Monk? Why? Was it because she died? Did that traumatize you? And she's going to sympathize with him over... She's not very assertive despite... Maybe he's rich because... No, he wasn't, though. She's being a little bitchy here, but I kind of get it, but... Monk is kind of aloof with stuff like that. You were just in the asylum. She's getting mad. But no, you were just in a psych ward, so you don't get the most credibility. And I would have liked to have seen the episode about the $2 million painting. We didn't get to see that. Look at Stottlemyre being all on point about this whole description, though. Or he was wearing like a costume, but wait, you're perp, not your... Oh, the mugger perp. Speaking of money, very fitting subject matter for... No, he must have had some motivation, though, too. Oh, she's getting mad. I'll give her a -1 for pressing it so hard. The guy that... Don't discuss that shit at a crime scene, like... I love Monk's whole vibe. I get where she's coming from, but she's kind of being too annoying about it. So Sharona's at a +2. I almost want to give Stottlemyre a +1 for that scene. He was very efficient, but I guess he's just doing his job. Well, you already know who did it, so I don't get what you're trying to figure out why, and he pulled out a short little dinky. Oh, that's going to be big, so they were in on it somehow. It could have been Monk. But he's not even an officer. But no, we already know who did it. So you got to figure out the motive or something. Leo is going to somehow be related to this case. Then the family will be so grateful that they'll give you money. But what is there to really solve about that, then? You can't even get your damn badge back, but you want to be... But what was his business exactly, even? Because I don't know if the mugging has something to do with it. It'll be more likely he was trying to cover something up. She wrote to ask her for some money. Did he literally change because he's wearing a costume? But that's all good. What else are you supposed to do with your money? Batman, here we go. Batman reference. There's got to be some really elaborate explanation. Is it really a painting or is it just flowers? He fidgets with people's stuff the same way that Jane does. Knee pads. Some sexual fetish fantasy or... Something about him is going to be fake, like he was an imposter. Maybe he just didn't take pictures of it. Oh, he was pretending to do it. But wait, you already said that, like, it's like I'm dating Superman or something? Clark Kent, I can't remember. Or like you're working with. That was kind of mean. That was a dick. That's the first dick thing that Monk's done, really, where he's so... Why didn't you say damn it a few more times? Oh, this is the same term they use at Patrick Jane as a private consultant. He froze up with the knife the same way. He did sort of freeze up and he didn't do it. Bro has a fetish. But no, I haven't seen Monk behave like that too much. Yeah, but see, he's seeking something extra. Why? Feel bad for what? This guy seems very genuine. But that means he might be the killer, like the doctor in the last one. I'm very confused. A lot of these details. You got knee pads, you got the pictures, you got glasses, you got the lies about skydiving. So other people must have seen him too. Oh, look at him. He's going to get a character point moment whose name I forget even who this guy is. He's obviously always his assistant. Could just be somebody impersonating a cop. You should be able to get more than that from the vomit. Sounds like it could be Monk even, that he's just so much of a pussy and runs away. But he doesn't sound like a very compelling criminal. He's a bit of a wussy moron clown. Can you really name drop Bill Gates like that? What if he doesn't approve? But, you know, you have friends because you're in a powerful position, not because you're... You can never tell whether he's just really OCD or he's actually up to something. They just let him do what he's doing. These scenes always happen in Psych and the Mentalist too. They'll be fidgeting with something and then they'll discover something, or... Butterworth, you could make like pancakes or some shit. Kind of like you did when you lost your wife. I don't know if she's implying that, but like she doesn't know his history, but that's exactly the kind of prophetic line that we need. Good one. So Sharona's at a 2 point, Monk is still at 6, and Sotomayor's still at a -1. Look at how he's so bothered by that. Now he's going to break it himself. Can you afford this with your dinky pay? Which means I won't work for you anymore. Oh, that's a low thing to ask at this time. That's almost a -1 for Monk, that he's so aloof with it. I'll give Monk a -1 for his. they were setting something up together. So they had role played like something. Maybe you didn't recognize him because he was wearing a mustache and fake. So Monk is at a 5 now because Monk. As if you couldn't just look that up in some database anyway. Yeah, it still doesn't change the facts of the case. It's a good theory, I guess. So yeah, for Monk being so aloof on the finances is maybe a -1. So he's at 5, Sharona's at 2, and Stottlemeyer's at -1. Yeah, I don't really get what this Frady Cop thing is about. Oh, look at your censorious dictator clown. Even as a joke, that should be a -1 for you. This is where Sharona is the one wanting to end the case rather than the cops normally say that. Maybe he just came upon him by sheer accident, but then he would have known it's him, even despite the disguise. I guess this one I get a free pass on my deduction aspect, because you already know who did it, but I should have to come up with some sort of answer to exactly how or why. That was actually kind of got me too. Are you actually gonna quit? Oh shit. We had this happen in episode 1. As smart as you are, you couldn't have a little bit of money saved? Don't ask this guy. He's the one who believed in reverse liposuction. He's a simp. He likes to be told what to do, like by Sharona all the time. This is a very confusing episode, actually. There's a lot of random details, the knee pads, the whatever. Is this like a plot armor moment too? I didn't really catch it actually, but I'll have to see. Like, did he get lucky and dodge that, or did he actually dodge it? Oh shit, they're roasting. Bootleg Howard Stern. Shouldn't you be a little standoffish with the other therapist was a fucking killer, a clown, tried to kill you, and you even insulted this guy by saying, "Oh, you're the best doctor I've ever had," to the other guy, despite that you tried to kill him. So he really doesn't care about that kind of thing. Oh shit, you owe me. But I thought you were forced to do this. I thought this was like sort of sponsored by the police. Because like we'll see you more instead of once a week, twice a week, like you're taking advantage? Or I don't get it. Or does that mean you're seeing him less? I don't know how much he normally sees him. Oh, you did actually get the job. Yeah, you only lasted 1 day on the job. Every time you try to quit this guy. Oh wow, I won't even be able to finish this one either. Talking to his wife, very beautiful, wholesome moment, which is going to be important if they have a flashback episode that it has to be the same actress. But that's a big commitment, which is why they barely show her in The Mentalist or whatever. Characters like this are sometimes ignored for that reason. And you can't solve this fucking case, like I said. Is it because of the trauma of your wife, or is it because you genuinely just couldn't solve it, even at your best? And is the fact that you failed to solve it the reason why you're so traumatized too? Because it's an affront to you in two ways, like... dated 2 or 3 times. Like, you broke up after that, or what? Like, you had a fling and then broke up and then got back together. Or you went out, like, on 3 different dates. So what, Sharona seeming all, trying to do her... Although Monk is so awkward, you think sometimes it's his first case, but he's so good, too, at the same time. But she's, like, trying to role play and not doing very good. People would say I'm probably talking too much, but... they're both going to try to do things on their own. So he's going to be missing some tact. Or what, you're trying to solve this? This is the first bit of him actually investigating this effectively. Maybe you named him after something. Of course I mind, so don't do it. Maybe there's something inside of him that's key evidence that's going to come. That was actually a legitimate jump scare moment. Or he genuinely doesn't remember that. What are you, the guy from Memento now? But his memory's so good in some ways. But this isn't that traumatic. You're just kind of trying to find... I really can't figure this one out either. But I guess it doesn't count because you already know the killer. All this is a lie. We saw how it happened. None of that happened. Or this is like a different mugging. Or wait, what is this even about? I don't know. 20 years ago though, but maybe he was just a mugger before, and she's doing a good job, I guess, here, but maybe he had done it 20 years ago, but I missed out on who is even that woman, and I don't know. I don't know why I was thinking it was about the same one. Monk's all depressed. How are they going to finish this? And so Sharona gets the +1, so she's back to... Monk is at a 5, Sharona's back to a +3, and Stottlemeyer's at a -1 still. Or he's going to chase after Leo for the money. Do what? Oh, you fucker. He's doing all this out of love for Sharona, so she's gonna be moved. Okay, so we'll finish this, I guess, later. We got like 7 minutes left. No, but as far as that plot condition, like, I should figure out who the killer is by the halfway point of the episode, blah, blah, blah. You saw how it happened, right? And so I should almost be obligated to come up with something like what the motivation or something like that is, but I haven't been able to come up with anything. And I honestly can hardly even focus or anything. I don't know. So I don't know if this should count against me in some way. Because, yeah, even that... Wait a second. Is that something I use the A grade for, or is that something I... No, it's a different count. Like, if I guess exactly perfectly right, I can use that to eat up a count. So the one strike that I should still have is episode 4, I guess. I genuinely didn't come up with anything at all there. Right? So some of these I'll just give a free pass, though. Okay, so here I'm going to finish the last 8 minutes of season 1, episode 7 of Monk, and this episode was really hard for me to follow. I don't know, I was like distracted by the driving somehow, even though I am always driving. I don't know, I wasn't, something just felt weird, and I wasn't really into it, I wasn't really following it. I'm not going to hold it against it too much, but just because something is complicated and nuanced too doesn't mean it's bad. But there's a lot going on. See, let me try to come up with a theory here, because I don't even know what's going on. Like, you got the knee pads, there's maybe some sex role play fetish fantasy going on. You got the fact that he did a similar robbery maybe 20 years ago, or maybe it was somebody else. Maybe he faked his death, maybe it's an imposter. Like, there's so many theories. So this also evokes my... And I already forgot what the character point situation would be based on this episode. I don't know. I was really not in a very focused state when I was doing it. So at the beginning of this episode, Monk was at 6, Stottlemyre was at -1, and Sharona was at a 3. So I think Monk and Sharona both got a -1. Monk got a -1 for kind of his laissez-faire attitude with all the money, and Sharona got a -1 for still sort of being too fixated on the money and going about it in sort of a tactless way. So they both are suffering from that situation. So Sharona's at a 2 and Monk is at a 5, and Stottlemyre still at a -1. I don't remember if Stottlemyre did something noteworthy here. I guess I can recap every episode individually, like just skim through before I watch the next one. But it's something like that, and then so we're 8 minutes left where he's standing in front of the car, and now he's trying to take responsibility, and he's all sad about Sharona. And now Sharona's going to probably get a +1 for what she just did in the thing. In fact, she already gets a +1. Like, she's taking initiative on her own to investigate this, so she's up to a +3 now. And I feel like Stottlemyre did something stupid, but I can't remember what it was. And then... Again, this is a very complicated, maybe even convoluted episode. It's certainly not an A, even though, again, it depends how it ends. I mean, if it ends in some super nuanced way, it could actually be, but it could be anywhere between an A and a C, depending on how it ends. And maybe just around a B, sometimes I give that as... I don't want to feel like, oh, it's my fault because I'm not paying attention, but it's very messy. Like, this one's almost trying a little bit too hard. So this one could actually be a C. Like, let's see how they wrap it up. There's only 8 minutes left, so it's not going to be a two-parter, I don't think. So yeah, the billionaire mugger, and I have no idea, like, what... Yeah, the billionaire mugger, the guy who shot Joe Chill or whatever, who shot Batman's parents, like, you mugged a billionaire and actually killed them, like... And why you even needed to do that is beyond me. Like, he could afford, with all his wealth, a bodyguard at all times. Like, he could have stopped that. Like, it might seem paranoid, but... And I don't think the guy even really knew who he was or cared. Like, he just really did it randomly. And it was sort of Bruce's fault because it's like, they would have been in a big crowd. Everybody's leaving the opera together, but they left early. Well, that's at least how Batman Begins portrays it. I don't know if that's exactly from the comics, but... They're like walking in an alleyway or walking on the street and Joe Cho comes up and does it. But they leave early because he's sort of scared or something. Maybe even a bat-like imagery in the very play. Or whatever. Just something like that. And so what we need now is we need to realize that... I'm trying to think what other details. She talked to some woman who had gotten mugged like 20 years ago. I don't know what that woman's even connection is. You might think I'm talking too much during it, but that's not really what distracts me. It's just more so the driving or some other circumstance that sometimes can. But typically it's not. Like, I've been pretty invested in a lot of these. The only problem is that Oh yeah, as far as my failure state condition, I kind of misspoke earlier. See, I got a free pass from episode 1 because I guessed exactly who did it in like very clear, concise manner, which was the campaign manager. So I get a bonus point free pass because of that. And then the other thing is so again, episode 2 is the same thing, so that's the neutral. Episode 3, I guessed, I think or you kind of give that one a free pass because you already know who did it, so it doesn't really matter, and you saw how they did it. And then episode 4, I get a negative because I didn't guess at any point. This is how I'd lose the free point, or I would be a -1. But it negates the free point from episode 1 because I didn't guess who did it at all. I have to say it at least at some point. I don't have to say it with conviction. If I say it with conviction and I'm sure and 100% right, and I even guess the method, etc. Like if I have an impressive on-the-nose deduction with conviction, I can get a free point that'll save me from a missed opportunity later. And I have to, just to survive the episode, I have to say at least at some point what the general theory, general culprit, etc. is. And if I don't do at least that in a vague sense, then I get a -1. And if I get 3 of those, I have to stop watching. So right now we're still at a neutral 0. Episode 5, I guessed something sus with the ferret ride operator. I wasn't like 100%, but again, I at least generally said, and I did even say very clearly, we didn't see him get stabbed on the ride, so he could have come off and still gotten stabbed. I just didn't have in my mind how stupid it is the way they show it. Oh, he gets off the ride and then she just stabs him right there. Like, nobody's watching when he's yelling and screaming. Nobody sees her do that. Like, I don't really get what everybody's looking at then. Like, they're standing right there. He's right there. There was nothing to conceal them, but whatever. And then episode 6, I certainly was sus about the doctor from very early on. And as far as the exact method and stuff, I didn't get what was going on. But see, some of these kind of ruin it because you already see it. But it's like if I don't have the method, or if they give you the method, like here they've shown you how the killing happened. So now I have no fucking idea really what's going on in this episode or what they're even trying to solve because we already saw it or we already know it. So I don't even get it. But assuming that you get this, you have to figure out, like, you know, if they already show me the culprit and the method, I can just get a free pass for that episode, or I should have to figure out the motive and something. So pretend I had to do that here. I can't figure out anything, so pretty much I'd get a -1, but I'll keep it neutral, like, well, assuming I vaguely mentioned who did it, and if I'm still wrong despite them showing it, like even, you know, so it's the guy, I really didn't follow this one, I'll admit. It's the guy who was accused of doing it who did it, but the only thing is, like his friend from college, right, who tried to hide that. We saw him do it in the opening intro. We saw it. He shot him. So what, did he survive that? Like, I don't get it. So I could get a -1 here, genuinely. But no, that's almost what it should be. Is either I have to guess the killer and the method, or, in a vague sense, I just have to mention it. I don't have to be 100% sure. Just at some point I mention it, which is pretty easy to do. Or I have to mention, if they already show you the killer and the method, like at the beginning, then I should have to come up with the motive and something else, right? Some of the background, how did they do it, why did they do it? So here I have nothing to go on. I have no idea what, like really, I'm trying to brainstorm before we watch the last 8 minutes. I have no fucking idea. Okay, the episode starts off, he's wearing knee pads, he's role-playing as a criminal, and then Bruce Wayne, you know, Evil Edition, you know, alternate path, or Bruce Wayne, or Patrick Bateman meets Bruce Wayne, combine them into one, or, you know. So you have, you doing that, the wife could have done it. Now I'm just opening up all theories, even though I meant to do it while watching. The wife could have done it because she's lying about the skydiving and stuff, but I don't get how or what. I must admit, I am completely stumped by this. And if it ends in an intelligent way, I might take a strike and I might grade it highly, because I'm not going to hold it against it. The fact that I might watch it again on 2 times speed. I'm completely baffled by this episode. So he's wearing knee pads, he gets shot, he's role-playing as a burglar, he's a rich guy, he was friends with the guy who shot him apparently, there's a girl there, the wife's lying about skydiving. Like, I don't know what any of this shit means. Then Sharona's talking to some other girl who who had the same thing happen 20 years ago, which I don't really get what that means. It was the same guy. He's copycat criming the guy. Like, I don't, none of it gives you answers. It just gives you more questions. Like, what the fuck is going on? And they're focused on their money problems. So we're starting with 8 minutes exact, 8:00 remaining. Season 1, episode 7 of Monk on Netflix. Starting in 3, 2, 1. They back away. We're back up. 7:51, 7:50, 7:49, 7:48, or let me do it again. 7:45, 44, or... So this I had already given her a point for. I don't believe it and I don't understand it. So it's like some sort of revenge for the same thing he went through, but why? Yeah, even she doesn't know why. Even she doesn't know why. Look at them reconciling a little bit. Look, it's almost like an arousal moment. I should have it too. That was a cute moment. Bro, what the fuck is the answer to this? He's just gonna solve what the motive of everything is. The fraidy cat. It's gonna be this guy who's the fraidy cat. It's nobody that we've seen in the episode, or it could be somebody imitating. It must be that guy because we haven't seen any officer otherwise. How are you going to do this? I like some of these moments between them. I would have never guessed this. I'll take a -1 with honor, with compliments. You are nuts, dude. How the fuck do you come up? I don't believe him as I'm watching this. And I know he's the main character. Look at him standing up. Bro is always right, so how can you doubt him? This is an awesome scene. The affair situation wasn't a big surprise, but I don't... It is insane. This is a nutty case. Yeah, how will you prove it? Can I come up with this too? Okay. Okay, dude. Oh shit, that's big evidence. That's big evidence. Holy fuck, dude. Sharona and... Oh, wow. Does she get a +1 for that too, or is that the same thing that she was doing? I'll give another one. She's just been so good here. 4. Why was he treating him like he was a real cop? We haven't seen a moment like this exactly. This episode was fucking nutty, dude. It's a little like convoluted, like they're trying too hard, but it was still pretty good. Wow, that was like a mind fuck. That almost could be an A because the ending was still satisfactory, but it's a little bit convoluted. Like, it's not really... It's just complicated for the sake of being complicated. Like, the motive is... apparently, he can do that. Sharona's used to it. Oh, you used the... Oh, that's pretty funny. I mean, they used the... Imitating a law enforcement officer is a crime itself. That's pretty good, dude. This show is fucking awesome. No, I will defer and take a -1 because... I had no idea what the fuck was going on. So even though they show you the killer, I'll still take a -1 because that was the biggest mindfuck ever. So how do I stop it from getting an A? Because it was still a satisfactory ending. I'll stop it from getting an A because the villain and stuff wasn't that interesting. It was just, we saw who did it. He wasn't that charismatic or crazy of a character. So it'll be a B. The plan was absolutely fucking bonkers. Like, I don't think you realize... I'm baffled by this episode. Like, this is insane. Which in some ways is a bad thing. Like, they're trying a bit too hard with this shit. But I still defer and say it's pretty smart writing. It's, you know, this is what you'll get over the course of a long series that you try to basically, you'll have some of these, like, it really felt like it was a little over the top. But I'm happy with it, so I'll give it a B grade, solid. Only thing that stops it from being an A is, again, the villain wasn't like super, like Dale the Whale kind of caliber, even though that wasn't exactly the killer. You know, it wasn't like some iconic villain like that. The plan was sort of crazy, but he was just kind of ordinary. He wasn't that impressive. So I'm still a little foggy on the details. I could rewatch it, but I almost don't want to. So Sharona's going to get up to a +4 because she did some good research. She was helping Monk, and then she even came up with the costume and stuff, and she was just on the fucking ball. So give Sharona her flowers. Monk was at a 5, down from 6 because he was struggling with the money thing, so now he's back up to a 6. So Monk is 6, Sharona is 4, surprisingly. Stottlemyre is, I guess, still at a -1. He didn't do anything like really too crazy here at the end. But no, he was acting like this guy was a real cop. Like, he was fooled by it too. If he was just playing along, like, in front of the press. So I kind of guessed that part right, that, oh, this is the guy, because they haven't shown any cop with any noteworthy significance. So who could it be if it's somebody that we know? But it wasn't even real. I wouldn't have guessed that. So again, I'll make it like that, kind of, where it should basically be a free pass, but I'll develop it a little bit. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say that, again, we had a situation where you take a strike if you fail to guess at some point the killer or the method, in some vague way at least. And so here you see the killer and the method, but now there's a little bit of onus to at least have some general theory as to what happened. Like even in episode 3, I guess I didn't come up with he drove I guess I did sort of, that he might have let it slip to the psychic. I thought he told her instead of like dragging her and bringing her there, and I didn't guess the wig thing, but you got to have some sort of theory. Here I had no theory, so I'll accept that. So there's less of an onus. It's a very light condition. Like if they don't show the killer and how they did it, you should guess vaguely at some point who did it, and maybe vaguely a little bit how they did it, one or the other, or something like that. If they do show it, you should guess something about the motive, something about the planning, something else, right? About the circumstances, the details. They wore a wig, they imitated the voice over the phone. Some of these cases are fucking wild, dude. This is one of the greatest shows I've ever seen in my life. I can say that after 7 episodes. This is fucking nuts, dude. And I've seen Psych, and I've seen The Mentalist, and I've seen other great shows, and I love this genre, but this is unbelievably good. Like, I could not have ever imagined it'd be this good. Maybe I went in with low expectations, but I think I went in with, like, normal expectations. Like, I thought it would be a good, okay show, a little funny, and that's it. And have some good moments, and it was good for the time, had some influence. No, this is, like, iconic fucking level status. If this came out today, even after Psych and The Mentalist, this is, like, iconic fucking god-level shit. But it also gets the originality card for it, too. And so what I need you to do is I need you to consider the fact that, again, Monk is at 6, Chirona's at 4, Stottlemeyer's at -1, even though he kind of stuck up for... I guess he'll do that in every episode, though, at some point. But he didn't, like, do anything out of the way for him. That was kind of a funny gambit moment at the end to try to get the money. It's just $1,400. That went a long way back then. So he was afraid because the cop came. I love that. He literally uses the fraidy cop. That's so clever, dude. Everything about this is, like, written at such a high level. Everything sort of ties together. There's sort of a bit of nuance with the... So you hired the cop. Like, think about that plan for a second. So what happened? I don't even get it. Somebody did somebody a favor 20 years ago, and he's paying him back. So, like, the Sydney guy pretended to be the burglar 20 years ago to try to get the billionaire a date, I guess, as if he couldn't... Is that what it was? Or I don't know. I don't even get it. I've just watched it, and I still don't fully understand. That is kind of a convoluted, stupidish plan, but the rest of the episode was good. The whole money dynamic was sort of entertaining. A lot of the character interest here is played at a high level, too. See, if I wrote a show like this, it'd probably be pretty dry. That would be my one weakness, I think. It would be good in terms of the details, like the cases and stuff or whatever, but I would completely ignore the character interest. Like, who gives a fuck about the main character? Just do the case. Like, it wouldn't be so much like, oh, you have the backstory and the wife's dead and the Chironas wants money and all this kind of personal interest is very good, but it's difficult to do, and I don't think I'd be the type to really care about that. I'd have very little personal interest, character interest. It's more about what they're going through, what they're experiencing. So what I need now is to maybe watch it again. I don't know. I wish you could go faster than 2 times speed or 1.5 speed or whatever it is. Let me try again. I don't know if I really want to do that. Maybe a different time, but it was very convoluted, very confusing. Doesn't necessarily mean it's always bad, but it's one of those plots, like, it's too much going on. He's a billionaire, there's a mugging, there's something going on with the affair that I still don't fully get. Like, the wife and the guy were cheating on each other, or I mean Sydney and the wife, I guess, maybe were cheating, and that seems pretty clear, but, so I don't even get it. Then he was asking for a date to help him set up on a date. but he's already banging the wife, but he's pretending like he's not. So is that how he met the wife in the first place, and that's why he's partly bitter? Like, the whole setup ended up meeting him with his wife, and that the billionaire was done a favor by Sydney, who tried to do that, I guess. No, I don't think any human being on the planet would have guessed that would be the reasoning. Like, you might think it's set up somehow, but I would have never guessed the motivation. Like, oh, you're doing it to try to impress the date. Like, really? And the fact that the cop would be there to lend credibility to it. It's pretty hard to come up with these theories. Like, I'm trying to constantly, but I just can't do it. And what you have is a situation where I have this tire light on, pressure light on all the time. It just never goes away. Like, I just filled it. I just filled all 4 of them. And everything's fine, but it's on. But no, we have this situation of okay, so what I need is to, I don't know what I want to do here. Even I don't really feel like watching it again, but that episode really makes me feel weird. Like, it's the kind that, honestly, it could almost be a C, because it's sort of trying a bit too hard, but it was still good. That's the thing. Like, the writing is at an elevated level where it'd be sort of like a B minus, but I don't really do the pluses and minuses. Like, it's B, but it's borderline C, because it's so messy that, I don't know. So the guy ran away not because he was a cop, but because he was actually a actor. And then you had all kind of other witnesses and stuff. So it's some sort of cheating thing. Like, I don't know if that's what... I really don't understand. Like, maybe I can watch the ending of it again where they explain it. Like, I really don't get it still. The wife and Sydney were cheating, like, together, right on the husband, and then the husband was doing a favor for this guy, and then also Sharona never really tells it, or you don't even know what timestamp I'm at. You pretended in his date. But was that the same woman who now he married? He put it in his book. I like that guy's, his assistant's reaction. Sharona is fucking awesome in this episode, though. I love her. She's pretty good. Like, she's having some Burton Guster vibes, where he would be sometimes the smarter of the two, or at least have his specialties. Return the favor. Okay, let me try to rewatch this. Mild-mannered computer geek looks like Superman. But no follow-up ever happened, or you didn't report it to the real police. Now, was Mira the same person that was the date? So you need Stottlemyre to vouch for him here. Otherwise, you can't do this. How convenient. And then the woman will inherit all the money. They didn't confirm whether it was the same woman, though. That's... You wouldn't even really have to admit you had an affair, but... That's what really does it. The fact that he hired the cop. So elaborate, dude. So elaborate. Sharona coming in clutch. But he had a real date with him then at the time. That statue was blocking his cross, right? As if it's like an Austin Powers moment, but he's wearing his... You would have stood to inherit a lot of money. I mean, he already was known to be the killer, but it just wasn't self-defense. I mean, I got the sense that he wasn't really mugging him, but who tackled him down? It's his assistant. That was kind of a +1 moment for him, actually. Whatever this guy's name is, I forget even. He gets a +1. His Stottlemyre's assistant, who's sometimes good for a one-liner joke type thing. It was absolutely crazy. Okay, so you got 6 points for Monk, 4 points for Sharona, -1 for Stottlemyre, +1 for this dude, and then I haven't been keeping track from the beginning. And then you have for him, like, I don't really care, but that was kind of a cool moment, I guess. And the other thing was the fact that you have the one thing that would tie it together better is something like this. The date that Sydney tried to be the burglar for 20 years ago to help him impress the billionaire ended up being the same person, his wife now, and then now he's jealous because they're sleeping together and they want to be together. So now it's like, I'm taking revenge because I helped set you up with her, so I, you know, not only do you owe me one, but I'm sort of bitter about it that ended up being your wife. I'm assuming that wasn't his wife. I've watched that scene a couple times and I can't get confirmation on that. This episode is so fucking confusing, dude. How long were they married for, or together for? Was that Mira? Fucking give me that. Impress who? Oh, Angie DeLuca. No, it should have been the wife somehow. You got this nice buddy cop dynamic. Stoudemire. I like Stoudemire, though. He's not a bad guy. I haven't been this excited for Stoudemire since Amari Stoudemire and the Phoenix Suns. That would have provided a better motive. The very same person that he did that to impress and who bought it was the girl, right? Was the wife, now Mira. And then he starts to have feelings for her later on and feels jealous. Like, the only reason why you two ended up together and got married is because she was so impressed by that. So not only am I going to cheat on her with you, have her cheat on you with me, I'm also going to tell her that. That's how I can start to woo her and turn her against you. That, I faked that and I did that. And then now you know that your whole relationship is based partly on a lie. And so now you owe me to do it again for me, but also to do it that you owe me your whole relationship and all that. And now you're jealous. Like, you don't even deserve her. You had to do that and I had to help you. Like, it would feed into sort of the bitterness a little more. But I still don't get fully, why do you feel the need to kill him? Like, where's really the motive? You did him a favor back then, and he's doing you a favor back now. Like, what do you want? He's a nice guy, he's a rich guy, a good friend. Like, I'm not seeing where the hostility would come from this guy. Like, why did you want to kill him? Just because his wife is cheating on him with you, but that's not enough. Like, it's not enough. She's cheating. But now I want to kill him too. Like, you can't just cheat and enjoy it. But maybe he was finding out, or he would have found out, or maybe he doesn't care. Like, why are you on a date with somebody else? You're supposed to be with my wife. Oh, wait. Maybe they have an open relationship. Maybe they have an arrangement. But normally it's the other way. The wealthy person will try to be all, Imagine cheating on a fucking billionaire husband of yours. Like, are you out of your mind, dude? I'm not saying it has to be in it just for the money, but I'm saying, like, if you're going to do it, like, that's a really kind of dirty thing almost to do. Like, you're the one who ends up there, and, like, what do you have to complain about? And you're still ungrateful, or you still want more. I don't know. It's not all about money, but that's a weird thing to do. I mean, at least break up with somebody properly or something, just in general. So yeah, this episode was kind of a mindfuck. I don't know, I almost want to rewatch it sometime. Maybe before the next time, but not right now. Or I could have basically done it in this much time. So what I want to do is I want to do the thing, I wish you could play it on varying speeds. Like, it lets you go up to like 1.5 or 2 times speed, but it doesn't let me go to 10 times speed, 20 times speed if I really want to, like any custom sort of thing, right? It should allow me to do that because you might have various reasons for wanting to do that. If it was on YouTube, I could do 2 times, or if it's on something else, if I downloaded it, I could do it in a program. So it should let you do. Or sometimes that could be fun. Like, just watch everything on 2 times speed so you can watch twice as much, because, you can still keep up with it, although I could barely keep up with this. No, this was a mindfuck, but it was somewhat good, somewhat bad, because it could have almost been a C, but I still think some of the other material was good. Right, so it's a bit convoluted, and obviously the villain is not great, or really that convincing or interesting, but it's good. I mean, I can't say it's a bad episode. Some of the money troubles are funny, the way they resolve it at the end, the Frady Cat thing is good. The police, Stottlemyre, I must admit, Stottlemyre is one of the best characters in the show, and really an iconic character. And the reason why is because everything about him is played sort of straight. Like, he's reasonable and fair, and he's a bit adversarial at times, but he's not completely like the obnoxious type, like, oh, he's going to oppose everything you do just for the sake of it. He's not like that. And he's also not overbearing or too serious, and also not too goofy. He's the perfect, like, believable sort of character, right? He doesn't go too far in one direction. He's fair and reasonable, and if there's an issue, he'll point it out, but he's not being difficult just to be difficult like Lassiter. He's not being overly nice either, or goofy, or he's not a bumbling idiot, right? He has his good moments too. So he's doing his good thing. I don't know. He's a well-balanced, good character. And so he had a couple of good moments in this episode, but nothing deserving of a character point. So I'll leave him at a -1. I'll bring Sharona up to a whopping 4. I'll keep Monkey at a 6. Obviously the last one just to solve the case. And so So, yeah, this was okay, and I must admit, though, maybe I'm being too easy on it, but no, I think the overall right level of writing is high. Like, the material on its own would be a C episode, but because they elevated with some of these good character interactions and interests and moments, that is really what elevates it to a B. I think it's still fair. It was somewhere between an A or a C even. Like, if the ending has been really bad, I guess it's not great, like it's just middle of the road. If it had been a great ending with some more nuance to it, I was almost speculating that he has some skeletons in his closet, and so that's why he was doing it, like he was threatening something. But the way he threatened it was so unconvincing too. He has like a dinky little knife, and yeah, so the guy was genuinely surprised and afraid, like, what are you doing? Like, but no, that actor cop should have come out as a witness and just said, like, oh, wait a second, I was hired to be a part of this, and it wasn't meant to go down like that. Right, like, it wasn't meant to be a murder. He would have been told the details of the thing. Yeah, I don't know what else to do. Maybe I should have watched a YouTube video. Maybe I should have watched it again. I end up just doing this, but yeah, weird episode. Just some of the subject matter is a little bit out there, so this is the difficulty you run into. Even though as good as some of these episodes are, you sort of have to contrive it a little bit. Like, you'll run out of ideas to make it so elaborate. It won't be, or if it is more, grounded of a subject matter, like a real life case, somebody just killed somebody and they didn't do it in a super nuanced way, so it wasn't that hard to catch them. So that doesn't make for much of an episode. So, you know what I mean? Like, something more realistic. Oh, it was the janitor who did it. And it's like, okay, so what? Like, it wasn't somebody high stature. It wasn't a super elaborate crime. Like, not every crime is super elaborate, but he's called in for the ones that are. Right, so they kind of qualify it that way. You might think, oh, how can there be this many crimes that are super hard to figure out? But it's only when he's only called up for the really difficult ones. The run-of-the-mill ones, they'll take care of themselves. Right, so that kind of makes sense. I think with Jane, it makes less sense. Or even like Sean is only called when it's really relevant, or when they really need help. Jane kind of is on every case. It feels like, even random ones that they do. And Lisbon even says that, like, not every case is a mystery or this or that. You would think they go out of their way to assign the CBI to more difficult cases, but the implication there is he's just on, like, every case. But maybe they only show you the ones that are really elaborate. Like, normal cases he might just solve so quickly that they don't even bother to include it in the episode. Like the one at the mall where he's, like, figuring it out super fast. So, I don't know what to do. You could watch like a little Shark Tank thing or something. Ding Liren is the worst world champion because carjacking got banned and all this kind of shit, dude. So yeah, what we can do now is we can figure a way to it only holds 3 cans. The Sharks question chill systems. I've seen like all the best the best pitches, I feel like, or the best funniest kind of moments. This one I find very funny. It's the mute me. I had seen that a long time ago and I knew Peter Jones was in it, but then I had forgotten which one it was and I finally found it again recently. It's the mute me pitch from Shark Tank where he says something really funny. Like, I'm really torn. If I do this and I go back and my guys tell me, what the fuck are you doing? Because, and they bleep it out. I guess they used the mute me on him in that very segment. Like, yeah, you need our product to filter out the profanity that you would need to say to describe how shitty our product actually is. If I go back and my guys say, what the fuck are you doing? You're just investing in a button that goes red and green. And then Damon drops out too because of that. That's one of the funniest, maybe old school moments that I saw before I really had watched much of these clips. I found that one really funny. But then I could never remember what it was from, or I could never find it. I knew it was on Shark Tank, and I knew I had Peter Jones in it, which was confusing because he's normally not on there. He's in like the UK one or something. And I had seen like that one. I can't remember if I did that on a recorded session or not. But like I'm watching him do the gargoyle thing, like the Harry Potter. That's what I would have tried to do it. I would try to license it to Harry Potter, either some deal where you get to sell some of their products there, or they just buy out the whole thing, and something like a franchising deal where it turns into a Harry Potter thing with the same kind of theme to it. Red is just sort of take over. So you have the Hogwarts label mini golf now instead of that. They were doing pretty good actually too, and they got a decent offer, but then they still turned it down over a couple percentage points, which was a little bit surprising, to be honest with you. I don't know. I guess I wasn't really prepared for this segment, so let's just randomly ramble on about stuff. But yeah, we've had some pretty big fish catches in Monk. Like, you got a campaign manager, which doesn't seem that big of a deal, but you got the police commissioner basically. Then you got the Day of the Whale. Then you got in episode 5, you got just a Ferris wheel operator, I guess, but some criminal who's already in there. See, that's like a more ordinary type of one. Then episode 6 was the doctor. Episode 7 was the other dude, this guy and the wife, which that wasn't really too surprising really either. Or like we already knew who did it. It was just the motivation behind why they did it, how they did it. So that was a little bit weird too. That's one where not only do you see and know who did it, but even the characters know who did it, like from the beginning. Like episode 3, you see it, but they don't know, right? And you are left to guess. So I actually will give myself a -1 point there. As far as the guessing deduction thing, I didn't really guess enough there, even though they already show you who did it. I couldn't figure anything out, right? I should have to at least say something. Nothing I guess was right. Nothing made any sense. I had no idea what was going on, and I'm not going to blame the episode for that, even if the episode was bad. I feel like that one, I don't know, I'm a little torn the more I think about it, but I enjoyed it, but it was a lot. There's just a lot of information. I still don't get it. What was the knee pads for then? Like for him to roll around on the ground, I guess, and get in like a little fight. Like I still don't get it. Why shouldn't a burglar be prepared for any situation? Maybe have that too, but the burglar is like I don't know, I don't even really want to watch anything else, but let's see if we find something. After the loss, Magnus Carlsen consoles Norderbeck, who many have predicted that he could be the world's first 2900, just given his age and growth rate and everything. But maybe less likely now. Gukesh obviously won the championship, which is... it's impressive. I mean, I won't take anything away. It's easy to pick on it and say, oh, it was a low-level championship. Obviously, Magnus should have played, but let's not pretend like every championship is always played perfectly or something like that, because you have a situation where, people make mistakes. Don't act like, oh, everybody always plays perfectly before this one. There are always ups and downs, even against Magnus. Right, it's not like everybody who he's beating is playing that perfectly either. We just take that for granted. Nepo made the one big blunder against Magnus that's like, even Magnus was sort of shocked and disappointed. So it's never as clear as what you're saying. And also giving Ding a pass, like, oh, psychologically he's going through something, as if everybody doesn't always go through a lot of pressure like that. Right, like that's part of the game. Maybe if Ding was stronger psychologically, he would have been better than Magnus or as good. Or, you're assuming that everybody doesn't go through that. Oh, Ding is going through such and such, but so is Gukesh. He's a youngster and he's going through a lot, and in his first world championship, and everybody's going through a lot. So, you can't use that as an excuse or to diminish something. Like, everybody's always going through something psychologically. That pressure is part of the game, part of the difficulty, part of the challenge, part of everything. So you can't just summarily dismiss it, because you're able to do it in such a way that is pretty clear. Maybe this is the sort of segment that I should exclude a little bit, but then I end up watching random videos. I'm just really not satisfied with that episode, like, with how I watched it. More so, it's not the episode itself's fault entirely, but I don't know, I just feel weird about it, and I was going to try to watch it again, and I could have, but now I don't feel like it. But yeah, we'll do that. We'll watch the next movie. I'll have to maybe recap the character points again, but basically, Monk is at a 6, Sharona's at a 4, Stottlemeyer's at a -1, and this Randy or whoever is at a +1. Sometimes I really struggle with the characters' names, because it doesn't matter sometimes too much. I don't know why I thought the title, when I first was going to watch it, is not that his name is Monk, but that it's like a reference to something, like, how the mentalist, so like the monk, right, almost is what it would mean, is like a guy who's a little weird and out there, right, who's like meditating and all this kind of stuff, and he's solving cases using that sort of metaphysical style. So he's like a monk, not so much, you know what I mean? That's not his name. That's like what he is. He's a monk who's somehow solving cases using that peace of mind and metaphysical meditation and whatever the fuck. Like, I thought it would be something like that. But yeah, well, one of those drones was found, I guess, and it was identified to be associated with Blackwater, some company that owns Blackwater, so it's obviously a military op that's going on, but they're kind of all around the world, so I don't get it. Like, how could it be such a big-scale operation that every government must be a part of? Other governments, because some countries won't fuck around with this shit like the U.S. does. Like, they would just shoot that shit down right away and not fucking care. It seems absurd that, it's just allowed to happen. Like, oh, it's no big deal. Like, what do you mean it's not a big deal? How can you not, if it's an invasion, you would have seen more of all our military spending for what? Like, how can you allow this to happen? It's almost like you want it to happen. But yeah, local law enforcement won't fuck around with that. And obviously the scale of it is insane, though. There's nothing, it's countrywide, it's worldwide. I think I'm even seeing one now, or again, any light you see in the sky now you're going to assume is a drone, but I see one like moving super fast, but that could just be an actual plane or an actual, I don't know. It's really hard to explain, but you would kind of create the pretense of an alien invasion, but nobody's really buying it. I was almost a little convinced because, again, the scale is so massive that if it's not a real thing, then how could they be so conspicuous about it? That it's like, it seems the least likely outcome is that, it's a foreign government attacking, doing it to attack us or something like China. Because it's so painfully obvious that, like, yes, they had, like, the spy balloon at one point, but even that, like, the fact that it was found and it was dealt with, right, like, you would think it would be mostly subtle and you might find one or two and be freaked out and that would be it. Not like you see so many everywhere so long, for such a long period. It's on the news for days and days. It's unlikely that a foreign government would be that stupid to do it. You might say it would be unlikely for aliens to do that too, but there could be some other reason. Like maybe they don't care, or maybe they want us to know, or something. They want to see our reaction to it. They're testing us, right? That would be a little bit different. And the government would be standoffish about telling you because they don't know what to do themselves. They're afraid too. We don't want to shoot it down but whatever. The most likely outcome. So the alien thing is in the middle. The least likely is the foreign government, and the most likely is your own government basically doing it. Although I can't explain exactly how that would be accounted for worldwide. This is a globalist government conspiracy to try to, clamp down powers and institute a global currency as one of the things, like a virtual currency. Think about the amount of power that gives everybody. Like, that's so horrible. Not that paper money and stuff is not already under a lot of issues, but I don't know. It's just fucked up. Closed-door briefing held on mysterious drone sightings. Yeah, how about you do less of this cloak and dagger stuff and you actually get to the point? Right, transparency. But no, it's just so horribly conspicuous that you would not really believe it. Any answer is kind of inadequate. I don't know. I want to watch something, but I'm not in the mood right now. sometimes I feel like I'm doing this just for the sake of doing it, but it feels like, I've enjoyed this and I've done a lot of good things. I think that episode just mentally exhausted me, so one of these days I'll rewatch it, and then I'll also watch an F movie, or not F, a G movie, a G-rated movie too now, but one that starts with a G. We just did Friends with Benefits. Maybe I should do another role play kind of thing where Emmy Rossum makes me watch Shameless because of some, role play fantasy, like how Mila Kunis made me watch Friends with Benefits instead of Monk because, whatever. I really thought that was a movie when I had seen clips of it, because it had so many weird moments. It felt hard to believe that it was a show. Like, oh, she's working at the grocery store, then she's working at a telemarketer. It's like, how could a show really, like, this is the whole show is just about her going from job to job in some sort of American dream odyssey of fucking whatever, trying to make ends meet and all this kind of stuff. And so now you have the ability to I don't know, I'm just sort of not super enthusiastic. Some of these sessions I've sort of had a headache and been sick. I'm not really like that now. I'm just more like not really in the mood to do anything but let's look at one philosophical concept, like the whole power thing, like law enforcement and power, right? So the premise of law enforcement and courts and legal system in general is that people are bad. People are inherently bad and evil or wrong, or at least they would do things like that, right, that we consider wrong. That's why we have to call them wrong in the first place and stigmatize them to discourage it. And so, in other words, people are flawed and people are sort of wild animals, they're flawed, they're evil, some negative connotation, and therefore they need to be controlled. But the problem with that perception is, yes, they need to be controlled, but then, to the same end of acknowledging that people collectively need to be controlled, what do? You empower those same people, some of those same people, right, who maybe you pretend is an exception or is different or they're just better, but you empower those same people that you're saying are flawed and need to be controlled and evil and negative, is the premise for why you need power in the first place. And then you achieve that state by saying, oh, let's empower those same people, not only not restrain them, but give them more power so that they can control and hinder and do this for everybody else, where they can hold everybody back, right? So in order to keep everybody else in check, we have to empower those same people who apply to that same premise, right? I had a better way of explaining it before, but it's like, this is a pretty weak subject. I almost want to end it, but maybe I'll say something interesting. Who knows? Let's just wait for it to happen. This is just a low energy. Like, I'm not really feeling it right now. This is what you should never do. Where, again, you're just almost doing it just for the sake of doing it. You could speculate that, the drone thing is happening to distract from something, like the Luigi healthcare CEO, but, like, who really cares about that? Like, a lot of people were happy that he got killed, so nobody really cares one way or another, whether he did it or not, or somebody else. Like, so what? It's just, that wasn't exactly, like, a controversial killing. If anything, it was, people seemed to like it and be happy about it. So he's a hero. And then the other thing is that, it's to delay the election because Trump won, and, like, the timing of it is interesting, right? It's relatively soon after he won, so people were speculating in some kind of Space Force thing too, But I mean, what is the benefit just to... It's like the same reason why the moon landing is fake. I've always said this. This is a good cui bono argument example. I've always said that... let's observe it from that framing. Okay, so cui bono means who benefits, right? So think about, were the moon landings faked? So let's ask, who would benefit from that happening? First of all, let's examine how it would have been faked. Like Stanley Kubrick in 2001 sort of shows you that they would have had the technology to do it and convince you. And okay, so that part is fair enough. And the fact that we haven't been there really back since then very much, or other countries haven't done a whole... Like, it just seems... whatever. But here's the cui bono angle. Let's say the moon landing was fake, right? So why did they fake it? Just so we could get millions of dollars for funding for NASA. Okay, fair enough. But the whole world government would have to be in on it. The media, everybody would have to be in on it. It'd be sort of hard to fake that. There's been some materials recovered from there, like moon rocks and stuff, that are very hard to explain otherwise, right? Like you could say, oh, you haven't seen those yourself either. So, you have this tangible proof perspective that is actually fair. Like, when you say you have to see it yourself to believe it. So you haven't personally been to the moon, so how can you say it's real? I can respect that. And even if you had been, maybe they just knocked you out or drugged you or just sent you into a simulation. You don't know for sure that you're really getting out of a ship and not just into some predetermined thing. But assuming that, it happened, like, you can say the same thing like with the world being flat. Maybe the world is flat, right, and you see these images from outer space, but the premise would be, of course, those are fake or those are misrepresentative. How would you know personally whether the world is flat or not, right? Nothing you see in your life individually, aside from those images outside your control, right? You can't see that for yourself, that the world isn't flat, right? You can't determine that on a daily basis, so... Yeah, so the cui bono would tell you that, again, who would benefit from the moon landing being fake? NASA would get some money, some of these space programs, but is that really enough of an incentive to fake the whole thing? And I find it hard to believe. And the logistics of actually faking it would be so difficult. The media has to be in on it, the government, the world government has to be in on it, other countries that even hate the U.S., etc., would have to be in on it, so you would think they would tell. Russia would say, no, you're lying, you didn't go to the moon first, we went to, they would want to take credit over you. So when it's such a race to show superiority in Cold War sort of time and whatever. So it's hard to believe that everybody would be in lockstep and agree and acknowledge that or not make a bigger stink about it. So that makes me believe like the benefit isn't outweighed by the difficulty of doing that. That you would go through all that trouble just for, again, a couple million in funding over the years and all the interest in it, but in NASA and stuff, but I still don't really see the benefit, if that's the best you can come up with. Here's an example of how the benefit would be explained better. Like, if we had gone there and we discovered some rare artifact that changes human life on Earth drastically, and in order to benefit from the artifact, you have to change your whole lifestyle for 20 years, and then you'll finally be worthy of it. Something that could be used as a prop to control people, and some newfound thing. Send us your money early, and one day you'll be able to pave your way to this utopian paradise on the moon. Like, if there was something like that, life-changing, right, then there'd be an incentive behind it that I would question and be very skeptical. The difference is nothing. We went there and we found basically nothing. There's nothing there. It's just empty. There's no real life. There's no water, really. There's nothing. It's just not. So that's what implies that it's real to me. You wouldn't make up a lie like that. Oh, we went to the moon, and what was there? Nothing. Nothing was there. No special artifact, no groundbreaking epiphany, no resource that's super worth a lot, no anything. There's nothing there, right? It's just a bunch of dirt and rocks and just nothing. So it seems hard to believe that would be a lie, right? That's the cui bono. If it was a lie, this is human nature. You would make up something. Oh, we found this $1 trillion artifact, and to bring it to Earth, we have to change our way of life on Earth, or we discovered the secret to immortality on the moon, or we discovered some rare new resource, and we have to change our life on Earth to get it, or something. There'd be some incentive, and it wouldn't be real, but it would be a pretense used to control people, obviously. And then by the time you realize it's fake, you've already been controlled by it. That's exactly the way it would happen in a cui bono effect if you were trying to benefit from it. The other point is that the other point in the cui bono is that, the Earth being flat. Like, let's say the Earth is flat. Okay, let's say I acknowledge that. So starting tomorrow, I'll believe it's flat. So what? It doesn't change my life in any meaningful way. It doesn't have a drastic impact. So that's the reason why I'm inclined to believe it's not a lie. Pretend the Earth is round. Okay, so what? It doesn't affect your life on a daily basis. Pretend the Earth is flat. So what? Is it because transportation companies want to charge you more money for traveling in a way that you wouldn't need to travel, like on a plane or something, if you want to argue that? Like, really, what is the benefit? Who's benefiting from that lie if it is a lie? And if you believe something different, like, okay, let's say you believe that, at least like with NASA, okay, you believe the moon landing's fake, so all the money sent to NASA and stuff is a waste, and a lot of space exploits are a lie, right? That I could accept. But when you look at it here, right, you tell me that when you look at it here, you look at it from a perspective that the Earth is flat. The Earth is flat. So what? What does that change? How does that affect your life? How does that help you? How does that hurt you? How is the Earth being round being used to control you? Right? That's my question. Because really, people are very simple like that. A lie like religion has been used to control people for a long time. It makes you behave certain ways, promises of heaven or hell, peasants working for heaven, like back in the serfdom. You have this giving to the church tribute, which was much more significant in history. Now it's less so, but so all that would explain the benefit. What is the benefit, explain to me, of saying the Earth is flat, or round instead of flat? What would you gain? Okay, the whole world acknowledges the world is flat tomorrow. But so what? What does that do? Some lies are told about exploring and adventuring and sailing and stuff, but so what? Like, nothing seems to be a clear benefit. And so the incentive of lying about it is a little bit hard to describe. I don't see the benefit. That's my point. So, again, I would still keep an open mind. Maybe it's possible. It's just hard to individually verify stuff like this, right, as just a random person. But I would keep an open mind, but I would tell you that you would need a reason to do something, right, to fake it and lie. So again, tomorrow everybody on the planet believes the Earth is flat. So how does their life drastically change? The way they travel and use transportation might change a bit, which is kind of hard to explain because I don't know exactly what that means. Like, it would change, but I guess you could still use a plane on a flat surface, or I don't know, really. I just don't get it. What the big benefit is, how it would be used, how it would be framed. It seems to me like a meaningless thing. Like, okay, I believe the Earth is flat. So what? That's the thing. So what? What does it do for me? Okay, let's look at the concept of a village of 100 again. I use this terminology a lot, and also in terms of the amalgam theory. But basically, picture a state of a human being where you're uninhibited, non-accountable to social stigma, contrivance state, right, fallacy, permission that like you need, constant judgment and permission by society, and it's a freedom that it gives you too. You might indignantly insist upon a duty or indoctrination, but you, by doing it to others, like this fallacy permission state, that rather than some society or social structure requiring some justification, some harshly accountable justification to prevent you from doing any of the various things you could do in your inherent state, rather than it needing to justify that you are inhibited in some way. It rather has to justify it itself in terms of the it has to justify it itself in terms of the overall state that you have with respect to like, it has to justify inhibiting you. You don't have to justify anything. You don't need its permission or any other element of this judgment. And then beyond that, you have the realization that ability is enough to invalidate anything. So it's like you're reduced to this collective contrivance state that you only have to be in, because the assumption is the vast majority of people can't handle themselves or need to be treated like animals and tamed and herded and stuff like that. And so the problem with that perspective is that what if you're just more capable? You're capable of self-governance, and you're just that sharp and that capable and that disciplined or whatever. You'd be capable of self-governance, so you don't need this reductive structure, or you, in some other way, feel like, in some other way you are willing to pacify it some other way. Like, let's consider what we have. You're able to consider the fact that let me think about it. The fallacy of permission with respect to, again, the accountability doesn't come from the structure to inhibit you of your various capabilities from an inherent state. It rather comes from you have to somehow justify or seek permission or be somehow grateful or somehow overcompensate, imbalance, earn the right to do that which you are inherently capable of doing. And then the other situation is the fact that there's a stigma and accountability issue, and there's also the issue of being able to it circumvents one area where you'd be able to whatever, like you're indoctrinated, so you might indignantly insist upon it, but it's objectively adverse and finite to everyone. So you have this sort of lowered state. The more people there are, the less alive you are, the less full experience, etc. It's sort of overcompensated for in part by the machination process, not some technology in the era, or other supposed benefits of the collective contrivance, but those benefits would be taken in stride because you realize, well, it's only right that you should get those benefits because you are sacrificing so much. Again, the expression that I use is very absolutist-minded, that whatever would you do without all the benefits of technology that you rely upon and you're spoiled by? But whatever would you do without the inhibitions of society too? You'd be free, the world would be your oyster, everything would be for the taking, it would be Darwinism, there'd be no restriction, inhibition. So you're sacrificing a lot of your inherent being and capability, but you're supposed to be grateful for some collective benefit rather than treating that as the very reason why you're doing it. But of course, the non-consensual social contract is relied upon in a net some way, and you also have the ability to consider something else, like this indignant egotism in a lot of areas of life. Like, you might be just zero-sum self-interest, zero-sum means, but you take pride in it, like, oh, look at how stressed I am for my job. But it's for your own zero-sum self-interest. If you don't like it, then do a job that doesn't stress you out as much, even if you proportionally make less money as a result, right? You balance that out for yourself. If you can't handle it, then don't do it. Same thing with children. Oh, look at how hard I'm working to put food on the table for the kids, but you're the one who had the kids. You didn't have to. You chose to do that, etc. And then getting back to the amalgam theory or the village of 100 concept, pretend a state where you're uninhibited, you don't have to do all that justification, and you're fully aware, fully present, fully experienced, fully thinking, self-aware, objective thought at all times, where you're actually able to do that. That would be a more natural state of being, rather than, oh, you're reduced to this human functionalism, half-mass contrived state. And so what is unusual is not... It's sort of very clear and evident, but then you rather do imbalance over compensation rather than... So it's a net negative that you're trying to struggle against sort of a structure of your own creation and acknowledgement, right? And this is the expression also that I use, that which is real only by acknowledgement or by that which is real only by acknowledgement and by I can't remember exactly the phrasing. Damn it. That's part of it. Like, contrivance is that which is real only by acknowledgement or only something. Damn it. I have it written in my notes on my phone somewhere, but and I've said it so many times in the past too, probably in one of these sessions, probably even recently. Only real by acknowledgement and only sort of valuable or important by, I don't know, and you have to constantly uphold it. Damn, I'm kind of pissed that I can't remember that. But no, the point is that, objectivity isn't useful. But yeah, the Village of 100, so all you see in this structure is that people will struggle to maintain and indignantly insist upon a state that is objectively adverse, that is lowering them to some lesser state actively. And not only will they embrace it, this is where gratification and all that comes in, but it's a net negative because, again, you say, oh, well, just do it and don't think about it. But the problem is that the only reason, that this is part of, is it the same expression or not? I can't remember. That which is only necessary by overextension and only real by acknowledgement. That is the nature of contrivance and the stimuli acme state that we're in the modern era of society and in many extrapolated senses, but it starts to build on itself. So this is the point. A lot of your standards that you might indignantly insist upon or treat as a false inherent, this is one of the major fallacies too. The false inherent contrivance response. That which is done in reaction to the inherent reality is treated instead as an inherent reality, absolute, etc. Posed as an absolute not because it actually is, but because, and therefore bypassing thought, not because, it goes without saying, but because any amount of thought and scrutiny would invalidate it. In other words, you see that with theology, for example, religions where it's sort of sacrosanct to question the religion, but the very point is that it's not that, you can't question God because God is absolute. Rather, if God was absolute, you'd be able to question as much as you could, and there would be no need, or it would hold up to it, etc. So the point is that you treat that way like, it goes without saying, not because it's actually absolute, but because you have to do that. You have to treat it like, it goes without saying, it's absolute, it's unquestionable, because any amount of questioning would cause it to topple over and be invalidated, right? So it's a clever sort of bypassing opposite interpretation fallacy where it's absolute and we can't question it because it's so absolute. Of course, it goes without saying, right? How could you even bother to question it? That's your problem, right? Shoot the messenger. Rather than realizing that, the reason why it has to be treated that way, like the emperor has no clothes fallacy, is because any amount of questioning would invalidate it. So it's not that, it can't be questioned because it's absolute. It's because it can't be questioned, otherwise the illusion of it being absolute will be revealed. So it's a closed structure contrivance that, anything can be absolute if you just say, you can't do this, you can't question that. You just have to accept it blindly if that's part of the premise and the belief system. And then, again, something only necessary by overextension, like the fact that there's so many people, now you have to contrive in this overextended state. Otherwise, you wouldn't have to. And that net sum zero-sum stimuli acme is exactly that. There's no rhyme or reason to it. People just reproduce and breed because they're half-mass hedonists, and they're not even doing it really consciously or, with any sort of plan. So, you have to overextend to this degree because of this many people, and guess what's going to happen? It's just going to keep increasing. And so it's a zero-sum net negative because you're just going to keep doing that forever. You might think, that's arguing for depopulation or something, but it's really not. It's just more like you have to be willful and deliberate of the process. If you choose to do that, then you have some overextension that happens as a result. And at some point there is a limit to how much of that you'll have, but there's no real thought put into it in the first place. And then my other expression is that which that just made me think of it, but it's not really related to this. That which requires no thought or has no thought put into it deserves none. Kind of like the fallacy of being offended. Like, if what they're saying is true, then you already know, so it's redundant at worst. If what they're saying is false, then you already know it's false, so why would it bother you? And, it's just some arbitrary random thing that's not even true that they're saying, so, that they put no thought into saying it, so it deserves no thought in response for you to consider, right? Otherwise, you could just endlessly focus on arbitrary falsehoods and nonsense that people say. So, you have, that which requires no thought deserves none, and then, again, a lot of things only necessary by overextension, and that overextension is a result of you're just accepting it mindlessly, blindly, with respect to whatever the state is. You don't think about how the state came to be. You don't think about how the state perpetuates itself, continues to be, in terms of, it's because there's a lot of people. You have to overextend this way, and then, you'll keep doing it. There'll be even more people, so you have to overextend all the more. So you're not really holding any sort of standard or process. And then, only necessary by overextension and only real by acknowledgement, as far as the contrivance state. Again, anything you could just disacknowledge tomorrow, like positions of power. Oh, this person's so powerful, the president, etc. If everybody just disacknowledged that tomorrow, they suddenly aren't that powerful anymore. So it's not real power, it's not inherent power, it's acknowledged pretense, which you could arguably do theoretically with anything within some arbitrary, not some set of criteria. And so now you have you have this state where you're able to consider that the element at work here is the fact that you have an initial-minded basis is considerable. A lot of zero-sum projection, semi-Yagami projection, a lot of performative aspects. So again, it's an initial layer where what is presented is absolute, even though within the human realm you see that what is presented is under some self-awareness that you know that the initial-minded basis is present, so you know how to performatively present yourself in a way that you consider desirable, so you know it's fake and done for that very purpose, but then you still accept it, and then, I don't know, you punish neutrality and, some undue positive emphasis. I've explained this a lot in the past, but, again, only real by acknowledgement, so a lot of appearances and pretense and all of this is only as valuable as you make it out to be, and then it's a twofold fallacy where you, being initial-minded, would value appearances and pretenses, and some sort of stigma, idiosyncrasy basis, but then you would suffer for it too. So you help create and perpetuate this basis that enslaves you too. You have to do all these things, care about appearances, etc., and also manipulate and benefit from them. But you would do it in such a way that the fact that you value them is also why you, in others, is why you have to be subject to them yourself, rather than an enlightened basis, self-aware, more inherent, that would be you don't place any undue emphasis on them. So now that's the expectation. Not that you're even above it, but you're aware of the process and not simply placing undue emphasis on it. So now you realize that, if you're not placing undue emphasis, then others may not, and then nobody values appearances because they don't matter. And then the world becomes a nudist colony. Again, maybe literally, or again, there's just no emphasis placed. But that's the whole irony. You might think, look at this society. This is an absolutist image that I've used in the past. You might think that the society, pose these two pictures, right? Everybody's dressed exactly the same way in uniform. That's this hive mind mentality. Or rather, everybody's dressed in some sort of bland, basic way, very unexpressive. And you think, look, that must be some hive mind or negative or some negative state of being. And the other society is dressed up, right, in a very flashy, showy kind of way, right? Very expressive. You got the piercings, you got the tattoos, you got the clothing. But you realize that one of them is mentally free because they don't value appearances. It's just, you're wearing clothing for strictly functional purposes, etc. And so it doesn't matter. And also maybe the uniformity to imply this sense of everybody's the same, so nobody's being judged based on those elements. Like, if everybody, pretend everybody was the same race, same gender, same everything, now you wouldn't have those things as a dividing factor. But also just generally, again, this sort of bland sensibility, you're not placing any emphasis on it, it's just functional at best. So you look at those two images and think, oh wow, this society must be much more free and much more happy, and some positive extrapolation. But in reality, it's the opposite, because the one that is free in mind and in psyche doesn't care about the physical state and doesn't care about appearances. And so it's, again, just functional at best. It's not important. And you focus on things that actually do have impact in your life and actually, again, the free mental state. Whereas on the other side, you have the society that looks so expressive. Oh, look at the clothing, look at the piercings, look at the tattoos, look at all these things. Those things are an overcompensation, because as if to say all the important areas of your life are controlled and you're inhibited and you're indoctrinated and structured that way. So the only areas of expression you have is a sort of an outlet and overcompensation. It's an imbalanced overcompensation that restricted in so many other ways that are significant and do have an impact, and in the mind and the psyche. And then the way that you are free, or the way that you express and overcompensate is in ways that are not significant, that are not consequential. Again, like appearances, what clothing, band, song, preference, this way, logo, music, tattoos, piercing, all these kind of things that are sort of overcompensations for the lack of control you have in other ways. So you are overcompensating in a way that doesn't have significance. So the way to really portray that is to say that if you didn't do that, the need comes from the same place. So you're satisfying the need in a way that doesn't actually address it. The need comes from the fact that you're inhibited and indoctrinated in various countless ways, all significant ways, every way that would actually have impact on your life. You're indoctrinated and inhibited, and basically lack of control, lack of impact, lack of self-actualization there. So because you're reduced to that lesser state where you're not acting on those significant impulses, now you feel a need to act in a way that's significant, right? You feel repressed, but then you don't act in a significant way to address it directly. You instead stifle that and say, oh no, I'm instead going to still be in that reduced state where I'm not going to act in a way that's significant, but then I'm going to overcompensate for that and say, well, but at least I get to act in a way that I feel some expression from, but not in a way that's actually tied to a significant state of being, whether it be if you think politics or you think something, inherently significant to your life. You're not going to act in those ways, but then you're satisfied, or you overcompensate by acting in ways that are not significant. Again, appearances, clothing, pretense, piercing, tattoos, etc. So you realize that the lesser state. You have one society that is content in those ways because they're more focused on things of actual significance, function, value, thought, psyche, etc. So they don't care about superficial appearances, etc. And the other one that, it's a great example of opposite interpretation, and the other one that is tied up in all those things as if to overcompensate. We may not have choices or take action in ways that actually are significant and consequential in our lives, but instead we do care very deeply about all these superficial appearances, pretenses, etc., because that allows us to overcompensate and take pride in that and have expression in that. So it's an outlet for the same inherent need, but that need comes from something of significance. Here you're sort of just placating or distracting it and using it as a placeholder that in the absence of being able to do something in a significant way, you're doing it in a way that is actually, again, only surface level, only to satisfy the need. So that's the same thing as imbalance overcompensation. Why do you need entertainment, polyfavoritism, something that has no impact in your life? Why do you need drugs and alcohol to dumb your senses down and prevent your thought or distract? Right? Why do you need polyfavoritism? Why do you need distraction, alcohol, etc., dumb down your senses? right? You don't really inherently desire those things. Rather, they're a reaction and an overcompensation for the fact that you're reduced to this contrivant state. So they sort of suppose that you do one extreme to balance out another. The fact that you're reduced to this lesser state, human functionalism, indoctrinated structure, reduced to structure, then you come back by saying, okay, now we'll overcompensate by doing that. As in, you're extremely inhibited one way, so now you're extremely overcompensating in one way, whether just like partying in general or, again, dumbing down your senses a certain way. That's exactly what it's tied to. So you're going one extreme and then you're doing it to try to balance out in terms of, again, overcompensating for the imbalance because you're not in a peace, consistent state of being, right? Not at peace with your own inherent nature, not aware of it, constantly in a state of contrivance that requires constant reinforcement through externality, undue emphasis, overextension, and again, the imbalance overcompensation dynamic that accounts for many of these practices. So so that would be the one area, and then you have the ability to consider that, okay, let's look at one concept here, like reactionary functional non-basis, like non-measure, where you don't even know what you want. So people like go through and they don't even know what they want. So think about this standard, like an expression that I had, if a pickup line works on you, then I wouldn't want you because then that's all it would take in the future, like from somebody else, right? You're so easily impressed and it's such a shallow basis. So that basis would show you that, like, you're just mindlessly going around and, oh, that's all it would take, and it's like part of your regular, I don't know, like if that's all it takes is some random person walking up to you and doing that, then that shows you your standard is pretty low and it comes down to some arbitrary subjective thing, right, some disposable one-off situation. So there's not much inherent standard to that. The problem, of course, on the contrary, is that then having high standards is seen as like, oh, well, it's untenable and difficult, but then just because it's difficult to achieve doesn't mean you should just lower them and embrace that. And then the other point is the simple fact that you have again, just in a reactionary way, you won't define for yourself what the measure or purpose or standard of something is. You might think, oh, that takes the fun or the value or something out of it. But the result could be the same, so what you're really saying is your process is flawed by your own standard criteria, because by simply thinking about it and having some sort of plan or awareness, that somehow ruins it. So in other words, you have to create this sort of very fragmented structure where, well, it wouldn't work or it wouldn't be valuable if I did it directly, so I have to do it indirectly and sort of deceive myself into believing it's valuable, right? Like sort of this cloak and dagger approach to stimuli acme, like you can't directly just acknowledge what's happening, you have to place undue emphasis, close structure, contrivance, walk on eggshells around it, or do some sort of really elaborate structure to it to achieve what is ultimately half-mass hedonism, which may very well be the glorified standard by society that is easier to control, but it's a sense that you have some aspect where you're basically able to if you were to just have a plan or a measure behind it, and then you suffer from the conflict of contrivance as a result. So go into something without any sort of measure, plan, self-awareness, thought, like this sort of idea that that's a positive too, like, oh, but that's fun, or that's, you only live once, etc. But then you end up suffering the consequence of it, and then you complain about it later. So like, it's an era where people would rather, like, oh, let's get into all these kind of things, superstition or manifesting or something, rather than the inherent thing. Let's just actually think about what we're doing. But that's because, of course, you're reduced to a structured state where somehow doing that is a bad thing, or it just exposes the nature of contrivance. And if you do that, then of course it's the fault of the individual, because the contrivance is absolute and you can never question that. So you basically are in a very forced, compelled situation, non-consensual social contract as well, where you're able to consider that that is forced upon you. So now you're forced to kind of cope with that rather than come to some more consistent view on it. So you can invalidate it very easily by just non-neutrality, things like that. Or again, there's two levels of this. The rule by omission standard, where like, oh, you'll focus on the employee and give them a hard time, not realizing that, and because the CEO is some out of sight, out of mind, you won't hold it against them or anything, right? So you're initial minded in that way, so that's the easy way to control you, that you'll take it out on them as like a placeholder. And then the other point is that that's how something would be perceived too, like absolutist perspective. Like, it's not about you. People have this self-obsessed kind of nature where they're always trying to basically personalize something when, it's a larger process. So you could just be aware of a larger process and sort of disavow it, I guess, sort of, you're a hypocrite then for still being a part of it or still practicing it. But that's part of the absolutist kind of premise, is that to be aware of it is not to be above it, and you could still have reservations about it. Like I use the analogy, fish, if a fish identifies that, its water is polluted, but how can you complain about it? You're still swimming in the water, you're still breathing the water, so how could you possibly complain? You're a hypocrite, how can you say that, etc. Versus, you can still recognize and take issue with it even if you're still exposed to it, right? So, you can recognize the air you're breathing is polluted, but you still have to breathe it, but you can still have some in-between perspective where you're not 100% happy with that, or you have some reservation. So the same is true of contrivance. You might be exposed to it and part of it, but you can recognize the non-consensual nature, the objectively adverse state. You can recognize the conflict of contrivance within that. You can recognize a lot of things and still take issue with it and try to work around or have some other perspective. But that's a great way to discredit it. Is like, you're born into a contrivance state, then you're heavily indoctrinated in youth when you can't even think for yourself and can't come to your own conclusions. You're heavily indoctrinated then, you're constantly accountable, stigmatized, etc. You're forced into a non-consensual social contract that you didn't choose, you didn't have awareness of. And then when you're old enough to finally think for yourself now, any deviation from that contrivance is terrible. You look how much you benefited from the contrivance state that you didn't even have a choice to be a part of. And look at, how long you've been a part of it. That would discredit you. That how can you say something about it now, even though you were forced into it and you didn't have a choice, right? Look how much you benefited. That's a very disingenuous way that it would insist upon itself, that you're forced into it, you have no choice, and then by the time you do have a choice, that's used to try to say, well, look, you owe everything to it, and also the fallacy of, like, what other alternative, like the alternative of non. Would you rather have nothing? Rather than would you rather have some other structure, other preferential thing, or even non, but a neutral basis. But so there's the non-consensual social contract element, and then there's also the, again, indoctrination. There's also the tied to functionalism, the sort of all of that. And then if you were to question it then, but you've been part of it for all this time, and you benefited from it from all this time, so how can you possibly question it? But you see how that's a self-fulfilling fallacy. Like, you didn't have a choice but to do those things, and you had it forced onto you non-consensually, so now the same structure that forces it onto you is going to then use the fact that it forced it onto you to say, now you can't question it because, look, you're a part of it, you've been a part of it. That is absolutely the nature of contrivance right there. That might be one of the better descriptions I've had of it. I don't think I've said it quite like that before. So again, let's say it again, like, there's a non-consensual social contract at birth that you're just sort of put into and forced into. You didn't get a chance to assess it or think about it from a perspective where you're not just an infant and not, credible. It's similar to like religion, like when you are indoctrinated into it at a young age. So again, there's a non-consensual social contract at birth. There's constant indoctrination, reinforcement, stigma, social structure, reinforcement. There's constant... again, tying it to function, zero-sum means even, and then once you're at a point where you can finally question it, now this is like the adolescent, etc., like acting out of the structure behaviors, but once you get to that point, you realize that now, when you can finally actually think or have some assessment yourself, that was foregone at birth as you're indoctrinated into that. Now, any perspective you have is shut down by, but look, you've been a part of this for all this time, even though you didn't choose it, you were forced into it. Right? You were too young to even think for yourself, and all this constant indoctrination, and that you should equalize and neutralize. That's when you should consider things from a self-aware, inherent base state, objective state, as if that didn't happen, right? Go back to the beginning and suppose that mentally. So not only are you not given that as a sort of grace that you should go back to and think objectively and assess it, but you're also have that held against you that, look how much, again, you've been a part of it, so that makes you a hypocrite, or how much you benefited from it, so that somehow is a negative and disqualifies you, even though, again, that wasn't to your choice. And also, even like, look, you're still a part of it now. So even though everything, again, between indoctrination and the tying to zero-sum means would indicate that like you've been forced and structured into it. So that is actually a tremendously good example of how to explain it in a way that I really hadn't said quite like that before. So that is actually a good way to explain contrivance and a structure. So like, how dare you look objectively at something that you were forced into and never allowed to assess in the first place? It becomes arbitrary and unquestionable even in its details. Like, okay, maybe you still accept an overall contrivance structure, but maybe there's this problem with it or that problem with it. Because otherwise, then anytime you're a part of anything, you can never question anything about it because, you're a part of it, so that must disqualify you. Like, as if there's not more nuance, you can't improve certain aspects, you can't do anything else. So let's look at a few more concepts here, but basically one of my key expressions is objectivity isn't useful, and so it doesn't come, you can look at a lot of these things, it doesn't come from a place of any particular reinforcement. That's often how people frame things in general, like, somebody would think this or say this because of this reason, but again, the infinite objective mind, you can consider a lot of things, whether they're in line with what you do, whether they're not, whether, whatever. It doesn't always have to just be reinforcing of what you do. And also, like, you have this, there's an incentive or a need, but a lot of this would be, an objective observation that doesn't make a claim, and then you can choose how to apply it or interpret it. That would be a whole separate issue. Right, those are two different areas. That very perception would be telling, kind of like the subjective perspective, like, so what's the point, or what good does that do, or how does that help us, kind of in a zero-sum functional reactionary day-to-day sense. That's not the purpose of it. And now, once you observe that might change your view on something else, or it might have some other impact, but it's just like you're objectively observing something, and then you'll come to some conclusion. Now, that conclusion might be the same as the contrivance response to the inherent reality that you just observed objectively, but it might be different. But it might at least allows you to acknowledge that, right? The false inherent is a really common trend that we see, those two notable clips, like the pastor debating the atheist, and he says something like, oh, is something absolutely wrong? And I love what he says after that, too. He sort of almost outs himself, but he doesn't realize it. You would say that these people, these evil people like Jeffrey Dahmer or whoever, isn't absolutely, inherently, absolutely wrong. And you would dare to say that your worldview is a basis for ethics? Well, it would be a basis for ethics, kind of like how we have in the real world, where you have to uphold them by realizing they're not inherent, they're not absolute. That's why you have to raise kids to believe them, indoctrinate them, why you have to reinforce it constantly through social contrivance, why you have to have laws and enforcement. All these things we have to struggle to uphold, right? That the better discussion would not be about the supposed absolute or inherent, but like how can we best achieve or uphold those ideas, and what specifics should we uphold within them. Right, but it's that misframing. Yeah, the worldview would recognize it's not absolute, so that we can try to make it appear as absolute, or make it as strong as possible. And foundation, like, try to, through enforcement, otherwise, you can do that. And then the other point is that you have, oh yeah, like the Charlie Kirk thing, same thing. Like, he says something similar. I forget exactly what he said, but it's the same concept that, like, oh yeah, objectively. These people are intelligent, but they don't know what these words mean. Like, objective, how can you ask a subjective human being whether something is objective or not? Like, in your subjective opinion, it's subjectively yes. As a subjective being, right, you can objectively observe something, so we can discuss that. What phenomenon in the laws of nature would objectively show you that such and such is wrong, right, such that it would not allow it to even happen in the first place? Not that within our contrivance perspective that, oh, we feel like it shouldn't happen, right? Those are two separate things. So, and that is strange that that's even a threat. We realize it's not inherent, not absolute, so now we can go about best achieving it, right? Like my old expression, the best way to make something so is to realize it isn't, or just because you want something to be true, don't believe that it is. And so the best way to actually do it is to realize what you want isn't the case, so you can work to best achieve it, instead of, again, this fallacy of just because you want it to be true, you pretend it is true, but then you won't actually go do the things you need to do to uphold it or make it true, right? Because you're already just pretending that it is, so then you won't do anything. And it takes away power from people too, like faith in general takes power away from people, that like, oh, I'll pray to God, or I'll believe in superstition, or I'll defer to the stars and the horoscopes and stuff, instead of saying, okay, whatever, I might have very little power as a person, but whatever it is, I'm going to maximize it, instead of deferring to all these things that I can't control anyway. So even if they did have an impact, whether or not I should worry about that doesn't matter. Like, do what you can do to a maximum, and don't let that defer and take away power from you. So yeah, maybe I'll decide to watch something here in a minute. I'll rewatch the episode probably before I watch the next one, but we have time. I got to keep recapping the character points because I keep forgetting. So Monk should be up to a 6 again. And he got the last point from, I guess, just solving the case. Sharona gets up to 4 because she did 2 very impressive things. Doing a lot of research, being part of the final catching the killer. And also, she did a number of impressive things in that episode, basically. And then... Or yeah, they got $1,400 at the end, but how much did they pay that guy? Or just to keep him out of jail, the actor? So the cop didn't commit a crime just by being there, but I guess just impersonating an officer. But the crime is not saying that you were involved in that situation after the fact and coming out. He could have solved the case right there himself. So he should almost be penalized. Why didn't you come out? Because he would have known by hearing on the news what happened, and he would have known, oh, that's the same event. As if you shouldn't just be aware of there were gunshots and stuff and I was afraid. I guess if you shouldn't just report that anyway. So Sharona's at a +4 and Sotomayor's at a -1. And so we finally got caught up on the character point system. I think that seems like a fair count, honestly. I went back, and the only confusion was Sotomayor was at a -2. And then he went to a -1 because I remembered something from episode 1, but I don't know if that was to get him to a -2 or to get him to a -1. I'm going to assume it's a -1. I wouldn't mind almost doing that chess session too, but it's kind of stressful sometimes to, let me maybe try it. But recapping the board position is absolutely fucking brutal. That takes me, forget it. Or we could start a new one. We could start a new one, or we could continue it. Maybe I'll continue it, but it's so annoying to actually get this to work. First of all, the position is always really hard to see. So it's Stockfish level 6. I'm playing as black. They're playing as white. And it went pretty well up until now, and then it'll take me the whole time just to recap the fucking position. As if this isn't already a dumb thing to follow along with, like somebody playing a chess game by voice. Why would you want to listen to this? But for some reason, it is a fun thing to still do. It's the same thing as actually playing the game, because you could look at it that way. So only slightly more boring than regular chess, but so we'll go Okay, A1 is a white rook. Then A8 is a... No. A1 is a white rook. Then H1 is the white king. Then B2 is a white pawn. Then C2 is the white queen. Then G2 is a white pawn, and H2 is a white pawn. Then C3 is a white pawn. D3 is a white bishop. Then D4 is a white pawn. Then I think E5 is a white knight. Simping over the queen, am I right? Like a typical white knight. E5 and then the rook just made this move, so rook went to this is the last move. It went from F1 to now F6, and I think captured my pawn there, or captured my knight there, because the bishop had taken the pawn right to open the king. So the bishop took the pawn from there. The bishop took the pawn on like H6. Then I took back with the pawn on G7, but then they were able to take the knight with the rook because the knight was on F6, and so now they go rook from F1 to F6. So that concludes all the white pieces. So rook is on F6, and then my pieces are, I have a black pawn on A6, black rook on A8, black bishop on B6, and black bishop on B7. Then black pawn on C7, and then the black queen is on E8, and then the black rook is on F8, and the black pawn is on F7, and then another black pawn on H6, and then the king is on G8. So now you have the ability to consider that I could make my next move, so I'm pretty much going to lose now because the position looks very dire. Like, that was a horrible thing to allow, and maybe even more horrible to take back. Maybe I should have just let it be and found some other way. Because now the rook is there, threatening the pawn on H6, right? And because of that, I can't cover it with the king because the bishop diagonal is touching there. I could move it up one, I guess. Move the king up to, like, G7 to cover, and they can't immediately give a check, but there's going to be something bad that happens, and there's nowhere else really I can go to cover that pawn. There's no other piece that can cover that pawn. The other bishops and everything are not really doing anything. So I guess the only move I can think of is, it has to like download the shit too every time, which I feel like is temporary storage, but it always... Okay. King to F7. Or king to G7. that's one of the saving graces of this, is that you can do takebacks and stuff because it doesn't matter. But you have a situation where I messed up and I don't know what I even did. Like, I literally don't even know what I did. Oh, I moved the queen up to like E7 instead, so I'll have to change that in a minute here. And the reason why is because I fucked up. I wish you could just do all this though too, with the voice, but then again, the fact that I'm talking so much would fuck it up, guaranteed. Right? There's a simple fact. I don't want to keep touching my screen though too, like, oh shit, you have to keep doing that and it makes me uncomfortable. God damn it. But no, this game has not gone particularly well. But see, it's a Stockfish level 6, which you would think is, at least it's 2,000 feet A+. And if it is, then you'd be in a position to realize that like I did pretty well throughout the opening and everything, and I was able to do that. And the reason why is because I was basically able to hold my own in the opening and everything like that. And those are the two openings that I play the most, or at least I try to play the most, depending reactively on what they're doing, is the king pawn. It doesn't even mean that that's what the opening would be called necessarily, but like, you move the king pawn up 2 squares as white, and that's how it starts, and then you just develop the knight and the bishop, and then you try to castle. And then on the other side, you have the fact that you do the other side, like, you do the other side, which is going to be, as black, you do like the King's Indian, basically, and you're trying to do that in such a way that is very worthwhile, because you're just trying to castle as quickly as possible and everything like that. And so I would like to do this, but let's just wait a minute. I may have some reason for doing it. And yeah, like, what really constitutes texting? Like, what if I'm just fucking around with my GPS? Or what if I'm just, doing one of various things? Like, right, like, how would you even explain that exactly? But just wait a minute. But no, I'll do a take back. Those are the two reasons why this works better against the bot. One, I don't have to worry about time. Number two, I don't have to worry about even making a mistake with the voice aspect. If it makes the wrong move, I can do a take back. I can take as long as I want, right? So that makes it so much more comfortable. Whereas against the player, I can't do either of those things. Eventually, you will flag, although typically I don't think it would take that long anyway. But you have to at least worry about that, and you have to play it all in one thing. And then you also have to, you can't take back, so if the voice fucks something up, you're screwed. Whereas here, I can just repeatedly take back as much as I want, which seems like cheating, but I'm not doing it in a way like, I'm not going to take back the move where I blundered the bishop, or not the pawn to the bishop. I'm not going to do that, but I'm going to do this one, because I was meaning to say queen. You can even hear me say what I'm trying to do, so it's not like I'm retconning it. I do king to e7, or f7. I don't know notation, but that's besides the point. It's the case where you're able to... I'll just wait a minute, but then we'll play this one out, and this is kind of a fun thing to do in these in-between sessions. So today I'll just do this and something else, and then I'll also do, I'll find the letter G movie, I'll watch that, then I'll probably rewatch an episode of Monk, episode 7, because it was so much of a mindfuck, and then I'll probably watch it on 2 times speed, or 1.5 times speed, or whatever, and then I'll watch episode 8 as well. There were some good moments and all, but it was just so confusing, and honestly, the premise and the subject matter is a little bit stupid, like where they're trying a bit too hard, and just, it's a little over the top. But no, any of these plots could almost be like a good movie, because of how well they, show it. like the first 2 episodes alone could combine to be a movie, or I'm very intrigued by him finding the person who killed his wife. Right, that's a very strong plot point, but I feel like they won't actually adequately give that enough interest, because they're not giving us like a name to work with, right? Like a face to the name or something, like the Red John. Give us something that, like, oh, it must have been this guy, and then, you know, now we don't know who that guy is, but we know. Give us some little breadcrumb, anything, and then you can work off that to try and do it. You have some sort of... It's very important to do that in these stories. I feel like that's what The Mentalist does so well. They start episode 1 with that, and even though Red John didn't do the crime in episode 1, right, it's an imitator, but they use that as a way to introduce him and talk about him, right, in a way that's very personally attached to Jane, and is the whole reason why he's so interested in that case, I guess. But, I mean, he might have just been called to do it anyway, or arguably he has, like, personal conflict of interest there, because you have the ability to consider that you have conflict of interest, and the reason why is because, you know, you shouldn't have one of the victims' families of members of the victim be at a crime scene or be on the case of each of these things of Red John or involving Red John. I feel like there's a lot of contradiction in the series throughout about that scene too, like where he says Red John has a strong sense of theater and this and that, but there's a lot of other moments where he tries different things and does other things, like obviously that really wasn't Red John, but I'm just saying you could use that same logic on a lot of other moments, which is true in detective fiction in general. Like, there'll be a lot of moments like, oh, you know, your logic could also apply to countless other things. It wouldn't just be that one moment. Let's go ahead. We'll try to make this move here in a second. Now, I feel like this cop is behind me, so that I'm afraid to do this, and it's just kind of incidental that is the case, but no, it makes it look like you're texting and stuff. Whatever. Okay, so we're gonna go back, do a take back. And you can do the take back by voice and stuff too, but it's just like confusing. Okay, so we're gonna do King G7. Green. King G7. So we did King G7, and that was to cover the pawn, and now he goes Rook from A1 to F1. And the reason why is because he's double attacking that, which doesn't actually matter that much. That is sort of irrelevant because you are still adequately covering that, but maybe with the knight you're not. So this is going to be a little tricky of a position to figure out, and maybe I shouldn't even do this. I'm not going to recap the position every single time, though. Like I've told you, so well, but I almost, whatever. But let me try to think. So he's double attacking that. And the big concern is if he gets the queen in or something, so opening that pawn was such a big problem. I should bring in maybe my own other rook. Because my bishops aren't doing anything and I can't figure out how to make them do something. Like, whatever, this level 6 isn't going to make any sort of obvious mistakes. It's all going to be very basic. Like, they'll make very good moves and any mistake would be super high level. So I guess the only thing I can think of is move my rook out. So I'll go rook from rook a8 to d8, just so we can go up and then even sack for the knight or do something, but just anything. Rook d8, red. Rook d8. Okay, so we went rook d8. Now he's gonna go. He's just loading up. He goes queen to f2. So now you have the rarely seen triple sack moment where it's very surprising. Again, I don't even mind sacking some material here if that's what it takes to shut this shit down. But in fact, there's sort of a potentially brilliant move here, because you can. Oh, wait a second. It probably doesn't work for some reason, but I could take the knight with the queen. The problem is he'll give some kind of check or something in the middle, right? That's the problem, right? I would take the knight with my queen, and then they would take back, and then therefore that bishop would be attacking their queen, and then I would take their queen. But the reason why that doesn't work, as awesome as that seems, is because you would give a check. So I would take the knight, then they would just simply give a check. But I guess, no. The very check that they would give, I'm going to do it anyway. The very check that they would give would be on the same square that the queen is therefore attacking. So I just found like a brilliant thing that isn't really that hard to see, but I'm surprised then that they did that, but they must have some other plan in mind, but I don't see what it is. So we're going to go queen d5. E5, purple. Queen. Queen E5. So the check that they did, okay, I get it. They just give a check directly with the rook on the king, which for some reason I wasn't expecting. But now, if I take back, the queen's going to take. But I still don't get it. You just have to, like, not. Because, okay, I let them take that for free. Now, if I take, they take and just mate or something close to it. Otherwise, and then I'm still going to lose the thing. So if I don't take and I move the king back, right, then he'll take the rook with the rook, then I'll take back, then he'll take with the queen. But wouldn't that be worth it? Because I don't know, the only move I can do is king to g8. So they went rook to f7, king g8. So now they go rook to f8 and capture the thing. And again, I still can't really capture back, especially because even if they whatever, they're going to save the queen in the process. So I really thought I did something there by taking the knight, but I mean, if I move up, they're going to mate me. If I don't, they're going to do something. If I take, I'm screwed. I don't know. This one's pretty much over. Rook f8. Then they obviously do queen f8, and it's mate. So whatever. Like, obviously at that point in the game, you can feel their strength a lot more, but up until that point I did fine. So it was just one move that sort of snowballed, and I could have probably salvaged it a little better, but the point is we're probably still going to lose. As far as I actually got something, because since it's around Christmas time, that's kind of fun. It's like a rolling self-moving keyboard, so I want to try that. And it was even said it was going to come Saturday, but then it said now it's going to come today, but now I'm not at home, so it's going to come, and then either they'll leave it and it'll get stolen, or they won't leave it because I'm not there. So that's a real problem, is like the timing of it. Exactly. Right, somebody will literally steal it, and then what the fuck do I do? I don't want to. I've never dealt with that before. I don't really order stuff online too much, or it'll normally be something pretty small and innocuous, but I'm sort of an impulse buyer and stuff. Like, if it's in a store, I'll get it right now. I'll have an impulse. But if it's not in a store, then I just won't even bother, because I don't want to wait a week or something like that. But no, it seems like a cool idea, so that'll be fun. I'm not obsessed with chess. I just bought a $200 fucking board. That'd be so cool if I got it tonight, but probably not. I want to go home and sit at the chessboard and play with myself, as a wise man once said, Magnum Carlos extraordinaire. So what you can do now is you can basically watch something on YouTube, or I don't even know what I want to do, and so therefore you get to there's some other chess tournament going on now. I mean, I don't really even watch it, but I definitely feel like that was pretty interesting with Ding and Gukesh. Like, just, it was surprising because you have some other element here. Like, it's different than Magnus, and now it'd be interesting to see Magnus challenge Gukesh, and maybe he'll have a pretty good chance. Like, because Magnus isn't at his best, or he's still kind of a little bit disinterested, but I'm not saying he wouldn't win, but it might still be tough for him. Nobody will ever perform better than Fabiano, though, because, you know, every game's a draw, and then you lose in the tie breaks. Like, what more do you want him to do? Right? He just put himself in the best possible position. You might say, oh, the tie breaks favor Magnus, but you're not realizing that the tournament itself favors Magnus. Like, literally, that's it. You know, everything favors Magnus, so what do you want him to do? Just not play? You didn't lose a single game to who is supposedly the best chess player of all time in the world, etc. And then switch to hands-on. I love it. Now I'll be tempted to get a Switch 2, but I don't have the money for this shit. But like, I didn't even use my Switch 1 hardly. Like, fucking so stupid. I like it. I mean, I think highly of it, but it's just, it's weird. Or even Nintendo's finally using like sequel logic. Like, they never would make direct sequels, like Breath of the Wild. Now Tears of the Kingdom is a direct sequel, I guess. Or even the Switch and Switch 2. And I guess the Wii and the Wii U was kind of like that. But no, it went from N64, GameCube, I guess SNES, NES, never mind. But you know what I mean. Like, it's weird to do it like that. It would be a spiritual successor, but not named the same thing. I find that kind of dumb. Is it really still switching if you've done it twice now? You switched and then you switched back. Why is it called a Switch? Because it's time to switch away from Nintendo consoles, because they can't keep up with modern hardware, like actual home consoles to try to compete with fucking PlayStation, Xbox, which they've never really done in terms of hardware aside from the very early days. We need Elon Musk to buy Nintendo and rescue it from fucking, but some companies don't even care about the money. They're just more like, we want to keep our integrity intact. I always liked Nintendo, but I think some of their policies are a little bit archaic and just out of touch. It's the best way to put it. I guess that game ended a lot quicker than I would have thought. But again, I think I played generally well up until that point. So I still don't know what I would have done in that exact situation. Like, they could take the pawn with that. I probably was supposed to not take it back. Even if I lost the pawn, it's not a big deal. But then the whole position becomes busted anyway. But no, even as I was looking at that position, I couldn't figure out, like, what would I, like, after I lost the pawn, what would I have hypothetically done to stop the bishop from taking there? And the answer is there's pretty much nothing I could do, because the knight is going to be left hanging no matter what. So you just already messed up the whole position from the outset. And so let me see what I can look at here. This is some current chess thing going on. Alireza versus Nepo. I think Ukesh is competing too, but he's not really doing too well. Alright guys, I've just landed in China, and then why aren't you speaking Chinese? So Nepo is beating Alireza. You wouldn't know exactly what point I'm watching it at, but Jan Nepomniachtchi, the Dota champion himself, Dota extraordinaire. Bro would make more money playing Dota semi-professionally than being the best chess player in the world even. So Alireza is losing. They're tied at 0.5. I was ahead of the curve on so many things to do with chess, though. Like, there shouldn't be special titles for women. I said that many years ago, and now it's become a trendy take to say it. Or I said that I like variants better, and obviously now those have started to become more successful, like the Chess 960 and stuff. And even like Sergei Karjakin, that he shouldn't have been banned for political reasons. It's a nightmare for Fallujah with a capital K, haha. That's always a confusing notation thing too. Like K versus the king versus the knight. So it should be more so like H is for the knight, for the horse, but then that overlaps with H. It could just be capital H, but because of the H file. They kind of overused Tanya in this. I saw a clip from like 10 years ago that she was also in the, special treatment, DEI hire because she's a woman. Again, doesn't mean she's not good at chess, but why not have somebody better? Judith Polgar or anybody else? LeBron Aronian? Really? Why? 2830. Don't just say 2800. Fuck you. Bro's doing like an ASMR voice. I don't know who this guy is. He's black, so he's bringing up LeBron. Haha. I don't know what you even think I'm doing right now. I could be jacking myself off. Like, you're not aware. It's even worse than normal. Like, oh, you're gonna have fucking, you're gonna have the normally the timestamps and stuff, which you don't even have here. I've been doing a lot lately where I do these like commando sessions where I'm not even using the mic, but I guess it doesn't really matter, but it'll make the audio seem confusing throughout this, where it'll change part way just because I don't feel like setting that up yet, unless I'm really watching something or whatever. Just when I'm like intending not to really do a segment for a session, like I'm driving here for a few minutes and then I don't feel like doing it, and then I stop somewhere and then I start doing it, but whatever. So like, there's a concept I was discussing, like trust in society. Like, well, you can't have a society if you don't trust anybody, but then the whole basis of society is twofold. Like, you can't always be looking over your shoulder and expecting that your neighbor's out to get you and they're going to kill you, or that they'd be willing to do that, right? You can't have that, because then it doesn't work anyway, because all enforcement is like reactionary, and it's not going to prevent the crime, it's going to react to the crime after the fact and all of this. So the problem is that you have this, on one hand you assume that intent, right, that there's some, it's sort of hard to explain, just the fact that you have the fact is that you're able to consider something big scale, that is like, you can't be always looking over your shoulder. You have to trust, you have to have some faith and trust in your neighbors and your ordinary people, right? Otherwise society doesn't work, because society assumes the goodness of people on one hand, that yes, you have laws, but that only is after the fact, so it wouldn't prevent someone from doing something bad, so you can't always be paranoid looking over your shoulder. But also, if everybody did something bad, right, then the laws don't work either that way, right? Because there's too many people. If there's 300 million people in America, you're assuming the goodness of the vast majority of them, because if out of 300 million, 160 million are bad and going to commit crimes, then society doesn't work, because, you know what I mean? It's 160 versus 140, so you lose. And it's not even that, like, you are assuming like 1% of the population, or a very small percentage, are criminals, right? Then it works. So only a very, very, very small number of people are going to do something like that, then you can manage it. If even 10% of the population commits crimes, major crimes, or 20%, or, that's too much to handle, it doesn't really work, right? You get overloaded in the criminal justice system just by a small percentage, let alone that. So if 40, 50% of the population are just bad and going to commit crimes all the time, then you've already failed. So you have to assume the goodness of people that way. But on the other hand, it doesn't assume the goodness, because on one hand you trust people and people are inherently good, but on the other hand you're always locking your doors, and that's why you have laws in the first place, and that's why you have indoctrination, and you have all these social stigma, and you have all this reinforcement. So on one hand you're assuming the goodness of people and relying on it, but on the other hand a good functional society wouldn't assume the goodness of people then. It would enforce it. It would make sure, like, we have to indoctrinate our children, and we have to have social stigma reinforcement. We have to have the threat of enforcement. So in other words, you may assume the goodness of people, but then you also don't rely on it. So you assume the badness of people. That's why you have laws. That's why you have indoctrination. So you assume, and really good and bad are just reactions to the inherent state. But you recognize, okay, people are inherently bad by our own subjective reactionary standards. That's why we call it bad, to try to discourage it. Because people would do these things anyway, or they still do them even after all this. But so then you take that inherent state that is undesirable and bad, or willing to do things like that, and then you try to counteract it. So it might seem fairly obvious and basic, but that's not the framing that's typically used in society, or even on an individual basis. So you realize, well, we pretend something is true just because we want it to be true, or that's a result of our contrivance state. So everything we do is a reaction to the inherent state, not a reflection. Because if it was just how people inherently are, people would never do anything wrong, because it's wrong, of course, absolute inherent morality. But then you wouldn't need all this emphasis. You wouldn't need law enforcement. You wouldn't need indoctrination. And even after all that, people still do it in certain numbers. So yeah, there's sort of a duality with that. Like, you assume the goodness of people, or you try to do it, but then you can't rely on it because you have to actively enforce and uphold it as well. So in other words, it's anything but absolute, because then you wouldn't have to struggle so much to achieve it. So there's sort of some other way I wanted to describe it, but I can't remember. You can't always be looking over your shoulder, so you have to assume the goodness of people, but on the flip side, society by definition, you don't trust one another. You don't trust people. So it creates a contradiction. Like, let's be a part of society because we have trust in the goodness of other people, so therefore it'll work, right? You need that as the premise. But then in practice, you don't actually believe that, because you lock your doors, you have enforcement, you have law enforcement, you have stigma, all these kind of things. So on one hand, you want to pretend people are inherently good, but to justify, certain worldviews. But then, in practice, you don't believe they're good, because then you have all these problems, enforcement and otherwise. So you got this constant contradiction that, people are inherently all the things, or even just this about reality in general, not just people. All these things we want to believe to be true are inherently true. But if they were inherently true, you wouldn't need to actively struggle to uphold them, achieve them, create the illusion of all that. So it's not that they're inherently true, it's that you want them to be true, but then you also want to pretend that because you want them to be true, that they are inherently true. So that's the mistake that people often make. No, the best way to achieve it is realize it's not inherently true, so now we have to actively struggle to uphold it, as we do anyway. But this pretense that it's already the case is a bit deceptive, because then you start to rely on it a different way. Then if you truly believed it's absolute or inherent, you would just say, okay, now we don't have to do anything. Everything's just, everything we want to be true is true. So you don't have to do anything. God will strike somebody down if they try to do something bad, or God wouldn't have even created them with the capacity to do wrong by their definition if that was the case, or nature, the laws of nature would not allow this to be the case. So instead the fallacy becomes like, if a vast majority of people, 99.9%, believe something, then that becomes true. But that still doesn't mean it's true. It just means that we can collectively agree to try to uphold that contrivance state, but it's still not absolute. And of course, those things are arbitrary and subjective anyway. Like, from era to era, it would differ, right? Every era has a different morality. Every country, even in the same era, has different morality. So there might be general things that are agreed upon, but it's inconsistent both in the exact details, like something hundreds of years ago that was considered normal and moral is now no longer the case, and vice versa. Something today that's considered normal would have been considered bad back then. Like, for example, gay marriage is a good example, or being gay. That would have been considered immoral and terrible, and still is in some parts of the world. So, but now it's considered normal and good in a lot of other ways. So, would you agree with the morality of history that often vastly said that being gay was sort of unnatural and immoral? You would not agree. So you would say, oh, of course it's not absolute, because then that would have been absolute. People were apparently wrong about that. And so from country to country, from era to era, etc., there's a great amount of deviation in the details. And not only is there deviation in the details, but there's also a situation where you're able to defer to some bigger picture structure. And what that structure is the fact that it's the fact that you basically have let me think. You would be deferring to a structure like it's not absolute or inherent or anything like that. I kind of lost my train of thought. That's a good thing. I can go back and listen to it, but I don't like to really do that. Oh yeah, it's arbitrary in the details, and it's also arbitrary and subjective in practice. So this is what absolute or inherent or objective morality would look like, apparently, if you believe it to be so. It would look like you would have to constantly, you would indoctrinate your children so that they're not born believing that. You would have to actively try to uphold it, like you have to indoctrinate children, raise them a certain way. Then you have to have constant social reinforcement, stigma, etc. Then you have to have constant threat of enforcement, laws, and etc. So you have to have all that. And then even after all that, people still break from it. So all it takes to undo that, even all of that contrivance, but also the inherent absolute state of being, apparently, is, some random subjective person can just say, I feel like doing something different, or I feel like not abiding by it. The absolute morality. So the fact that you can even do that breaks the illusion right there. But also on top of that, you have the ability to look at this that again, from country to country it varies. So what's absolute morality in one country would not be in another. They'd have different age of consent is a good example. Like, I'm not saying what is right or what is wrong, but in one country it's 13, in another country it's 16. So in one country you'd be condemned and vilified, you're evil, you're terrible. In the other country, it's perfectly fine. At the same age, the same details, age of drinking, smoking. Right, so it varies arbitrarily from country to country, from era to era, time period to time period, culture to culture, as to what is supposedly moral. So if it was absolute, it varies too much. And then the other side is that even in the execution of it, like, law enforcement, well, sometimes the people in law enforcement don't enforce the law, or somebody gets away, or somebody is corrupt and does something wrong within that, or, so it's only as real as your ability to uphold and enforce it. And so that creates a problem too. And then you also have the ability to basically yeah, just like it comes down to subjective acknowledgement of it, first of all, because you could just not do that. And then it comes down to subjective enforcement, and then it comes down to subjective ability even to interpret and enforce that, which is supposedly absolute. So yeah, the fact that it comes down to that is very telling, because you shouldn't need that all if it was something more. So, and that's like the straw man that's often used here is like, oh, how can you say it's not? How can you say what we want to believe to be true isn't true? But, this is like the absolutist perspective of the observing the practical reality, or observing the practiced reality, I should say, of something rather than some other idyllic standard. So like, here's the pretense of what, like, oh, morality is inherent absolute. But if you observe objectively reality of what's happening in front of you, even subjectively, but if you observe what actually happens in practice, it's very different. So like, oh, this is absolute and it's meant to be and this and that. But then the everyday reality that you observe, oh, it's not that at all. It requires constant effort, struggle, inconsistency by its own standard. All this kind of thing happens. Right, there's a better way to explain that I had, but basically, this is what you would do. You were objectively observing the reality on an everyday basis of what people actually do, how people actually behave, practice, etc., versus the pretense that is posed, like, oh no, this is how it actually is, this is how it's meant to be, but then this is how people actually practice it in a basic, everyday, real sense. This is a good way to look at closed structure contrivance sort of in practice, that people would project something always on externality and then react to their own projection of it. So in other words, they can never be wrong, or there can never be a different measure. So people can only behave in certain ways, or however they behave is interpreted by you. You assume that, and then any reaction, it's just reinforcement. So what that means is, again, somebody could be just neutral, totally non-emphasis anything. Something will be projected onto that because that's the perspective of contrivance. You can't just say, oh, they have different measure, neutral, etc. It would be, no, you have some strong reaction to everything, because it has to either reinforce your contrivance state by positive reinforcement, like, oh yeah, this is a good way to reflect something on your contrivance, or even negatively, like, oh, it's a threat to it, so we're gonna use it as like sort of negative reinforcement, that like ridicule it to reinforce our own state. And so now by doing that, you might realize something that it's something a little more than that too, but that's kind of the thing. The framing is sort of controlled, so you're creating your own illusion of reality, right, where everything has to exist within that. So everything you perceive is that. Anything contrary would be like, oh no, this must just fit into my projection, that, oh, it must be some incentive. And so a common framing with that is like ability, like, oh, they must have the same zero-sum incentive, they just don't have the ability to achieve it. They're just not contriving to achieve it. Not that they don't have that incentive at all, or that they have some other measure, other practice. None of that can exist. Only one framing can exist. So it's the same as your framing or some contrived perspective. And so what it means is, it's just a matter of, oh, they're just not able to achieve it, or they're just something like that. Not that they could have a different measure or unconditional standard neutrality. None of that can possibly exist, or that there could possibly be any flaw with the contrivance, other preference, other measure of some different kind. None of that can exist. So it's all just used to reinforce the contrivance state that is, again, absolute or unquestionable. So, oh no, it's just that they lack the ability to achieve it, or the awareness of some, emperor has no clothes fallacy, that our standards is absolute, contrivance is absolute, but, which if it was absolute, then there'd be no question. Everybody would be achieving it the same way, or doing exactly the same thing. But oh no, when somebody deviates from this absolute, which the deviation itself would indicate that it's not absolute, but oh no, it doesn't reveal that. It instead reveals, oh no, it's the fault of the person. They're just struggling to achieve it, or lack ability to achieve it, or they should be trying to achieve it, but they're just not, even though that in itself is a contradiction. So what you run into is again, it can only be struggle to achieve it. It's always a fault of the individual for failing to overcompensate for contrivance, or for not adhering to it somehow. Not the fault of the contrivance itself, that maybe this aspect of contrivance isn't necessary, or is objectively adverse, or is evidently, this is the biggest one, is evidently negligible. Like, you just don't have to do that. But again, it's only real by acknowledgement. So if you just didn't care about it, then it wouldn't matter. But because you do, it does, like appearances. Right? The amount of emphasis, effort, resources, etc. put into like maintaining appearances, if you just didn't do that and didn't care about appearances, they suddenly wouldn't matter. So now you would focus on some inherent reality, and you could do so much more for that. So you value appearances not only instead of reality, but even at the expense of reality, which shows you a lacking measure that, oh, it's more important to keep up appearances than it is to actually practice something of some functionalism, zero-sum means, actual value. That way you can overextend it in a certain way that, you give the appearance of value instead of the reality as almost a placeholder, but then you would have to question why even bother doing that. But it's to overextend it to a collective rather than, it's just non-basic self, then there wouldn't be any pretense. But then that tends to not really fly in a, again, overextended state where there's just so many people. A village of 100 concept comes to mind, so you have this consideration as well. So the other point of that is the simple fact that you have the ability to consider this sort of constitutive positive undue emphasis, but the fact is that what you're positively reinforcing is an objectively adverse contrivance state to everyone in finite. The expression that I use, I won't even explain it right now, but so you're kind of creating a problem that you have well, anyway, whatever. The closed structure contrivance, or just contrivance in general, you're framing everything within this perspective that, again, you assume intent, you project intention, some incentive, you have all this, and so now, because of that, again, neutrality can't exist, objectivity can't exist, you have this ability to consider neutrality can't exist, other things can't exist, a different measure can't exist, different priority can't exist, unconditional, etc. So again, that comes to structure, the structuring of a contrivance practice, like it would have to be done in this exact way and this way only, or you're assuming this, so you can never question the contrivance state itself, only the one who practices or fails to practice it. So of course it's both absolute, but it can be subjectively just not done, but then, oh, that's just because there's some lacking ability or label. But you would assume if it's as absolute as you say, then it shouldn't come down to subjective practice. So it's not absolute. One look at contrivance here and how it sustains itself is like make everyone sacrifice for it. So they almost indignantly then insist upon that or take pride in it, like, oh, look, I sacrificed more than you, or look how I'm dealing with my sacrifice better than yours. Like, there's something innately self-defeating in it that, like, you're doing it where everyone's sacrificing for everybody else, so it's, like, treated as, like, a net neutral, like, you just, like, it's no big deal, as if it's, like, honorable to do so, and you know, it becomes taken for granted, or it becomes, you know, there's never any big picture perspective, because again, objectivity isn't useful, it's not functional, it's all just everything used for functional reactive state to reinforce something state of being. And so you know, like a lowest common denominator collective, you can't possibly argue for some value within that, but it's all like something truly high level, or however you define it, would not be, you know, something true progress would leave a lot of people behind, or true value would not apply to a mass collective lowest common denominator. It would not have even created such a state in the first place. So those are all the dynamics of like a mass-produced society, not just in terms of technology, but even in terms of people themselves, that you wouldn't have this many people in the first place. You would treat the stimuli activity with more severity. And so you have a situation where that's the most basic way to see a half-mass state, that it's both used as an excuse, like, oh, look how much I'm struggling to feed my kids who I had, which of course you treat like as if that's not a choice, as if that's not a weighted decision that you would have made, you didn't think about it, half-mass hedonism. So you're not treating it with the severity, life itself with the severity, with any at all, really. And then beyond that, you have a strong functional basis to a lot of it, but again, you can never fully achieve that function, and it's only a zero-sum process, but this is something that human functions half-mass practice typically does, is like, you treat things as if you're going to live forever, so you don't have a constant awareness like an absolutist that would be of the finite nature of your existence and of the end, because in any given moment, if you treat it like that, would you really care about appearances and social contrivance and little, all these mundane things, if you were aware that you're going to die at all times in your life, you're always aware of that inevitable reality. So you would hold it with much more weight, and you wouldn't care about, mundane aspects, even in a zero-sum sense. So now you have that constant awareness, and that's where it's partly there's two age moments. Like, people who are very young might be very honest. People who are very old might be very objective and aware of the end. So now all of the contrivance goes out the window. Not that, they're suddenly crazy. It's that, they're suddenly faced with the inevitable reality of the artificial contrivance and how it no longer even serves a functional sense on a superficial level for them. And then even in like a teen age years, you have someone who's able to finally assess the contrivance state that they were non-consensually forced into for themselves. So how dare they question that? And so those are three age group considerations that what happened. And how it's sort of labeled and dismissed, etc. And then you also have the ability to consider then like a midlife crisis and some other age group, like 30s to 40s range. So what a strange thing to try to dismiss. Every age group has to be discredited somehow, because you can't have a contrivance state actually be questioned. And something weird happened again. I have now a fifth follower on that inactive Kick channel that I probably should use a little bit, but you would think, where are they finding this from? You would think they'd be finding it from my YouTube, but then my YouTube only has 1 subscriber, so I don't really get even that much. And it's not like that gets very many views. Maybe some older video on there got a certain number of views, but like that Larry David one at least got a good amount, but that's been for a while. And then I assumed it was the whole show, but that was just like a special. And then there's the show itself that I watched later separately. So I got a genuine laugh out of that one, the Molly Shannon thing. I think I brought that up a lot. Like, it was maybe a little disingenuous because I paused it and then I got something to eat or whatever, and then I finished it. So maybe if I didn't pause it, I might not have laughed, but because it was immediately after I started pretty much that they were having that conversation. Like, she had sex with old men and causes them to have heart attacks and die in sex. It may be a good way to go out, but he's saying it in such a gleeful way, really. His heart exploded. And of all the moments where people probably laugh, that might be one that isn't really entirely meant to be funny, or it's hard to even assess what is and isn't meant to be funny and something like that. Most of it really wasn't funny at all, though. Which doesn't mean it's bad. It can still be interesting, but I'm not the type of person to really get scared or to really laugh out loud or anything like that from stuff like that. I mean, from fiction in general. Yeah, there's a certain indignance to contrivance, a certain personalization. That's how you can make people almost take pride in it, or, you know, take pride or even somehow feel like it's a choice. So that's a great way to control people that way. Like, they're sort of insisting upon their own state that they've been reduced to. So, like, oh, we're not gonna... I don't know. It's hard to explain. They'll insist upon it as though it's a choice, or they take pride in non-choice reaction, whether that be now some circumstance or where they happen to be born or family and things like this. All things that they didn't choose that they'll rigidly, rabidly sort of insist upon. Okay, this will be one of those filler in-between sessions that, whatever. We'll watch stuff on YouTube, and then what I'll also do is I will... then the next segment I can try to decide on the F movie to watch. Or sorry, I keep saying F because I have friends with benefits. G, the G movie to watch. Then I'll go from that to episode 8 of Monk. But also, I kind of want to re-watch that too. Episode 7 because it was so noteworthy because of... I just didn't even understand what was going on. Like, that's one of the most convoluted episodes. Again, it ended up still being good, but it's borderline like a C grade because it has this issue of it has an issue where there's like more to it than meets the eye. It's hard to explain, like it's trying too hard. So you can see how over the course of a long series, that's the kind of episode you want to try to avoid, because not every episode can be like some super villain crazy thing, but then that's how you make it kind of crazy still nonetheless. Because yeah, really, like how many major crimes like this happen in a city? Think about in real life, if you lived in the city, you'd hear, oh, this billionaire just tried to mug somebody and got shot. And then, oh, this other week, did you hear about this one? Like, you're giving like late night stand-up comedians a lot of material here. When does this really happen in a short span of time? Any one of these crimes would be a big news story kind of thing. So, oh yeah, last week we had this elaborate guy from prison plan out the murder of somebody to try to frame them, a cop. And like, I'm not saying crimes don't happen every day, but it seems like a bit excessive. Like, it's too much, too elaborate. I get it for the sake of the story, but it's very hard to justify. Or what it almost makes me think of is like in the Phoenix Wright series, it's obviously a game series where you're playing as a lawyer and you keep solving these elaborate cases, right? After a while, it becomes like this hero syndrome where like, oh, what new challenge will you provide next? And in the 6th game, right, the Spirit of Justice, what happened, the most recent one, what happens is hilarious the way I kind of look at this. You have been through so many different obstacles. Like, you've taken down a corrupt chief of police and an undefeated prosecutor of 40 years and this and that, right? So what new challenge could possibly pose itself now? And what do? They make you go against the queen of a country and basically an entire country. Korean, is a country that believes in spirit channeling and all this kind of stuff. So you literally invent a country to have your lawyer face off against that and take down the queen and all this. Like, that's the level. So what will you do next? Now you'll take down an alien invasion, or now you'll take down, like, it really was. Like, that premise of that game is so out there that it's hard to explain. Like, what will our hero do next? Like, if it was an action series or something, you have to keep coming up with new and new challenges, and it has to be more and more elaborate. So you literally say, oh, we have our character take on an entire country and take down their leader and take down everything. Like, how? Right, that's just so over the top. You literally create that. It just is like a sequel-light issue. Like, the more sequels you have, the more absurd the premise has to be. Like, oh, Jason X, where he's in outer space, or, something stupid like that. Or now here, again, let's invent a country and have you face off against that. And now I really wonder, I would love to see what the premise of the next one could be, because you've already gone against, really good prosecutors and really high-ranking officials and an ambassador, even though that's not Phoenix still, an ambassador and chief of police and a prosecutor and all this kind of shit. It's like, you've already gone through all of those kind of things, so what more could you do that would be difficult, right? You've already had dual destinies, you've gone against an international spy and all this kind of stuff. Like, every twist and everything has been done. I'm not even taking away from the material, but I'm taking away from the incentive. Like, the reason why you have to feel that way is because you've already done it, like, for so long. So what that tells you is probably the series has gone on a bit too long and just outstayed its welcome, because it keeps getting more and more elaborate to the point where it just doesn't even make sense anymore. You see that with certain series like Tom Cruise is 60 years old, but he's still going to keep doing Mission Impossible. Or you see that with Rocky or something. Like, there's no real script that would ever say, let's have this 60-year-old man play this action hero. But because it's already established in the series, now you will, because, whatever, we're used to it. Even Top Gun or something. So there's that element, and that's really all the premise is in the story, that sometimes people don't think about it like this or realize, but the premise is just a gimmick and a prop to use, right, for the storyteller. So even a great series like Death Note, which is really, all-time amazing, and I have very little to criticize about it. I almost want to do that, where maybe I should do that once in a while, but I really don't want to rewatch the whole show. Not that I don't like it, but I've seen it so many times, and because I have so many good quotes and analyses to go with it, that I could really do a great, I feel like, reaction series on it. I might have to keep pausing it, though, is the problem, because there's so much to say. But the most important moment in the whole series is one that might surprise you. Film Critic Reacts. I think I joked about making a clip about this before. It's when he puts the pencil lead in his door and he reveals that to Ryuk, how the pencil lead breaks and the piece of paper. He goes through all that just to see if someone's come in his room or not, so that answers a lot of questions to the audience about why couldn't you just do this to catch him or that to catch him, and it also qualifies his intelligence in a believable way that, at least how he thinks, and you're seeing it from his perspective. So that moment seems innocuous, it's just to see if someone goes in his room, but that, for the rest of the series, was in the back of my mind, if he puts this much thought into if he puts this much thought into just that, to see whether someone goes in his room or not, of course he's going to account for every little thing that would potentially trip him up. So now it's going to take something very big to catch him, because something minor, some little, why couldn't you just do this? Why couldn't you just do that? He would have accounted for those things, because it's showing you how careful and over the top he is. So that's a very important moment, and just some of the stuff about Light being an absolutist character, certainly a great example of one where, it's somebody, he even recognizes it himself. He's a Machiavellian character where he's like, if Kira's caught, then he's evil. If he wins and rules the world, then I guess he's justice. That's not just his opinion. That's the objective reality that, that's how he views things. It's ability. If I'm smart enough to do it, if I can get away, then you can't stop me. And the Notebook is even an equalizing factor, because obviously he's just an ordinary guy, not ordinary, but, L couldn't do that either without the Notebook. Nobody could do that without the Notebook, so that's not the issue. Well, once you have that, you make the most of it. You're better than Higuchi. The Yotsuba arc sort of is showing you what Light would be like without the Notebook, and so it sort of proves his intelligence is on par with L's, because a lot of people try to say it's unfair for L because he doesn't know the rules of the Notebook, but that's just not how the series is written. If you believe that, then you could just say, okay, the series is just bad and it just doesn't work, because then, you have an imbalance that, this kid who's smart at school seems to be a lot smarter than what he is because of the Notebook, but that's not really how it's written. Light really is one of the smartest people in the world, like L, and they're on a similar level. And so what it shows you is that the Yotsuba arc, he doesn't have the Notebook, and so now you decide what to do. They're performing at a similar level, right? Light excels at times and is they're both on par with each other. That's, I would say, from an author's standpoint, that's what that part of the show, the series, is meant to portray. Like, let's see what Light would be like without the Notebook. That's what he's like. And let's answer all the questions about, who would be better. Like, if the Notebook wasn't involved, Light would be a detective on par with Al, one of the best detectives in the world. So, you know what I mean? That's clearly what that indicates, but yet people still deny it and say, well, it's not fair, like, to Al that, he didn't know the rules of the game that he was playing. But that's part of the mystery. That's part of the point. So I don't really agree with that. And he, in theory, at least has the police force of the world behind him at the beginning, even if Light turns that against him and everything. But no, like, a premise is just an oversimplified reduction of something. Like, let's just turn this into a microcosm of Al represents such and such, and Light represents such and such. There's a line in GTA 5 that's kind of funny like that. Let's boil it down into an overly simplistic battle between two yuppies, whatever he's talking about, like the premise of a movie. That's really what it is. Like, it's not really like Al versus Light in a literal sense. Like, that's not really what it would come down to if this was happening in the real world. But it would be like Al represents the total police force of the world, right, and the best that they have to offer. It wouldn't just be like one person. I guess with Kira it might be, because he's not going to share his power too flippantly. But what else do we have? Just like Light being Machiavellian, and the end justifies the means. Like, he's even very aware and says these things too. Like, if I have to sacrifice my mind and my soul to save the world, then it's worth it to make the world a better place. And if I have to, I had this messianic expression, like, Light is a messiah of the new world who sacrifices money, women, an easy life of luxury that his intelligence guarantees to actually make a meaningful change. I've seen that quoted in some YouTube comment too. Somebody who had seen maybe my past. I had discussed some stuff like this a long time ago. It was like around the time I did my debate format, and I had quite a few memorable quotes that came from it, so that's one of them. But like, he basically, Light is this messianic figure that resists temptation. He resists Misa and Takeda. He doesn't care about women. He doesn't care about money. He doesn't care about, luxury and laziness. He's willing to work hard. He's willing to put his life on the line, risk his life. He's willing to do all this. He doesn't care about money, women, power in a sense. Pride would be his sin, but even then it's for a good cause. Like, so he resists all these things. He doesn't care about women. He doesn't care about money. He doesn't care about his own life and safety. He's willing to put at risk all of this. So he's doing this in relatively a selfless way, because you might say, well, he's doing it to become a god, but on one hand, that could be seen as psychological motivation. Like, that's just a way to play on the human ego to try to get you to do something actually good for the world. That you have to give yourself some motivation to say that I'm a god, or to justify what you're doing. But in reality, he knows he's not literally a god, because obviously then he wouldn't be afraid of bullets or getting shot. But also, he's like, I'm not going to give him that much credit to say that, but like, it doesn't matter, because again, even from an outside perspective, you could say, well, he reduced worldwide crime by 70% over those years. That he says that at the end, and that's actually true within the story. Nobody really disputes him on that. He actually does reduce worldwide crime by 70%. So imagine how many millions of innocent lives that would have saved, right, over those years. So if he didn't do that, 70+% more people would have died, or crimes would have been committed. So compare that to the small number of innocent people he killed. So in a literal, factual sense, he killed less than 100 or less than 1,000 at least innocent people over all that time. But yet he would have saved millions of innocent lives, because if he didn't, if worldwide crime didn't magically go down by 70%, which it wouldn't have on its own, right? Imagine how many millions of crimes that stopped, how many millions of murders and etc. didn't happen, right? So he sacrificed less than 100 innocent lives, let's say. We see very few in the series, too, and he makes a point not to do it. So, like, Naomi Mizura, the FBI agents, like, there's very, very few, assuming they don't have skeletons in their closet, too. You can count Elle and Watari and stuff. Even Weddy and Ibra you can't count, because they are criminals. But, the vast, vast, vast majority of people, I can't even name more than probably 10 people who could be construed as innocent that he kills. But even if you were to count that, or Aizawa would take revenge for Ukita, but Light didn't even kill Ukita. Misa did it in a betrayal of what Kira is really all about. But the point is that Light is able to do something that, again, he's aware of his intention and he's very consistent. So that's what makes him an absolutist. Like he says in the first episode, right, if I have to sacrifice my mind and my body and soul or whatever, then it's worth it. So he's willing to do that. He realizes what he's doing. And he also is able to put his life on the line. He knows exactly what he's doing. He's very deliberate with it. It's not like he's too stupid to realize what he's doing. He knows exactly what he's doing. And he's willing to make that sacrifice. And he does whatever he can to achieve it. So, he doesn't hesitate and question the morality of what he's doing because he decides it from the very beginning. So that is an absolutist nature that it's not about what you do, that's your own measure and decision, but it's about how consistently you do it. So he never hesitates, aside from maybe wanting to kill Sayu, but even then he doesn't do it for more strategic reasons that, I can't blame it on Kira or something. But no, like he's very committed to it, and so I can't really, it's just a matter of whether he gets away or not, and he even says that, the Machiavellian thing. So he realizes that aspect of it. Like, if Kira's caught, he'll be deemed as evil. If he wins, he's justice. Like, that's just how morality works, because of course it's not absolute, but so that's exactly what he has to do. So he knows it. He's very aware. He knows he's not a god because he's afraid of getting caught and getting shot. He knows he's not... he knows the moral ambiguity because he even says, I have to sacrifice my mind, body, soul, but it's worth it in episode 1. He knows that. He knows that if Kira's caught, he'll be perceived as being evil. He knows all of these things. So it's hard to kind of say, oh, look at that. In episode 37, Light realizes he was wrong all along. But he wasn't. He did exactly what he said he was going to do. Right? He reduced worldwide crime by 70%. And if he dies in the process, so be it. That's almost how an absolutist would look at it. I know it's hard for someone to do that when they're getting shot and bleeding out. But Light's psyche was almost like that, where, well, I did my best. I reduced worldwide crime by 70%, so that's good enough. My life served its purpose, right? So I did my part, and that's a good thing, and the world's a better place because of me. So, what he would be thinking isn't that, I regret being Kira, or I wish I had been a normal student. He would be thinking to himself, I should have been more careful. I should have come up with a better plan. I should have had Mikami have some other contingency. It's my fault. The fact that I lost proves that I'm wrong, not in a moral sense, but in that's how he measures by ability. Like, ability makes you right, or ability makes you wrong. So it's like, the fact that Nier and Mello collectively beat me makes them right, I guess, and me wrong, even though it's not one individual, but that's how Light views it. That, like, there are some moments like that, too, that are telling. Like, when he says, I'll take a potato chip and eat it, he's doing that to mock L, of course. Like, maybe people don't understand it, or maybe whatever. People find the line funny and stuff, but it's like, I look like a normal student studying for his entrance exams. I'll solve equations, and I'll write names and eat a potato chip. So he's showing, like, what it looks like to L. Like, look, L, I'm rubbing it in your face. Just watch me, L. So he's doing that in sort of the childish way that he sometimes is, but he's sort of being snarky and saying, like, look at me, I'm taking a potato chip and eating it, all the while, because of my planning and genius, I'm able to kill people, both because of my genius and because of the notebook. So it looks like I'm just eating a chip, but I'm actually killing somebody. So the point is that he's doing that directly as a challenge and a mock to L, that sort of the validation that it gives him. Like, look at me, I'm just eating a potato chip, ha ha ha. Like, rubbing it in L's face, that you have no idea what I'm actually doing. But the other point is that the other point, he would be thinking, like, well, then maybe I don't deserve to pursue this path. I'm not really the god because I failed and I got caught. So that he's already acknowledged that. So, it's kind of hard to dismiss. So it's just an ability thing. Like, okay, he lost because of ability, but it doesn't come down to a morality issue. It's Machiavellian because, again, the end justifies the means, and it's a net positive result objectively that you can't dispute with the 70% reduction in crime. So all of this is very much within his awareness. So the only other thing I'd say is that there's a bit of a means argument with the Notebook, but I'll leave that to one side. But what I'll say is, it's like a validation. It's hard to explain. Like, when light is challenged by L, right, ability is the dictating factor. So, for example, if you're good enough to get away, and if you're good enough to outsmart L, this is kind of how light would perceive it, right? If I'm smart enough to get away, and I outsmart L and I beat him, that means that I'm right. That justifies what I'm doing. Because he would be thinking that what I'm doing is wrong, and he represents that. And I think what I'm doing is right. So, or whatever, necessary at least. He could be more nuanced because he's even aware of his Machiavellian nature. But, you have this, like, if I outsmart L and if I beat L, then that validates that what I'm doing is right, and what he's doing is wrong. Or something like that. Like, that validates me. So, in other words, ability is a dictating factor. If I'm good enough to get away, then that's all it is. Like, that's a very poignant, absolutist kind of observation that he makes. If Kira is caught, then he's evil. If he wins and rules the world, then he's justice. So it's not about morality, it's about ability. If he's good enough to get away, right, he's validated. And if he's not, then he's just garbage, and he gets caught and everything like that. So now, what it comes down to is the simple ability that, he's aware of all that. So yeah, in his final moments, he would be thinking in an absolutist perspective, like, well, it's my fault, my ability wasn't good enough, I should have been more careful, everything like that. I should have had some other contingency. I should have maybe got the Shinigami eyes, which he never does that. My plan should have been better. And again, the same basis of ability. I guess this means that I'm wrong. Like I even said, if Kira is caught, he's not just saying that to appease the group either. He's saying that in a literal sense. Like, that is actually how reality works. And then, yeah, the ending, I at least justify on a game theory level that they say, well, Mello and Nier combined to beat him. So I can accept that they're at least, it would be like, oh, if Nier just magically beat him, that wouldn't be satisfying. So at least, like, okay, Mello and Nier combined are good enough to beat him, where L couldn't. I can accept that those two combined are better than L by a little bit. But, the specifics of the ending are stupid because, again, Mikami could have had a scrap of paper somewhere else. He could have had the watch thing. He could have, tested the notebook before he came to the meeting. There could have been some contingency, like the same, using the same qualified intelligence thing. Sure, it's not Light doing it, but still, he would have told Mikami, I had this cool trick that I used in my room back in the day where I put a paper clip in there and I put a piece of paper. So he would have had Mikami do something like that to the safety deposit box to make sure that nobody's been in there. Even never mind the fact that Mello did what he did. Right? Sometimes this is one flaw of the show, or just some, like how in The Dark Knight, the Joker can just put bombs wherever he wants and just blow stuff up. It's a story that operates on game theory, where everything is sort of explained and logical and has a plan to it. But that's one thing that, he just wants to put a bomb somewhere, he just does it. Right? He just has like superpowers to be able to do that. So it's the same thing with Light. When Light wants to bury the notebook in the woods, he just does it, and nobody ever finds it. Like, that's it. He just magically is able to guarantee that. Right. Whereas in real life, you'd be worried, what if an animal gets to it? What if, somebody happens to dig it up? I guess it wouldn't be the end of the world. If they did it, it wouldn't necessarily prove that he's Kira, but it would, still inconvenience you and you no longer have the notebook. But, he goes in the woods and he just buries it, and nobody is going to ever find it. We just take that for granted. That's like a game theory thing. Like, we accept the fact that, okay, it's buried in the ground and nobody will find it unless something meaningful happens, right? So, like, same thing with the safe. We can assume that the safety deposit box is not going to be open ever for any reason unless Mello does what he does, right? That's the game theory expectation, because otherwise you could just say arbitrarily, what if Nier just says, oh, go check his safety deposit box, or just go do this, or just, he could just do that. So Light would have had a contingency anyway, right, just to make sure that that doesn't happen outside of the Mellow situation, like have a little thing in there so you would know if it's been open. See, that's such a simple thing. So the result of that wouldn't be that Light wins, because the notebook's still fake and it's been taken, right? But it would mean that Light wouldn't lose. So that would be the more logical thing. Mikami would have some failsafe to know that, oh, the safe's been open because I kept it. Just think about what Light says at the beginning of the series, and he would have passed this on to Mikami. Just think about it. Like, I adjust the door handle slightly, so Mikami keeps the notebook at a 45-degree angle in exactly this way with this amount of dust on it here, so that you would know whether it's been moved or not or taken. And I put a paper clip in the thing or something that only I would notice, that a pencil lead is in there, right, that Giovanni the clown wouldn't notice, that would break if it's been opened, or whatever. So Light would have had a contingency like that. There could have been a piece of paper left somewhere else. There could be a lot of different things in terms of that. You could have made a fake notebook from pages from the real one. Maybe you didn't want them to still come in contact with the Shinigami, but by touching it, that might cause some problem. But you could have made a fake notebook with pages from the real one, then you wouldn't have to worry about it. Or you could have had a piece of paper in his watch, the same way that because the assumption is like, oh, Mikami is being watched at all times, or he might be. So you're accounting for that, but you're telling me Mikami couldn't just go in the bathroom and then just, write on a piece of paper in his watch, and then nobody would know that. No, but like the point is that Mikami, you could have had a hidden piece somewhere. You could have had piece in your watch. You could have tested it. You could have had a way to verify it. The testing thing is actually pretty good too. Like, you wouldn't test it by killing somebody, the real notebook. And yeah, like, don't you think the SPK would be suspicious of that anyway? Like, but I guess it was within his normal routine, but even that's not true. The way they say it, oh, it's weird that he went to the bank twice in 2 days, but that means he would have gone to the bank twice in 2 days anyway, because he says that like he had already been to the bank, and then he went to the bank again to write Takada's name. But in reality, he would have went to the bank again to get the note, if it wasn't for Takada, to get the notebook to bring it to the meeting. So if Giovanni was still following him to the very last hour before the meeting, which you think he probably would because he's worried, like, what if he has some other plan, then you would be suspicious. I guess you wouldn't really be able to verify anything. He just goes in a safety deposit box and gets something, but you wouldn't know what it was and anything. But the point is that the notebook is like, you could have tested it. Now you might think, well, if you tested it, that would be suspicious. But assume this, like, he's going to the bank to get the notebook from the safety deposit box. And so in doing that, he must not be being watched at that moment. So what he could do is he could go to get the notebook, assuming he's not being watched, because if he was being watched in that exact moment, then he wouldn't be able to get the notebook in the first place, right? Because then that would give it away. So he's not being watched in that exact moment. So he goes in there, he quickly writes somebody's name down, and he writes, control their actions, die in X number of days, right? And then he takes it and he goes. Now, that action that he controlled would be on the news or something on the radio, that he would know, okay, this person is going to do some weird action. He's going to cough and wheeze 10 times or whatever, right? Somebody's going to do something and then they'll die later in 20 days, right? So what that tells you is nobody would know that you tested it even, right? If you actually killed somebody, then Nier might call up the meeting and say, wait a second, somebody new just died whose name was just announced or something, and then we'd be sus because how did he kill them? You could kill them in some inconspicuous way that you wouldn't know, but Nier is smart enough maybe to figure that out, so you would just control their action in a way that you could verify but that nobody else could verify. Then you would know whether it's real or not before going to the meeting, and the best case scenario is at least you would have, and you could have hidden a bunch of pages somewhere else too. That's the point. You might think, oh, how would he do that? He's being watched, but he sent a bunch of pages to Takeda. So at that same time the Light said send the pages to Takeda, he could have also said, Mikami, hide these pages somewhere else. You might think, oh, he doesn't trust Mikami to do that, to hide it, but he trusts him to hide the thing in a safe deposit box. So, Light in a normal sense would have a contingency to know whether that box had been opened or not, just in general, right? Just in case Nier felt like opening it anyway, just in case the bank did something, just in case of a million things, right? You would have, and I like how it's not even in a container or anything. It's like when you see it in the safety deposit box, it's just there. It's just a notebook. Like you could put it inside some kind of other cover or something. And like fingerprints and DNA and stuff on the notebook is interesting too. Like Light will touch it with his bare hands and stuff all the time. So you would think, I don't know if it's like immune to that or how that factors in, but it'll show him like wiping it. But I mean, come on, like the amount that he messes with it, whatever. It's not really entirely believable. The amount that Mikami's like spitting all over the place when he's fucking writing the names, delete. And yeah, even about the final plan, it's like, how stupid does Nier think Light is that Nier even acknowledges this is the guy who outsmarted and beat L, right? But then he says, oh yeah, what's Light's plan? Just to have Mikami come to the meeting with the notebook that he's very conspicuously using in public, come to the meeting with the notebook and kill everybody. That's really Kira's plan? There's no other nuance to it? Like, literally just come to the meeting with the notebook and kill everybody. Like, that was what Nier thought Light was planning. What a genius plan. Like, there's no other nuance to it than that? Wouldn't you expect something more from the guy who killed L? That like, oh yeah, he's just, hey Mikami, we're having this meeting, come kill everybody with your notebook that you're very conspicuously holding and using all the time. Like, really? That's it. There's nothing. So from Light's perspective too, what did Light think that Nier's plan was? Or like, what did Light think that Nier thought his plan was? Like, just that, oh, he's gonna come with the notebook and that's it. Like, really? But Light knew what Nier's plan was, but it's just kind of weird. There's like a missing element. What was Light's plan? Nothing. He was just, oh, Mikami has the notebook, come to the meeting with the notebook and kill everybody with the notebook. Like, but that's not even a plan. That's just like, come here and kill everybody. That's it. With like no nuance or no other layer to it than that. Nier thought he was being all cheeky, like, oh, I'm going to replace the pages and he won't even know. Which even that, there's some inconsistency because isn't the notebook supposed to not run out of pages? Like, it's supposed to have infinite, but I guess they don't know that. And even the writing on some of the pages doesn't make sense because, like, Takeda's name is in the notebook, right? In the real notebook. But then there's writing after that. But there wouldn't be writing after that. Because if Takeda's name is in the note, unless he wrote it in the fake notebook too, right? But I think they're implying that's the real notebook, right? That Nier's holding up and says Takeda's name is in the notebook. But then there wouldn't have been anything written after that in the real notebook because he didn't take the notebook with him. He left it there. Or that would have been the better option to take. Think about it this way. Literally, there's two scenarios that that are a good ending for Light. Mikami, while the Takeda hostage situation is going on, Mikami's in the bathroom taking a shit, so he couldn't hear about the news, so he just happened to miss it, and Light took care of it, and so now you don't have to worry. Or even just in that one moment between, Light gets to it first, and you hear about that, before you get to the thing, so you don't have to worry about it now, right? But no, I love that. He goes to the bank twice in 2 days. He would have gone to the bank twice in 3 days anyway. I mean, because he would have gone to get it for the meeting. But no, these are two things Mikami could have done. Mikami could have taken a shit in the bathroom and, I missed the Takeda news and now she's already dead. And I heard it would have taken some time to report on the fact that she's dead. But I didn't hear about it. I was busy in a case, in a meeting. Like, how do you know for sure that that's going to happen? Right? Nobody knew that was going to happen. So what if Mikami is somehow otherwise occupied and not watching the news? Then he wouldn't have done that. So if Mikami was just taking a shit in the bathroom or doing anything else in a court proceeding, in a meeting, then that would have been it. Then he wouldn't have heard that. He wouldn't have gone to the bank. He wouldn't have killed her. So that's like a dumb luck proposition. Just Mikami takes a shit and Light wins. Or also, look at how deeply you can think about this too, but there's too many problems with it, right? Like, and Light personally would have a piece of the notebook in his throat, like Kimberly, who could regurgitate it, or he'd have it stitched up his anus or something. Like, bro, do you know who this guy is? Like, I don't think you know who this guy is. Bro would have had a notebook piece up his fucking rectum that they wouldn't have found even in searching him. And then he would have killed everybody as he's running away or something. Like, you don't know how layered he is. Like, he's too much. Right? He would have some other nuanced plan. And he might still die, but it's just like... But no, the other thing Mikami could have done is, you're going to write the name in the notebook, which Light didn't tell you to do that. But Light... What should you do then? If you're going, you should just take the real notebook with you then, and now everything's normal, right? In other words, or you could that would be sick too. You could just switch them at that point. You could just switch them, because wow. No, but then they'd probably notice something. I don't know how that would make sense, because you'd have to put something in there for it to make sense. Just put some money in there or something to make it look like that's what you took out, some money or whatever, jewels or whatever. But the point is, you if you're gonna potentially reveal the notebook by writing the name in it, you may as well just take it with you at that point. So just write Takeda's name, then take the notebook with you in your bag, and then assume that they're not going to find it in the next couple days, because they're already satisfied that the other notebook you have is the real one. So just keep it hidden, I guess. Go home, go in your room, keep it somewhere safe. And again, you might think, they'll search you or something, but it's just for a couple days. And so it's like, you probably could get away with that. They wouldn't expect it. They're not looking for it, and you're not going to reveal it. You're not going to use it. Or you could start using it too. But no, I mean, you shouldn't use it. And Takeda had already taken care of, or that would make it even more convincing, because now you can kill people who are broadcast on the news presently, right after, because that would have stood out. But I guess somehow Light knew that wasn't going to be a problem. Like, nobody would have died from the time that Takeda died to the time of the meeting, right? Nobody knew would have died. So wouldn't that be a red flag to somebody as smart as Nier? They're like, wait a second, as soon as Takeda died, no new criminals have died. They're still dying. Like, whatever Takeda had written, she writes as many names as possible before she dies. But no new names would have been written, because like somebody who was reported after her death. But I guess it's such a small window of time that you can understand that, and it's maybe consistent with Mikami's schedule and behavior. But the thing is that Mikami could have just taken the real notebook again with him. You would have probably been better off doing that, if you're going to go through the risk of exposing it instead of just leaving it there. The whole point of leaving it there is to not expose it. And then So Mikami can just take it with him. Maybe you could switch it. Maybe you could start using that one instead. Maybe you could just take it in your bag and just hide it and pretend like it's not there, and nobody's ever going to notice it because they're not looking for it, right? That they're not going to do anything unusual and search your room now suddenly that they wouldn't have done before. Nothing would be any different. They might search the safety deposit box because they were suspicious about that anyway, but maybe Nier would have figured something out from that, because like the timing would be too convenient and stuff. But the other point is like the game theory qualification. This is what I said, like characters like L and Light are too great to be defeated directly. So in other words, you can't beat Light directly, you can't beat L directly. So how do you beat them? So it's like the cop-out with Rem, like, oh, Rem killed L, so that's not fair. But on one hand, Light's plan led to Misa getting her memories back, and Misa had already seen L's name. So that was Light's actual plan, if you remember. So the fact that she just forgot L's name, I don't think was something Light accounted for, right? Then she has to do the ideal again, and he makes the best of it and has Rem kill L and get rid of Rem too. But what if Misa had just remembered L's name, right, that she had seen? Everything would have been fine, because you could have just killed him anytime you want that. So the point is that it's a little wrong to say, oh, Light's victory was just because of Rem, or Rem carried him or something. That's not even true. The original plan was just, we clear our names, and then we have Misa remember L's name, which she already saw, and then just kill him. So technically that's how it could have ended, but just to make it more dramatic, I guess they make it so that oh, Misa's a clown and she forgot too. But that could have been how it ended. So to be fair, Light had a variety of ways to win at that point that are not contained to anything to do with Rem. Misa could have remembered, and then you already won. Right, that's all it would have taken. And then beyond that, you have this idea that both of these people can't be beaten directly. In other words, like L is too smart and too careful, so it would be impossible to directly beat him, right? So the way to beat him is in some circumstance outside of his control and awareness. Like, there's no way for L to know that Rem loves Misa, or that Rem would be willing to kill him. There's no way to know about that whole situation. So it's not any fault of L's. He's just put in an impossible situation where how could L possibly know that Rem wants to kill Misa, or to protect Misa, and is willing to kill you to do it, right? If he did know that, he might have somehow come up with a way to, like, oh, I'm going to capture Misa again and kill her if anything happens to me, or whatever. But he was even about to say something, everyone, the Shinigami, and then he dies. So it's not that, oh, it's some cop-out, the Light only won because of that. It's still a credit to his planning, because that's the best he can do. Like, the only way to beat L is in some very elaborate way that he couldn't possibly known about. And that's obviously Rem. I guess if Misa had remembered the name, that could have worked as well. That would have been a little more simple, but whatever. L loses to something outside of his awareness that he couldn't control, which was Rem's circumstance, right? Even though that posed an obstacle to Light too, that Misa was sort of a liability and all that. People don't look at it that way. Like, oh, look how much Rem helped Light. Rem actually hurt Light. The fact that Misa got the notebook hurt Light a lot. That's why she was in captivity, right? He was suspected, he had to confess. That's why he did the whole plan where he has to confess and lose his memories and all. And then Misa is a constant liability. And also, so just because he makes the most of it, right, doesn't mean it's a good thing. But the point is that Light... So just think about this for a second. They're two characters that are too capable to be beaten directly. So the only way to beat L is to take a situation that he couldn't possibly be aware of in Rem's infatuation for Misa, and then turn it against them, and then have that happen, right? And the same thing with Light. Light is too capable to be beaten directly. So how do you beat him? You have the combined efforts of Nier and Mello to expose the weakest link in the situation, which is Mikami, So you have their combined efforts expose Mikami, have Mikami expose the notebook, and then you use that to beat Light because it was outside of his awareness. Light didn't know that Mikami did that, where he went to the bank. In fact, he even went out of his way and removed the need, like an absolutist would do, by using the piece of scrap in his watch. So therefore, he not only did he not know that Mikami did that, he knew that Mikami didn't have to do that, or that he couldn't do that. Right, but here's why it's sort of qualified, is that Mikami's goal and why he was chosen was because he mirrors Light's actions so well. So because of that, right, that was technically Mikami's job, and Mikami has no way of knowing that Light can take care of Takeda, because up until now, Light hadn't killed anybody, because he's under surveillance and whatever. So the point is, Mikami has no way of knowing that Light can do that, right, in the scrap in his watch. But that shows you how capable Light is. Light removed the need of his own defeat, right? But it's just that he couldn't communicate that. So Light would have lost if he couldn't do that, but he did it. So think about that for a second. Like, Light's final act, his final kill, was him removing the need for the same reason why he lost. So, but it's still his fault, because, he should have accounted for that too. But that's what Light did. Light removed the need for Mikami to have to go to the bank, but he went anyway because he didn't know that. So even his most loyal follower underestimated him, basically, that he could take care of that. And then so the point with that is Light loses to circumstances outside of his awareness that he couldn't possibly control, because it creates an impossible situation for Mikami, where Mikami can't use the real notebook, but also he can't let Takeda live, and Light can't take care of it as far as he knows. Light hasn't shown up to this point that he can kill anybody. And so Mikami feels he has to do it. So it kind of makes sense from his perspective, right? But it's also a very difficult, impossible situation that Mello poses. And what's interesting with that is Mello didn't know that Takeda was killing the names, or killing the people. That wasn't the theory. The theory was just that was their means of communication to each other. But nobody knew that Takeda had pages of the notebook. It was just more like, in fact, that's one thing that was unproven till the very end, where Nier has to ask Ryuk, if you wrote somebody's name on a ripped out piece of paper, would they die? And then he says, yeah, of course they would. Only then, it took until episode 37 to actually prove that point. Light keeps that point completely unknown until then, right? They never are able to prove that until the very end. So he keeps that pretty well close to the chest. But yeah, getting back to Mikami, he's able to do it in such a way that, again, Light loses. Again, it takes the combined efforts of Nier and Mello to expose the weakest link in the situation, Mikami, to therefore then defeat Light, and Light had no way of knowing that Mikami did that. And if he did know that, at least he would have adjusted. Well, maybe he had no way to contact him, really. But he might have somehow, like the way he's talking to him, you there outside, have you finished writing down the names in the notebook? He would have said something there, and he would have at least gotten away with it. So that makes more sense. Like, Light would have lost because the notebook was taken from him, right? But he wouldn't have lost. He wouldn't have gotten caught. He would still be like, oh, we can't prove he's Kira, but, something like that. He would have some code to say to Mikami, like, shouldn't you rethink your life decisions? And then he would change his mind, because he would know the notebook is fake. So, like, or he would just have him write Light's name too and be like, oh, we're gonna, make it seem like, oh, if he was Kira, then he wouldn't have written his name, and that would discredit Nier, and then maybe someone after that, you would be able to, he could have had, pages hidden somewhere when he says at the moment, only I know where the real notebook is, which isn't true, but yeah, that's the point. They both lose to circumstances outside of their awareness and their control, which tells you that I can accept it from that game theory level, even if the details are not very good, that like, oh yeah, the only way to beat Light would have been like that, where Light still accounts for the situation, he still took care of Takeda, but he should have accounted for Mikami not knowing that he could do that. And, or you know what he could have done now that I think about it? Call the last person. Oh, wow, that would have been... Call the last person that you talked to. I know he was struggling, writing in his watch. Like, you don't have the time to do this much of nuance, but... burns to death by setting fire to everything around her, including everything she wrote on. Like, call the last person you spoke to and tell them, I'll miss you or something, to let Mikami know that I'm already under control and already dead. Because you can't have Takeda say that, like, oh, Light's gonna kill me, so you don't have to worry about it, right? You wouldn't have a way to really communicate that. But you could control her to say something similar, like, I'm going to kill myself, and then call Mikami and tell him that. Then Mikami's like, oh, okay, so Light must have taken care of it, and then everything's fine. So that's actually one of the best ones. I've never really thought about that before. I just came up with that. You control her actions before she dies to say, before she burns herself to death, and before she burns everything she wrote on, she makes one last call to the last person she spoke to, basically. Call the last person you spoke to and tell them unless it would be Light by mistake, but and tell them that, oh, I'm going to miss you, or I'm going to kill myself, or somehow something like that. And then because of that, you'd be able to know that Light has it. So that is actually awesome, though. Because, yeah, you can control her actions before that and make her somehow indirectly say, or even directly say that in a way that's believable, like... So yeah, those are all the considerations there. Those are some good takes in that, and Light as a Machiavellian character, absolutist character. So I mean, it's something I almost would like to do at some point, but I can't do because I don't really feel like watching the whole thing again. But those are really some of my good takes and quotes, or like in the scene that Light is mourning over his dad, right on his deathbed. He's like, I said something like, at this moment, Light is only... There is no Light Yagami, there's only Kira. So, like, Light isn't crying over that. Light's not even there anymore, it's just all Kira. Which is kind of true maybe for a while, but in that moment you really see it, that, like, Light has fully committed to this, whether for right or wrong, but certainly I have to respect his commitment to it. Okay, let's look at a concept here. Like, in part of indoctrination, you are expected to value a contrivance state that doesn't value itself. And so now it creates an issue that even if that was a criteria that you're using, it's inconsistent and folds on itself. So now what you have is you don't even value yourself, or it doesn't even value itself. So why would you trust it to value you or be of use to you or anything of the sort? So you have a pretense that, again, this applies to a lot of things, stimuli acme as well, appeal to the human ego, and also appeal to something, that's what it, appeal to ego and self-interest, while posing an idyllic standard that's somehow above either one, when it's really dependent on both. So what that shows you is, like morality. How do you get people to behave in a moral way when morality is a construct and it's not absolute, etc.? Even if it's functionally agreed upon that it's useful, collective contrivance state, etc. The way that you do it is by you appeal to the ego, number one, which means that, it's a good thing. It makes you a good person, and so therefore you'll feel gratified for doing it. Therefore, you'll do it for that reason. But that's a placeholder for self-interest. The non-base self is subverted. Like, well, technically it's still in self-interest because you're not doing it because you really, you're not doing it because it's inherently good, just the act of doing it speaks for itself. No, you're doing it because you feel good about it, or you feel like some greater good, right? There's some other standard. Now, that's arguably still the best form of it, or the most, not even the best, but the most effective form, or the most unconditional form, that you may still be doing it for self-gratification, but that's still better than doing it for zero-sum means, arguably, or some other direct, tangible benefit, but it's still tied to that. So the way that you can trick people to do something, or to value a standard without needing to benefit directly, like getting money for it, zero-sum means, stimuli acme, hedonism, without directly benefiting, is to make them appeal to their ego, like, oh no, it makes me feel good about myself though, or I take pride in it, or look, I'm better than other people because of it, right? That part. And that applies, let's look at zero-sum means, for example, like, it's just zero-sum self-interest, so it doesn't really mean anything. You could be working a minimum wage job, and if you're satisfied and content, it's zero-sum self-interest. Or if you're making 6 figures, you're a doctor, it's also zero-sum self-interest. So it's up to you how much of that you want to serve, how much, you want. But in a way, it could be framed as a negative then. Oh, if you want more, you're greedy, and that's a bad thing. Now, you see the half-mast inconsistencies at work. But in either case, you're only doing it for your own benefit and for yourself and for your own money, etc. So even if you overextend and say, well, you're helping people and you're doing something in the course of that, that's fine. But ultimately, the defining dependent overextended pretense that's very necessary is the zero-sum self-interest. Which again, it doesn't mean it's a bad thing. It means that it's, again, the appeal to ego would be that, oh, look how hardworking I am, even though you're doing it for zero-sum self-interest. So what's so impressive about it? You're just doing it for yourself. If you don't want to work as hard, then don't. Or, you're only doing it for your own money benefit. So if you don't value that benefit, then don't do it. There's nothing negative or honorable about it. It's just a zero-sum process. You're doing it because you want something out of it, and you're getting that thing out of it. And if what you're getting isn't worth it to you, then don't do it, or do something else, where you might make less, but then it's not as stressful for you, or whatever. So if you can't handle it, then don't do it. Instead of this other standard that's like, oh, look how impressive it is, and I'm so proud of it. But this is the overcompensative nature. Why would you need to be proud of something that's in your own zero-sum self-interest and zero-sum means, a non-choice reaction relief aspect? Why would you need to be proud of that? It's a process. It's zero-sum. You're doing it for a certain reason that you get out of it. And so you do it, and you get that out of it, and that's it. Like, why do you need something more than that? Right? That sort of shows you it's not sufficient then. You're not somehow satisfied with it. Or again, the contrivance state to do with it is so overextended that you're kind of, it's not a pure ends to means basis, but yet it's still dependent on that. So again, you're doing it for that reason, so it's glorified in some other way. You appeal to the ego, like, again, it really makes no sense when you think about it, right? Somebody's working a job, and they're doing it because they make money from the job. So what else do you need? Like, it's a zero-sum process. Like, a person goes out and hunts for food because they're hungry and they need to eat. So why would you feel proud of that? Oh, look how impressive I wasn't hunting for my own food that I need to survive, that I didn't choose to have that need in the first place. So you would view it as just a neutral state, not like, oh, look how impressive, look how proud I am, look how good I am at it. Why does it matter, right? But it creates a different framing. So that's the egotism also with the stimuli acme, like, how do you trick people into being with only one person and abating the sort of family system? The way that you do it is by, again, appeal to ego. Like, it's not that you're simply being controlled by a nearness postulate and it's easier for society to control and family system and functional argument. No, it's love and it's meant to be and it's a soulmate and it's a higher measure and all this kind of thing. Oh, so if it's so great, then clearly you'll practice hedonism at its fullest. Oh no, we're going to use that to restrict it actually and practice it at half-mast inconsistently and base our whole life and finances and everything around it, right? So that's the issue there. And then the other point is that, so that's the ego aspect, and then the other part is like the enforcement aspect, where when indoctrination fails, now you appeal to self-interest. So this applies to like law enforcement, for example. So you say, don't kill somebody or don't commit a crime because that's morally wrong to do. But that's not why people do it, or don't do it, because then the indoctrination and even gratification would be enough, which for many people, many times in history it is, but you still have the layered underneath that, which is the threat of enforcement. So think about what the threat of enforcement indicates. The reason why you would commit a crime is in self-interest, presumably, right? You would commit a crime in self-interest. You would kill, you would hurt, you would steal. Some form of self-interest. So the basis by which you stop people from doing that is not some different measure like, oh no, let's appeal to some higher standard, some morality, something else. You still appeal to self-interest, either in ego gratification, that you feel like, oh, you're so good person, etc. because of it, or some stigma that you're trying to avoid in society. So it's still, you're appealing to the ego, or you're appealing to self-interest in the same base sense that you're afraid of getting caught, you're afraid of going to jail, you're afraid of getting punished. So in other words, the way that you beat the way that you overcome the desire of self-interest to commit a crime in self-interest, for self-interest, is not by appealing to some higher or other measure. It's by appealing to the same exact measure of self-interest, which is, I don't want to go to jail. That's ultimately why people don't do it. That threat of enforcement is the ultimate layer. So it's easy to say when you've lived in a society in a process like that the whole time, and when you're even actively accountable to it in some social stigma sense, it's easy to say then, oh no, I just wouldn't do it because I'm a good person, and that's just wrong. It's easy for people to say that, but if you put them in a different situation where either they're not accountable with that and they know they can get away with it, right, then they would behave differently when they had some clear benefit and clear guarantee or thought that they could get away, or when they have some clear need or desperation if they were going to die, etc. So it's easy to say when you're in a much more comfortable position, right, morality is the plaything of conquerors, as I say. It's easy to say, in a nation, again, I'm not even saying this in the sense that people might think, but just in a general sense, it's easy to moralize and act all superior and high and mighty, and act like you're more moral than people of the past when you benefited from egregious immorality by your own standard to get there. Like, oh yeah, you're in a country built on the backs of slaves and built on the graves of Indians and the conquered people. Again, this could apply to many regions of the world. I'm not specifying it, but you're doing that, and then what? Like, now you act all superior now because you benefited from all that, and now you're in such an advanced state and beneficial technology, partly because of, those things. So if those things didn't happen, your country might not be in the state it's in, you wouldn't be like this. So now you'd be, you see what I'm saying? I'm not using the lesser state to justify immorality. I'm saying that it's easy to act high and mighty and, oh, look, we're so much more moral than people of the past, even though because of the actions of people of the past, we're in the position that we're in now to be able to do that. Whereas otherwise we might not be in such a good position, right? Because functionally, technologically, etc., things might not be exactly the same way, so you might be struggling and then you'd be more prone to other things. So you're benefiting from it, right? So morality is the plaything of conquerors that, oh, now that they've done all those terrible things, we can pretend like it never happened or act like, oh, how horrible, but also we benefited from it and we exist in the state that we do largely because of it, and we benefited and catapulted ahead of other places maybe because of it, but again, don't mistake lesser ability for greater morality. Just because, Genghis Khan's better at doing what he did doesn't mean that every other king and every other leader wouldn't have wanted to do the same thing or didn't try to do the same thing, right? He's just better at them by the same process. So it's not that, we know who Genghis Khan is or he had his impact because he was so uniquely evil and ruthless and, oh my goodness, someone's moral inhibition stopped them from doing that. No, that's not why. He was simply better at the same process that everyone else was doing. But still, that's the defining factor. And so you appeal to self-interest that way as far as, see, what you do is you take some inherent process and you frame it at half-mast, because what happens is, again, you appeal to self-interest, like, oh, they're afraid of getting caught, and even though it's layered in such a way that's deceptive, like, oh no, they're actually honorable and they're actually this or that, but it's easy to say that, like, oh no, I'm doing it because I'm not doing it because I'm a good person. But that's only because you know the threat of enforcement there, the social stigma there. You're not really being objective that if in some other situation you'd be different. So it's important to realize morality not as a inherent, but as a contrivance response state. And then even if just to best achieve it, right, the best way to achieve what you desire to be true is to realize it isn't inherently true, because if you do pretend it is true, then you won't do anything to actually uphold it. And then you have some other aspect here, which is kind of like, the situation where you're basically able to you have the enforcement situation and all of that, appeal to self-interest, appeal to ego when it comes to stimuli. Oh yeah, you take like a base process, and again, this is the expression I always use, that is like, rather than being in control of it, you are controlled by it. So there's like this duality where if you were to point out a process to someone, they would reject it and say, oh no, I'm not just about sex, I'm not just about money, but that ends up being the defining, dictating factor in their actions anyway. So they themselves, by their own standard, would be against it if they were simply aware of it and if it was simply portrayed to them objectively, even though, again, there's no inherent standard being posed. There's nothing wrong with zero-sum self-interest. That's only natural. What else do you expect a living being to do, right? It's only natural you should pursue your self-interest. That's the base natural state, right? There's nothing wrong with it. It would be strange if you weren't pursuing your self-interest and you just let that suffer for the sake of others, even as we glorify that. But only reason why you glorify that, the collective, because the collective consists of selves that individually want to benefit from the overextension and sacrifice of others, even if you then are beholden to it yourself and suffer for it and don't realize the sort of trick and trap of that. But the other point is that what you have is the reality that you're basically able to artifice is rewarded, honesty is rejected. There's some issue with that. But the bigger picture point is, too, that you have the ability to it's the fact that, again, you would be beholden to a process, but the defining factor is, let's just not be aware of it, or let's just drape it in contrivance and constantly pretend like it's something else, so we never do that. So it comes down to contents of contrivance, like who can overcompensate best for the process, not the nature of the process. But again, if people were made aware of the nature of the process, then they would reject it by their own standard, right, perceptibly. So now, that's the point. It's like, it's not just about sex or stimuli, acme, hedonism, etc. It's not about that. But then the fact that it's supposedly not about that is used against you to control you. So in other words, it's not just about base hedonism where you'd be unrestrained and just, let's just have sex with anybody, everybody, no structure to it, right? Not just one person, not just some very specific structured way. You're just free to do it as much as you want, right? Let's say that. So if that was the case, you might think, that's somehow you're giving in to your innate desires and that's a bad thing. But that's actually you being at peace with your inherent nature and being less inhibited. Like, you're just freely doing it with no restraint, no restriction, however you feel like. So you're more in control of it there. Whereas in society, you're more controlled by it because, you can only do it in this way and this exact way only. Within the other example, you could still do it this exact way if you wanted to. But in the other example, societal contrivance, no, you can only do it the way society tells you, exactly structured, controlled manner. So think about the incentive behind it and the family system, etc. Again, functional argument could be made, that's separate. What you have is this way, that you're able to consider the fact that, again, hedonism, defining factor underneath. So again, there's this sort of duality. Like you're at this high class party and they're all prim and proper, and they would scoff at the notion of some orgy and naked sexuality, but they're all dancing around the same thing. That's ultimately, that's why we bought this $1 million suit and worked our whole life to try to impress this girl. Just to ultimately, we're still doing it on the stimuli acme basis. But one is at peace with it. Like, we don't need to pretend and work so hard and dance around it and overcompensate for it. We're not controlled by it. We're in control of it. So we can do it whenever we want. We're free. We're uninhibited. And that's it. Versus, no, we have to do all this just to ultimately be beholden to the same process and only practice it in a half-mass state. So that's the struggle of contrivance. That is, again, there's a great appeal to ego, but It's the same process. So now what you have is a simple ability to consider the fact that you're beholden to the fact that, again, it's the same process, but you not only, it's sort of hard to put into words, like, I always forget my exact phrasings of what I've used before, although a lot of these are very similar, but you have, again, hedonism as the defining layered underneath factor, and if you have that, then you're basically able to and you sometimes see is this projection of a stimuli Yagami state, like, or something that people only view themselves in terms of that too. So that creates a sad, cynical commentary that it's assumed, and it's consistent with overextension. But what happens is, like, everybody would assume that, like, oh, the only reason why a guy could be talking to a girl, oh, they must be hitting on them, they must be flirting with them, even though there's 4 billion of them in the world, and there's so much more to the human experience and existence than that. That must be what it is. Oh, it must. Anytime you see that, even in media, even in anything, oh, a man and a woman on screen, so that assumes so much, but oh, that must be the intention, that must be what it's about. Like, there's a time and a place for that. It doesn't mean that has to be the only thing anyone ever is thinking about in any context, right? So that part is a little bit disappointing, but also the framing is a little different, and the reason why is because you have the reason why the framing is different is because of the simple fact that you have hedonism as a measure, or zero-sum means, let's say, as a measure. So what happens is you would say that, okay, you would frame it in such a way that it's not just about that, right? So you have the person who's at peace with themselves, again, the orgy hedonism that seems like, oh, look at you doing it in excess or this or that in some negative way. But really, you're free. You can do it as much as you want, as little as you want, however you want. There's no restriction. You're free to do it however you want. Whereas the other state, oh no, you can only do it in this way, and you're restricted and structured. So that's the whole irony. The people who are truly at peace with their own nature and who are in control of themselves and their own inherent tendencies as a result are the ones who would do it freely without inhibition. The ones who are actually controlled by it because they reject and try to fluff up their inherent nature and then become slaves to it at half-mast are exactly, just imagine that imagery, like, oh, you're at a party and it's high class and high end, and you're going through all this. You got to drink alcohol and dumb down your senses to try to return to a more natural state, and that's somehow desirable, but it's also undesirable and controlled and contrived. And also, oh, you got to dress up nice and dance around it and work so hard and go through all this, jump through hoops and so much social contrivance and round just to get to the same end, and just to practice it in a half-assed way that's structured and controlled by society, right? So you're doing the same process, but you're doing it in a lesser state, and you're going through all that just to get to the same point, just because you're trying to do it within a contrivance structure where you're denying your true inherent nature. So because you are not at peace with your inherent nature, you're controlled by it rather than in control of it. And another example could be in terms of, again, zero-sum means, like, oh, it's not about that, but let me think. Like, somehow it's not about that, but then it comes down to that anyway, as in... or even just any other form of self-interest, like, oh no, it's totally about something else, but that's the defining dictating factor, non-invasive self. You see that with family, or you see that with nearness postulate. You may have a hierarchy of value, like somebody bleeding to death on the street is more of a priority to you than something else, but somebody dying halfway across the world that you'd be well aware of is not, even if you could somehow impact that in the modern world. But you have your real perception is, oh, non-invasive self, meaning yourself and everything nearest to you, physically, directly nearness, or any other influence, again, family, etc. That's undue emphasis is placed on that alone for that reason alone, so you know you're not operating on any standard. Like, oh, your best friend happens to go to the same school and live in the same area, so you know it's not based on any actual real standard rooted in reality. And what's another good example of zero-sum means? Like, the zero-sum means would tell you that zero-sum means would tell you something along the lines of something isn't in that interest, but then it comes down to that anyway. So you go through all these, it's about hard work, and it's about being a good person, and it's about helping others, and it's about this and that. But ultimately, the defining factor is, it's about money. It's about zero-sum means. If you got a better job offer that paid you more, that's something else that didn't involve some of those other pretenses. Like, you get a job that you have to work a lot less hard, and you make more money. Oh no, I'm going to reject that because hard work is more valuable. Like, in general, right, it's you're glorifying those things on a functional level, but again, or like, if, let's say you got money for doing nothing, you're just born with it, or you hit the lottery or something. Now a lot of these contrivances go out the window, so it's just to show that they don't have inherent value. You're only pretending to value them because you feel like you have to, or it's an encouraging factor. So that's the secondary nature of it. If you just have infinite money, or you just don't need money, maybe you're a minimalist, you remove the need, now you act like, look how hardworking this person is, versus look at this person who's a minimalist, who doesn't need anything, who can live just in the jungle in nature, and they're just happy and content with less. Like, which is really the more impressive state or honorable state. One is glorified on a functional level alone. So the functional basis would be the simple fact that you have it would be the simple fact that you have a functional contrivance state. Again, the zero-sum means, the stimuli acme is a better example, like that party scene that you picture, that look at all that they've gone through. They worked their whole lives, their social contrivance, trying to impress, trying to use zero-sum means, dress up, fancy clothes, tradition, all these kind of things. You're kind of dancing around it, and ultimately it comes down to the same thing. So it's like, no, you're not obsessed with that. That's not your criteria or whatever, right? You have some hedonistic consideration. But then that's what it ultimately comes down to anyway. So the point there is that, it's not about that, but then you just jump through more hoops and make it more elaborate just to get to the same point and just to do it in a lesser way. So it's the same defining, dictating larger process at work. So it might seem like, look how much we're above this inherent desired tendency, right? Like hedonistic tendency. We're so much above it because we're going through all this effort to get to the same point. And we're glorifying it so much, and we're working so hard for it, and we're making it such an obstacle, and we're placing all this undue emphasis and going through all this structure just to get there. Right, so you're actually more beholden to it, and you're more obsessed with it because you're making it out to be more than what it is, just to reduce it to a lesser state. Okay, so here I don't really feel like doing anything, but where we're at is we have to do a couple things next. Next, we're going to do a movie that starts with the letter G in the Netflix gauntlet, so whatever catches my fancy. And then I'll rewatch episode 7 of Monk, and then I'll watch episode 8 of Monk. That's my official format, which I've been enjoying a lot. I love the variety it gives me. I love some of the obscure movies that we've seen, even though I don't really like them too much. I can't remember what I even gave that movie, Friends with Benefits. I think I gave it a C, maybe? Like a C or a D even, because it's a little... The first half is pretty good, actually, but then it goes to such a predictable place that I think it is still a C, though. Or no, I actually don't remember. No, I think it was a D. I think I gave Easy A C. More like Easy C. I think I made that joke. And I think I gave Friends with Benefits a D. Yeah. So out of all the movies we've seen, we saw The Fourth Republic, which I gave a C. Then we saw Alone, which I gave a D. Then we saw Bird Box, which I gave a D. Then we saw Cats, which I gave a D, surprisingly, probably to some people. And then Dinner, I gave a D as well. That, despite how amazing and electric Richie is, that almost gives it a C by itself, but not quite. And then E was Easy A, I gave a C. And then F was Friends with Benefits, I gave a D. And so now we'll go to a G movie, but not yet. And then, here I'll just watch sort of random stuff. But no, I do want to rewatch episode 7 of that, even if it's like on a little faster speed and stuff, because that one was super hard to follow. So let me watch this video, which I think I've probably seen before, but whatever. I'm in like a mood for something to do with chess. So Grandmaster's giving bizarre interviews for 8 minutes straight. Starting in 3, 2, 1. Or wait, I can't do that anymore because I'm like holding the recorder. Okay. Starting in 3, 2, 1. It delayed though, fuck me. And yeah, let's look at some of these chess DEI hires, if you want to call it that. Like Maurice, Ashley, and even Tanya Sachdev. Not that they aren't good players, right? He's like a grandmaster, she's like a women's grandmaster, but it does indicate that because like there's so many thousands of better players, higher rated grandmasters, ex-world champion, blah, blah, blah. And these people get so much credit. Why? Because, you know, I'm just saying, like, if it was anybody else, oh, you're 2,500 rated, you're 2,400 rated. If Tanya wasn't a woman, she wouldn't even have some of those titles, right? The female-only titles, so I don't know. I'm not saying it can't be more like that where it doesn't always have to be the best player, but there's a good overlap. Like, you should always have to be 2,700. You should have to be, you know, ex-world champion, at least for a world championship match. But whatever. It does. I will say that like, you're giving somebody almost undue credit and attention for that. Is really, what is Maurice Ashley known for? The fact that, oh, he's the first African or the first black grandmaster, I guess. Maybe I'm even wrong about that. But I think he was. And so what that shows you is that's what he's famous for. He's not famous for being a grandmaster because then there's 2,000 other grandmasters who are, you know, not as well known, or a lot of them aren't that well known. So you're getting undue credit that you wouldn't get otherwise. So I'm not criticizing him for that. I'm just saying the intention behind it is a little bit wrong. So we're starting... Grandmaster's giving bizarre interviews for 8 minutes straight, starting in 3, 2, 1. I'll say that. Same time, you have a sheepish look on your face. I think I've seen this with one before. Average chess players attempt to be funny. Grishuk is really funny, and so is one other guy. Anish feels like he tries to be funny, but I don't really find him that funny. This one's a classic, Hans. And I love it. He gets accused of cheating, but then he ends up losing the set of matches anyway. The chess speaks for itself. But no, it shows you the witch hunt mentality that, oh, the anal beads and this and that. Like, look, man, these venues search you. They have x-ray capability. If they, I prepared my whole life for this moment. In a way, that's true. The moment you sat down at the chair, your fate was already decided. There was nothing you could do during the course of the game. Or they can, oh, here we go. We get an ad delay, so like a 5-second delay. But they can hear the commentary, which means they could cheat by listening. He said no and left. This is the top 10 rappers Eminem was afraid to diss. Vichy. Fishy Vichy. I was thinking about what... Oh, did these two come back to back? Top 10 raps and top 10 savage comebacks. No, I was planning what to eat for dinner. Nippamiachi. Dota Extraordinaire Champion. Oh, and he also moonlights as a chess player. The stupid questions that you get, birthday cake. But yeah, it'll be tainted, it'll be poisoned, like the flu game for Michael Jordan. Whether they, he had a pizza and somebody, you would think they would vet it a little better. Like somebody would try it first and then, or you wouldn't know. You tried to do it incognito. You wouldn't know it's for them. Karjakin, who could be a 2-time world champion right now. Yeah, Grishuk is pretty funny. He doesn't even answer the question. That still didn't answer the question. So in other words, you don't have a chance. Maurice Hatchery, again, you're getting undue opportunities. You might think, oh, that's just somebody looking at it like that's all you see in them. But that's not true because this is pretty savage. Play dominoes or checkers. That's my advice. When did you know it was a draw? And like, what do you want me to do? A little messy. When was this even? This sounds like it must have been Fabiano because they drew every game. So like, what do you want me to do? He gets pretty mad. Everyone looks away from the board because they're imagining it in their head. That was a weird thing for Hikaru to say. I've never heard that. Writing a book about it and then Ding laughs. No, I'd rather be playing Dota. I don't know what these people's net worth actually is, but it doesn't seem all that high. Like, Nepo probably doesn't make that much money, even being as great as he is. This one, he doesn't remotely care. I like Caruana's whole disposition. He's very calm and cool, and he's kind of like me. Oh, they cut out a good part, though, where he says, okay, that's all for the questions. He knows. I have to win every game. I'll try to win every game. Oh yeah, now I don't understand your Chinese. I guess I could leave the recorder down here and you can probably still hear it, but it's just not ideal. I don't know your Chinese. Seems like a troll interview by Dina, but he's taking it actually seriously. Scholars made it hurt. We did a little role play, like I'm the teacher and you're the student. I've always wanted to mate you on a table. I've always wanted to beat my wood against yours on the table. Oh, that one sounds a little odd, sus. I don't know why I suddenly felt like watching that. I don't really feel like watching anything actually, but I'm just doing it anyway. So I don't know how good this quality actually is of the audio right now. I'm too lazy to put on the mic sometimes. Grandmaster being savage for 8 minutes straight. There's always this fallacy, oh, the perfect game. Like, dude, it doesn't have to be a perfect game for it to be a draw. So, being savage for 8 minutes straight, Grandmaster starting in 3, 2, 1, 3, 2, 1. I faked myself out. When did you understand it was a draw? That's the privilege of being great, is you can be a bit of a dick, but see, Magnus would be the same person to complain. Why did they keep playing when we knew it was a draw? There's no harm, but you would get mad if somebody else did it to you or something. Maurice Ashley again. And that is true. Levon Aronian is much, much better than him. 28-30 versus 25. They keep asking Nebo about his pink shirt. You wouldn't ask him any other color, like, but you define it by that one. It's a bit of a fallacy. When I wear a black shirt, you don't ask, do I like black color, do I like white color, white shirt? Hikaru making faces, that's why he's a React streamer. React harder, Hikaru. We got like Nakamura Jr. over there. Or he's doing it for the camera, like he knows. Put a camera in front of anyone and they'll be fake as hell. Or put somebody in society and they'll be fake as hell because they expect something. They know that they're being constantly judged. So it's like you get the sense that, oh, you're always being watched. But you are, because society is always judging and watching you, and somebody always is. Never mind even cameras, I'm just talking about other people, your neighbors, everybody's always doing that. This one I feel like Magnus kind of backs out of, like, it's not trash talk. He embraces the laughter when he gets it, but then, oh no, I didn't mean to trash talk, when Fabi comes back. See, now he tries to back out, but that's just because you outdid your trash talk. Otherwise, you would have stood by it. This one's kind of undeserved by Gary. Gary's getting mad at the thing. All he does is walk up within a relative distance. Like, he's not that close. Gary's sometimes a bit of a dick like that. He didn't do anything. He walks up. He gives you plenty of room, and that's fine. Like. Okay, we'll have like another 5-second delay or maybe more. More definitely more, probably 10-second delay. Offering you some lessons. Do you want to take some lessons? All these kind of bullet try-hard clowns because of the online thing. And chess is not included in that. You have to not be afraid of drawing. I don't know if you can hear me like right now. Like, my arm is sort of blocking the recorder. I really should have just had the mic on. I'll test it like this. He prepared his whole life for this moment. He's acting all cavalier about it. Awkward laugh by Gary there. I've definitely seen these. I might have even reacted to them too. You might not be able to hear anything I'm saying either, but I'll still do it. You might say, oh, he has a stutter, blah, 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 but actually, English isn't his first language, so it's understandable, right, that you somehow... I always notice that with Anna Kremling, like, she's trying to... Her voice can be a little strained because she's trying to put it on a bit. Bad luck, but there is no luck in chess. He's very rapid and blitz, but what about bullet? Would have been more badass if you did it. Would have been better if you didn't stutter and hesitate. This is the classic line, with whom do you sleep? But this is him like shit talking Andrea. Andrea is one of those overcompensating personality types. Like she acts all loud and bubbly and whatever, but she's actually low self-esteem beneath it or something like that. I hate puzzles and I never do them. That's why I must be bad. Yeah, he lost the game to Carjack, and I think he was trailing for a while in that match. And then he had to come back towards the end. It just feels like it's always so easy to draw for these people. Like, if they really just wanted to draw every game once you have a lead, like, that would be my philosophy. Get a 1-0 lead or a 1-point lead at any point, and then just draw every game. And I know it's not that easy to say, but it almost will happen even without you trying. You could try to win every game, but it'll still be a draw because that's just how it works at the high level. Like, so that's the point, is like you're able to consider that the drawish nature of it is, I bet you probably can't even hear shit right now. It's not like I'm doing any high level commentary anyway. Okay, so here I'm going to do another random YouTube session, and I almost want to do that Death Note analysis. I keep thinking about it. Like, it's so good. Like, it's a golden content sort of series opportunity. It's amazing the amount of depth I go into, some of the great quotes I said while doing it. I forget exactly how I did it. I think I streamed myself doing it in terms of, I wasn't watching the show because that would constitute a reaction. I was sort of just picking out key moments and talking about them. I think that's how I did it. I was doing it like a movie review where I would show, because I remember I showed that one clip of Light and the paper in his door and saying, like, it might not seem like that big of a deal of a moment, but to me that was the single most important moment in the whole show. And you might think, oh, that's weird, but it qualifies his intelligence in a way that I find very transformative, because what it tells you is all those questions you have, like, oh, why couldn't you just do this? Why couldn't Light just slip up here? Why couldn't he get caught like that? It explains all of that, because it's like, if he's going to be this careful about putting his notebook in the drawer or letting somebody in his room and knowing whether they're in his room, now you would know that, oh, he's going to account for every little thing, so it's going to take something above and beyond to catch him, right? You cannot catch him in a conventional way because he would see it coming, and he's a master of psychology in the way that he understands people's intention. So in a way, this would be one of my takes, like, Mello is his hardest rival in the sense that, not that Mello is actually the weakest opponent he faces, but Mello's style gives him, like, the hardest time, because it's like that confrontational part of L, but taken to an extreme. You know, because Nier and Mello are obviously just L split in two halves. But Mello actually is kind of weird. Like, Nier, this is the problem why people don't like Nier. Nier is basically L, and he's just a little more socially awkward, and he's just a little bit less smart. But he's basically exactly the same. Whereas Mello is, you could say he's part of L, like some of the improvisational, taking the initiative, I want to tell you I'm L. That's the kind of thing Mello would do, like just in your face, kind of confrontational. But really what Mello does is pretty unique, right? He's a very different, exciting character for the show. Like, what would Light do against some, other kind of character that we don't see in the show? Somebody who's less of an intellectual and more of like a gangster type. Like, oh, what would he do against Tony Montana or Don Corleone, Michael Corleone, or, something like that. And that's what you see with Mello, where he's still smart, but he's like different skill set. So even though you want to say, oh, he's part like L split in two halves, his half is a little more extreme, because L doesn't do anything quite like that, where he actually is a gangster, mafia, actually killing people, actually blowing shit up. Like, he doesn't quite do that. Right, whereas Nier, there's nothing that Nier does that L wouldn't do or couldn't do, right? It's just that L's a little bit better at it. So that's why people find Nier so bad. He's like a more boring, more dull version of L, and it's sort of deliberate. Like, he's meant to be kind of like that, that he's just not as good, and he's just kind of low-key and has some of the same quirks. But my whole thing is, like, they sort of forced him to do a season 2, I guess, or like more of the manga when it was over, right? The whatever, however it works, the publisher kind of pressured him to do more, right? Whereas the author didn't want to do it. So the ending was kind of meant to be, I'm pretty sure, L's death, and that was it. But then they pressured him, oh, you got to keep it going. And so rather than show something kind of unique where he's going against world governments or something else happens when he becomes the god of the new world, instead we just have a microcosm of the same thing we just had, where instead of against L, it's just rehashing the same thing. We get a few noteworthy things that I say are kind of what makes season 2 worth it. Like, we get to see a comeuppance with Light's dad. That was one moment that we missed out. Like, pretend it ends in episode 26 or L's funeral, right? Treat L's funeral as the real ending. That could be better than the actual ending of Death Note, where he just laughs and then he says, I'm the god of the new world, and walks off. The same way that Red John's death in season 3 would have been a better ending. The same way that, I don't know, I guess American Psycho's ending would have been better if it was all real and he actually gets caught by Willem Dafoe. Or the same way that Eyes Wide Shut would be better if Tom Cruise actually was being stalked by these people and there's some kind of payoff to the cult. Like some of these disappointing endings in history that would allow you to basically appreciate the fact that, I'll go back to the mellow point, I'm kind of doing it anyway without reacting to it, but I honestly kind of want to do it. It's so hard. I don't know. It's hard to explain. But no, the point is that you're just rehashing the same thing. Like, let's see what it would be like if Light actually just wins. And we get to see that sort of briefly, like between episode 26 and 27, and the world's moving in the direction of favoring Kira and this and that. But basically, he's just doing the same thing that he was doing. You know, see him deal with like world governments, and basically the point is, though, he's just so smart that nobody can do anything to him, so everybody's a pushover, the American president, etc., etc. So, you know, bogging it down to like a 1v1 or a 1v2 is kind of lame, but when you've already done that before, the one good thing about it is it turns L into like a legend. It turns both L and Light into legends. Because think about it, I know people would say, oh, it would have been better if L beats him, and in some of the movies that happens anyway, but the fact that L dies is actually very important to the show, because instead of just, okay, Light gets caught by L, that would have still been a good ending in episode 25, 26, which is what the alternative outcome would have been. Like, that's why Rem does that. Or I guess at least Misa would have been caught again, and then it would have been really sus for Light. But what you have is a situation where you're just sort of rehashing that same thing, the same conflict, the same scenario, as if you can't go anywhere else interesting with the story. Like, let's really explore for 10 episodes what would happen in the world if Light really took over. Let's see him actually become this godlike figure, and there's a lot of material there. It wouldn't be so much adversarial, it would just be more celebratory and ideological, but I don't know, it's just something about it's inorganic and sort of rehashed. But no, my point was that it turns L into a legend, like, oh, he's this amazing character, but he died, so we're going to always remember that. Whereas otherwise, he'd still be a great character, but that turns him into like an iconic martyr of the past. And then it also turns Light into a legend that he was able to beat L, so now he's iconic status as well. So it's actually very valuable, because now we'll always remember that. If that didn't happen, they would both still be great characters, but it wouldn't be the same. Like, it elevates it to another level, because that's a big deal. Like, L actually dies, Light actually beats him, so now L becomes a legend of, like, a legendary martyr character who died for a good cause, he did his best, and then Light becomes elevated into this supervillain godlike figure that's really very validated and impressive and scary. And one of my favorite, I'll talk about the Mela thing in a second, but one of my favorite things that I said during that was, like, Light, Oh yeah, it's good writing in this sense. This is one quality of the show that's good, or the manga too. I have read the manga as well. I kind of like the ending better in the, like, Light doesn't escape from the warehouse that they're in and run. I thought that part was kind of stupid. He dies in the warehouse begging Ryuk to kill him, or I mean kill everybody else for him. And then Ryuk says, oh, relying on me will be the death of you. That was a good payoff. Like, that's kind of a bad decision from the anime. We need to see that sort of payoff for Ryuk because he's the one who started all this, and they should have a conversation. They don't even have a final conversation. It ends in kind of a cold way. They want to have Light die on the staircase, symbolic, but I don't know. I don't agree with that. I think it's better, even though you can say it's out of character for Light to beg in this moment of desperation, I can kind of understand it. But, yeah, he begs Ryuk as a last resort, please kill everybody, and then he writes Light's name instead. Which is fair enough, because again, Ryuk typically doesn't help him. I could name a few of the instances where Ryuk helps him, but it's relatively minor, or it's the kind of thing that's, I don't know, like if he didn't tell him that Ray Penber was following him, right, would Light have been caught? He wasn't doing anything sus anyway. He's not going to give himself away anyway. So in a way, it might have been even better. Because then Light kills Ray, even though Ray's last words before he goes on the bus is, I'll conclude my surveillance of Light. There's nothing suspicious about him after this. And then only when that happens, now he makes it suspicious, not even according to Ray, but according to Naomi, and all this kind of stuff happens. So if Light just didn't do that, if Light just said, okay, I'm not going to do anything, in Ray's mind, we hear that, oh, he's not suspicious, so you didn't have to kill the FBI agents. He would have just said he's not suspicious and move on, right? But no, you had to take the extra mile, go the extra mile, and you end up hurting because of that, the same way that you you kill Takeda, which is good, but then you don't realize that, oh, Mikami, like, you did what you had to do. You did the right thing. But then Mikami does the same thing and you don't realize it because you already did it, or not even that you didn't realize it, it's that you knew he couldn't do that. That's the whole reason why you did it. You went out of your way to do it so that he wouldn't have to do it. He could have totally made her call Mikami and say, like, rip, just to let, control her actions before she dies, and just say, like, don't kill me, bro, because I'm already dead, or, do it in some way, because it would be so hard to communicate otherwise. Like, you can't tell Takeda that directly, and I just came up with that theory, like, the other day, too. That would be the ultimate Light Yagami moment. I know it's hard for him to write that in the car, and he's already maxing out and doing, but no, I like how that validates Light's genius. Even when Light loses, he knew what would have caused his defeat was Mikami exposing the real notebook and writing in it. So all he had to do was deal with it. Like he dealt with it. He had the scrap ready for a moment like that. So even an extreme contingency moment like that, he's able to do it. He writes their name in the back of the car, even while Aizo and Ide are sus of him. He's able to do it the same way that he wrote Higuchi's name in front of the world's greatest detective, Al. So he's able to do this, and he is able to get away with it. And that's it. He solves the problem. Everything would have been fine. So it's only because Mikami still does it. And I'm not even blaming Mikami. Like, you have to take responsibility for that. But, your follower, you should have given him better instructions or whatever. But all I'm saying is, even in Light's defeat, he still took care of what he needed to take care of. Like, he still did it. Right? It's not like, oh, Light was helpless and Mikami had to expose the notebook and he lost. No, Light knew exactly what was going on. He knew what could have caused his defeat, what the issue was. He dealt with it. He was ahead of it. But, oh no, Mikami still did it and you didn't realize because you were... That's even the line. You didn't realize because you had already killed her. But it's not that I didn't realize, it's that that's the whole fucking reason I killed her, was because I knew that he couldn't do that, and so I assumed he wasn't going to because he shouldn't do it. You create kind of an impossible situation where you're able to... I always wonder with these Christmas lights and stuff, what if you have seizures and stuff in your car? Like you're somebody who's prone to having seizures, and you do that, you have a seizure in your car while driving because of the lights, maybe there's some rule against having a license. You're not allowed to drive if you have that, but like epilepsy. But I'm just saying, like, for the most part, you'll be fine. But some of these fucking random flashing lights can be distracting as fuck for Christmas or otherwise. So yeah, all that is good. So I like the way I described that, though, where I kind of forgot what I was even saying. I want to go back to Mellow, but before I do that, there's something where like Light stays ahead of it, or Light basically even in defeat, or I forgot. Basically, Light always has a backup plan. Like, he thought Misa would remember L's name and then kill him there in episode 25. But, oh no, that didn't work. But then he had the Rem thing as a backup plan. So the same thing here. Like, he was going to kill Nier and everybody, and then something goes wrong, but he has a backup plan. Oh, I have the piece of paper in my watch, so everything works out. Right? So he was ready for that situation too, and he deals with it. But no, Mellow catches him off guard because he's sort of so extreme that it's interesting to see how Light deals with somebody like that. Like, if Light came in contact with him, he would just kill him, possibly. That could be an ending of the show. Or my ending would have almost been that Light kills both of them. Light might still lose, but he'll kill both Nier and Mellow and everybody, and then still die somehow from his wounds that he gets shot by Monster. You know, he would somehow still do it. Oh, no. This was one thing I wanted to say. The show does a good job of giving credibility to its villain. It's one of the rare instances in fiction where you could say, well, a killer or a villain says, right, I win, or I'm going to win. And normally you assume, well, of course, the good guy's going to win, blah, blah, blah. But Light's the main character, obviously, too. But the point is that he's able to basically, like, he has great credibility. Because think about it. When Light says he wins against Naomi Mizura, I guess it's because I'm Kirish. What happened? She dies. When he says, I've won exactly as planned in episode 24 to himself even, but still, what happens? L dies one episode later. So in other words, they've given him great credibility. He's not just some crazy supervillain that, oh, cliche, haha, he thinks he wins and then he loses because the villain has to lose. No, he's been given credibility. When Light calls his shot, he doesn't miss. When Light says he wins, he actually does win. You say, I've won exactly as planned, and one episode later, the world's greatest detective, your greatest rival, you know, the other best character in the show, most capable character in the show, dies. So you were right when Light said that. So think about the fear factor and the convincing factor for the audience. This is a very powerful moment that, right, most stories don't have this credibility with a character. When Light says, well, Nier, looks like I win, Nier literally shit his little fucking diaper pants because he's like a little man-child, whatever he is. And so you ought to be scared to shit, because the point is, yes, Mellow sacrificed himself, but oh wait, Light had Mikami hide another page of the notebook that's real to use on the stage, just in case you got to the real one in the save, or something else. And he tested it with some kid on the playground or something. But the point is that this is the same guy who beat L, the world's greatest detective, who you look up to, who you respect so much, your mentor, everything. And you think that when this man says to you, looks like I win, you're fucked. Your pants will be soiled for the rest of your fucking life. You gotta get a new pair, like, fuck off. Have Commander Rester clean that shit up the way he had to accompany you on a plane. Like, you don't realize what the credibility, like, that's why I'm convinced. You know, the moment I was convinced, that's a very powerful thing. In episode 35, because look, I was looking at it very cynically. As soon as they introduced Nier and Mellow, I'm like, well, what's going to happen? One of two things. Either Light's going to win again, too, and that would be fine. Light just beats them, too, so what's the point? Or the implication is very clear. Like, oh, the whole point of season 2 is teamwork. Teamwork makes dream work, haha. Like where, oh, well, one person can't be Light because he's just too good. Like, L couldn't do it. But the combined efforts of Nier and Mello, if they work together, right, then they'll be able to be Light. And from a game theory perspective, I can accept that, right, that's the only way to do it. You can't beat him individually, so you have to have two characters that are very capable combined together. But Nier, so yeah, the whole premise of season 2 is just, we're gonna do it to justify that. But when Light says in episode 36, well, Nier, looks like I win, or sorry, in episode 35 when Mello dies, at that point I was 100% convinced that Light was gonna win. Why? Because L couldn't be Light in a 1v1 match, and L is better than Mello or Nier, obviously, individually. So Mello's dead and out of the picture. So I thought the only way that they could possibly beat him is if they team up and work together. So I thought as soon as he's dead in episode 35, it's over. 1v1 versus Nier, Light can clown him and run circles around him, so it's over. I was convinced Light was going to win, that's it. Now they tried to justify it by saying, well, I thought they were going to work together in some conspicuous way, right? But I didn't realize the act of Mello dying was itself them working together. Right, that counted as them working together. I didn't realize that. But I thought, oh, Mello's dead, so now it's over. Light wins, because there's no way that Nier can beat him 1v1 the way that's literally what my thought process was, and I think it's fair. As soon as Mello dies, it's over, Light wins. Even though we have 2 episodes left, I was 100% convinced, because there's no way the writing could justify, oh, Nier beats Light, even though L couldn't be Light, even though Nier isn't as good as L. Like, and Light has a great absolutist couple moments in episode 36, where he says, Nier, you're far inferior to L, you have no right to be wearing a mask of L, and he says, you're nothing compared to L. L would have considered the possibility of a fake notebook from the very beginning, and he would have tested it. You had the chance, but you squandered it. Those are very powerful lines, because it shows you, even as much as you think he wanted to kill L and considered him an adversary, he's an individual who respects ability above all. So he doesn't respect people who are stupid or beneath him. So he respects L's ability, even if he disagrees with his ideology. So it's the same thing here, like, he doesn't respect Nier on that same level, and nor should he, because he doesn't deserve it. So that's the point, is you might think, oh, how can he say that, praise thy enemy, but that's where Light is objective enough. He cares about ability, that's what validates him. So even if he disagrees with Al strongly on ideology, he respects his ability, because that's what he's all about. At least whatever your ideology is, that comes secondary. I care how good you are at doing something, how smart you are. But there was always this respect and camaraderie between them, even if they hated each other. But I mean, there is a bit of a difference. Like, Light knows that L is L, right? Like, he just doesn't know his name. L never really knows that Light is Kira. He suspects it. He says, like, at one point, there's no could be about it, you are Kira. But he's never, like, 100% convinced. Because even in his dying moment, he says, so I wasn't wrong. So in other words, he wasn't still 100% sure. And there's some nice little token theory that I made up that isn't really true, but like, oh, by appointing Light to be the successor, he even suggested it, and creating that situation, he kind of sent a subliminal message to Nier and Mello, right? That, oh, they would know that, wait a second, we were supposed to be L's successor, so how did this somebody else get in that place? So that would mean, oh, they must be Kira, they must be the one who killed him. It would be sort of a signal, because there's no other way that we could be replaced, and they'd have a bone to pick with L's successor, because they were supposed to be L's successor, so it would put a target on Light's back. So, like, oh, L totally knew what was going to happen or something would be the implication, but still, like, L is genuinely defeated. And I don't know what Watry does exactly. He deletes all the data, but why? And then Light deletes the whole thing. But some message, the only message that we see actually get through to Roger, I think, is L is dead. That's all it says. Maybe that came with other stuff too. but it's almost implied because some people say this incorrectly sometimes, like, oh, Nier got a bunch of information from L, but I don't think so because it seems like Light deleted it and they don't talk about that. In fact, Nier even says an officer overheard during Higuchi's arrest something about a notebook of death. So in other words, some eavesdropping officer overheard something and let it slip to Nier. That's how he knows. He doesn't know from L's record or L's log, so it implies that Nier was on his own. He didn't get any help from L's records because they were deleted by Light and somehow they just didn't get through. Just the fact that L is dead is the only one. But yeah, Mello has that posture where it just sort of catches Light off guard and is extreme in a way that Light can come back on him hard, but it also throws him off. He's never as pissed as he is in the first part of season 2, where Mello had prepared the rocket and all this shit. Yeah, Light has such tremendous credibility, so like I said, I was convinced of his victory in episode 35, and in episode 36, when he says that moment, you think back, well, Nier looks like I win. Oh, it's just a villain being overconfident, cliche, he's gonna lose, blah, blah, blah. But I wasn't thinking that. I was like, oh shit. When Light says it, it means something different than in most stories because he means it, because he said, I've won, and then L died 1 episode later. He said, I'm Kira, and then Naomi dies. Like, when he shoots his shot, he doesn't miss. Like, he doesn't say, I win just to say it. He means it. He has credibility. He's done it before. He did it with the world's greatest detective. So what do you think's going to happen? When Light says he wins, he actually does win. And it's over, and you're fucking dead. Like, come on. But no, the plan is very convoluted. That's the problem. Like, there's so many things you could do with it. Like, first of all, isn't the notebook supposed to have infinite pages? Couldn't Mikami just have a scrap hidden somewhere? Couldn't Mikami just test it before he goes to the meeting? Couldn't he use invisible ink so that the names disappear, so at least Light couldn't be implicated? Or couldn't you just make a fake notebook with pages from the real notebook, or vice versa? Like, just use the real notebook but have a page of the real notebook in the safe to use for the meeting, and then you kill them and take the notebook back, or assuming that they swapped it, or, you know, control somebody's actions, or control. Yeah, you could have even controlled Mikami's actions too if you're really ruthless, to make sure that he doesn't kill Takeda, but I guess, and he'll die 23 days later, so he'll still come to the meeting and do what he has to do. Maybe that is what Light had written too. No, but I don't think so. Like, that Mikami would kill himself after he kills everybody there. But I don't think so. He's just sad. Light didn't seem to have... He even said, you've done well, Mikami, so he would keep him around to help. I like that one reactor. I've seen some of these reaction mashups, like the guy with the glasses. He's like, there's no way that Mikami and Light are just going to skip on out of here in episode 37, like, and everything's happy, whistling and saying, you know, obviously it's written in a cliche way, like, oh no, of course, the bad guy has to lose and Light's the bad guy. Like, it's kind of lazy, but in cliche and not right. But no, that plan is so convoluted. You're replacing pages, but there's supposed to be infinite pages. You could have a page hidden somewhere. You could just be using real pages in the fake notebook. Yeah, like, that's what I would have done. And I guess Light doesn't want them to have access to the real notebook at all, I guess, so they couldn't potentially. But no, I mean, he assumes they're not going to test it anyway, because if they tested it, then they would know it's fake. So he's assuming they're not going to test it. So you could have made a fake notebook, right? Keep the real notebook in the safe, but prepare a fake notebook. Like, you go to give Takeda the pages, right? So he sends Takeda a bunch of pages so she can do the killings, but you also make a fake notebook with pages from the real notebook. That way you can still keep killing with it, right? And Takeda has them just in case or whatever. So now you really are using the real notebook, pages from the real notebook, but they just don't know that you have another one, or again, you just have another page in the safe or somewhere else. And so the point is that what you would do is you have a page, you have a real notebook made with pages from a fake notebook made with pages from the real notebook, and the only tell with that is, oh, they'll touch it and then they'll be able to hear Ryuk or somebody. But then wouldn't that be fine? Like, I guess maybe Ryuk will say something that he doesn't want them to say, or... Because that's in episode 37 where... I guess Ryuk wouldn't have really said anything too bad, but... Or doesn't that kind of give away something? Like, why is Ryuk there unless one of those people is Kira in the task force? Because I guess they just have the notebook, but nobody's actually using it, so... But no, it would... even Ryuk says, I'm not up for that, like when he's questioned, when Nier says questioning. So like in episode 37, Ryuk is willing to tell Nier some things, but... only because Light's in a losing position. So I think Ryuk would have been probably neutral. So maybe it would have been fine. But then again, Ryuk isn't following... I don't get it. Ryuk isn't following Mikami. Ryuk is with Light. So if they touch the notebook and now they can see Ryuk, then that gives away that why is Ryuk there? I guess maybe that's why. There must be some reason. On one hand, Light wants to deny them access to the real notebook, just so they can't potentially write somebody's name. Although, again, if they were willing to do that, they would test the fake notebook and find out anyway. But they also, just so they can't just take it. Like, what if they do that? Like, we're not going to catch Light. We're just going to take the real notebook and just steal it. And then, there you go. Now you can't be Kira anymore because you don't have the notebook, right? So, in a manner of speaking, Light thought that far ahead. Like, so that was my position. Like, it's not that Light loses because he gets caught. Let's say he doesn't get caught. Because of what Mello does, Mikami exposes the real notebook, and then the SPK take it. So now, Mikami no longer has the real notebook. So what that means is, even if Light gets away, now he no longer has access to a notebook because his own team has it, and then the SPK has it. So you lost your notebook. So now you're screwed so Light loses not because he gets caught, but because he loses the real notebook. Right now he doesn't have access to it. So that was what Light was trying to deny them access to. So it's something about the Shinigami that, because Mikami even whispers that, which I assume is part of Light's plan, but that Shinigami, ever since he handed me the notebook, he hasn't reappeared. So they don't know who the Shinigami is. If they knew it was Ryuk, would that prove that Light's Kira? Because why is the Shinigami with them? Right? Maybe that was the issue, that they don't want them to know that now when they talk to Nier on the thing, right, that, oh, Ryuk might be laughing in the background and they might hear it and be like, wait a second, we can hear... I don't know if that's really part of it, but whatever. The point is, you could make a fake notebook with pages from the real notebook, and then you could keep using it like normal, including killing Takeda. Although if you wrote the whole description, that would give it away too. Like, burns to death by setting fire to everything around her, including everything she wrote on, which I assume Mikami wrote the same thing as Light. Right. So that would give away that, wait, why are you writing like that? So even that's a problem. You could use like a scrap of it, which you could have theoretically done anyway. But yeah, there's too many ways for Light to potentially deal with that. He could have another page hidden somewhere. He could have another page up his rectum. He could have had, anything. That's always what I think with the notebook too, is like, when Mello has it, wouldn't he just take I guess it says you can't burn or tear the notebook, or everyone who touches it will die. Just wear gloves, or just have somebody else use it for you. But wouldn't you just, like, store a bunch of pages somewhere else, and, like, it's supposed to have infinite pages, or maybe only when you write in them, it'll spawn more pages. I forget how that works, but I would just stash a bunch of pages somewhere else, and so now it doesn't matter. Even if you get the notebook back, I just have pages for life, because I have and I can write really small and keep reusing it and use an eraser and reuse the same space. Like, I don't know how all that minutia works, but and there's like a really weird rule too, like, oh, if two people share the same name, they won't be affected. But how does that make sense? Like, so what? There's nobody else in the world named Nate River, or I don't get that. Or like Light could just suddenly lose because somebody else is named Naomi Mizura, so now I lose because it doesn't work. Like, yeah, Light has tremendous credibility when he says I've won. And also, I may as well just react to the fucking thing when I'm doing this, but I like one moment towards the beginning of the series is pretty poignant for me, where I say to myself, who is this upstart kid that thinks he's so smart and so special just because he's got good grades in school, when he gets clowned by Al in episode 2? Like, he just got clowned by the world's greatest detective. You think you're so special just because you got good grades or just because you got a special notebook? Who does this young upstart kid think he is? But then I didn't realize he's actually super smart himself and on L's level, if not beyond. And so now I do it that way. Like, I was sort of humbled and I didn't realize who I was really dealing with. But at first I was sort of clowning Light, like, oh, who is this guy? I didn't like him in episode 2 because I thought, oh, look at this upstart stupid kid who's just got caught out by the world's greatest detective. Who do you think you're messing with, kind of thing. And obviously he defeated, he tricked him there, and so it seemed like, oh, Al's out of Light's step, then the only reason why it's close is because, oh, he has a notebook. But actually that's not true, because we come to find out how smart Light really is. So that shows you his psychology aspect is like, the biggest mistake, it wasn't a mistake for Light, you see, it was a mistake for Al, because now he's on the hunt. Now he's taking you seriously, and now he's not fucking around. Whereas before he was underestimating you. That's the thing that Light will do. Is like, if Light underestimates you, he'll be caught off guard. But once Light knows who he's dealing with, now he knows how to play around it and account for it. Like, he does that very well with Nier. He knows what Nier will and won't do. So he even says that, like, you were just too naive. You didn't test the notebook and all that kind of stuff. Right, so now Mello would have obviously done that, or he already did use the notebook, and so you have a situation where, Light should have had a way for Mikami to tell if the safe had been open. Like, there's just too many ways for Light to deal with that. So my point is that Light knows what his opponents are sort of willing to do, and once you give him that profile, now he can deal with you very well and work around your style, right? He predicts exactly what Nier is going to do, and so I don't know how he predicts it that precisely, that Nier is going to try to alter the notebook. I mean, that might have been one of many things, what he had Mikami check the notebook for signs of tampering with the little fucking microscope, which again, you couldn't do that the day before the day of the meeting, or you couldn't, because like, just think about it on a basic level. Let's say Nier just says, fuck it, let's just check Mikami's bank safe anyway, even though we don't have a reason to, right, because of the Mello thing. You could still say the same thing, like, okay, I'll just do it. And then what? You don't think Light would have a way to know if somebody's been in there or not? The bank goes to clean it and sees that shit, or like, I don't know, which they typically aren't meant to do, but or put it inside some sort of other cover so it doesn't look like a notebook, and then I don't know. Yeah, he's this young upstart kid, and oh, who does he think he is, and blah, 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 and then he psychologically profiles. So yeah, episode 2 wasn't a mistake for Light, it was a mistake for Al, because now you've shown him how smart you are, so now he's like, okay, you want to play serious now, huh? Okay, fine, I too can play that game, and then Al ends up dying, so Light doesn't regret that moment, Al does, but no, you could say that's the dumbest moment for Light, but it's really, I look at it less as an intelligence issue than an emotional issue. Like, again, he wants the world to know of his existence, so if he just wanted to get away with it, he could easily do that. He could use the Shinigami eyes, he could make everybody commit suicide, he could just, then you wouldn't even suspect there is Akira, or he could just, he could do a lot of things, but he wants people to know of his existence. Right, so it's about something more than just simply getting away with it. And also, so he's doing it for arrogance and egotistical reasons. Like, he's trying to prove a point and stuff like that. But yeah, I don't know exactly what I want to do with this. If Death Note is on Netflix, maybe I'll watch it, but I don't know. Like, I have some good takes in there, some good quotes. That's what I like in reviewing, right? Like, I would come up with this whole other interpretation. Some of it's like just sort of fan theories and stuff too, but yeah, that whole plan is just so bad because there's too many ways to question it. Like, even what happened with Rem and killing L, that doesn't bother me too much because, like, if that didn't happen and that didn't work, then Light already won because he had Misa remember L's name. So, like, that was the gambit where obviously L imprisoned Misa, but Misa also, as a consequence, gets to see L's name. Which I guess L doesn't know that exactly. L knows that the second Kira can kill people with only their face, but he doesn't know the context of, like, oh, that means they can see your name. Like, Misa could kill L right there, but has no reason to, even though their name is literally L, Loliet. Like, how subtle. We would never guess that a guy whose name is L is actually L. Like, I get it, but, it's not exactly a good cover. I wonder who could be L. Oh, the guy whose name is actually L. I wonder what L's name could be. Light would come up with some algorithm that just writes every possible name in existence. And what if you do that? Like, I guess it wouldn't work because you have to have their face and their mind. But, like, have a machine just write every possible name in there. But no, I mean, Light could get the Shinigami eyes and nobody would even suspect a thing because up to that point, L doesn't think that Kira has the ability to kill like that. So if Light just suddenly says, oh, I want the eyes, then the next day he sees L's name, that's it, he wins. Like, so, you know what I mean? He's holding back too in the way that you could say, well, L is trying to prove that Light is Kira when, oh, he could just do something else extreme. But, that's sort of the rule set that they set for themselves. But yeah, Light is playing on hard mode because he actually, Light with the Shinigami eyes is unstoppable, even though he does have access to Misa. But the benefit of the eyes is sort of balanced out by the fact that she's a bit of a clown and kind of liability at times, certainly. He would have never been under as much pressure as he was if not for Misa, right? Because as soon as she comes on the scene, she's incarcerated within a few episodes, right? Episode 11 to like episode 14, right? She's already getting caught. And she's one of those cutesy, kawaii, waifu, fan service type of characters that I don't really like and is arguably the worst part of the show. The way that Code Geass does even worse in that way, that you have all this fan service stuff, but you also have like so many filler episodes and aspects that are just stupid. And Lelouch's power is far better than Light's because he could just control the world just like that. Like, it's just that easy. He may not want to use his power like that, but, you can just control what anybody does and nobody would ever know. Like, it's amazing that he even doesn't win with that. And in fact, Light's... we could go over the moments that, like, Light gets helped in some way. Like, Ryuk tells him that, oh, somebody's following you, like Ray Penber, and then Ryuk tells him about where the cameras are placed so he can find a blind spot. Right, but those are still relatively minor, and I guess he's sort of playing Ryuk too for the apples and stuff, or like he's scared of Rei, or it bothers him that Rei's behind him. But the point is that the reality is that Light never gets saved by anybody. Like he's about to die and get killed, and then he gets saved. And the reason why is because, he never gets like a plot armor help moment. He's about to die in episode 37, and then Misa comes and saves him, or Ryuk saves him. Right? He doesn't get that even once, whereas Lelouch gets that multiple times. The plot armor counter, right? Lelouch is knocked out, and then Shirley saves him from whatever that chick, Valencia, or whatever, her name starts with a V, Valletta. And then you also have so that's one moment. Then you have another moment like where the Emperor has him beat, has him caught, and then erases his memory. So that's another moment where Suzaku has him beat. Then there's another moment where he's beaten again, in a moment very similar to the final showdown between Nier and Light, where Schneisel has him beat just outright and the Black Knights are there. That's like the reveal scene where he's, that's very similar to that scene. But then, Rollo comes and saves him. So I'm not taking away from Lelouch, but he's clearly inferior to Light for that reason, that he gets saved by plot armor multiple times, whereas Light does not. Ryuk helping him in some minor way, like, okay, here's where the cameras are, or I'm telling you where that somebody's following you. That helped Light to a degree, no doubt, but that's not the same as like actually getting saved when you're actually caught. Lelouch legitimately lost. He lost. And just because some external person happens to help him, like Shirley or Rollo, or even the Emperor spares him, right? None of that is to his credit. He doesn't deserve that. Like, right, he didn't earn that, so I'm not going to look at it differently. And then the other thing that Light does that's impressive is he resists temptation. Like, he doesn't care about Misa, Takeda, everything's just a means to an end. Whereas Lelouch might want to come off that way, but then he's very weak for Colin. Like, you can console me. There are things a woman can do for that. Like, and he has Nonnally as a weakness, and he has this thing like where again he sort of has a weakness for Colin or whatever. So. And the reason why is because, again, he's crying or he's going to use a refrain. And, like, he has these weak, low moments. Light really doesn't have that. And you could say the scale of what Lelouch does is more impressive, but that's kind of just more the nature of the subject matter of the show. Like, there's these nightmares and stuff, and he's, like, a strategic military leader. Like, I don't know how to interpret that, really, because it's just a world in which those things exist. Like, they don't exist in Death Note, and it's a different kind of style. But I'll give Lelouch credit for that. But I don't know. Like, Light's deductive skills aren't tied to the notebook the same way that Lelouch's ability to command the nightmares isn't really because of the Gias. He might gain a following because of it, but he doesn't gain... it doesn't make him strategically so good. But even then, Schneisel beats him out pretty clearly, where he gets saved by Nina and it's some kind of game theory Deus Ex Machina bullshit. But no, it's kind of ironic because Schneisel is a lot like Light himself. That he has like this godlike thing. He even has a line like that. Only a god could discipline humanity, Cornelia says. And then he says, then I shall become a god. Like, they're ripping off Death Note very directly, but it kind of works in a way. So, like, let's do Schneisel versus Lelouch, or Light, in a 1v1. And you might be surprised that Schneisel actually is right there. Because, again, he only loses to basically the plot armor bullshit again. I mean, he does. Like, he has Light beat, or he has Lelouch beat, the same way that Nier and the SPK and stuff has Light beat. But then, if Ryuk had saved him, then the same thing would have happened. Like, then Light would have come back and won. Of course, but that's not fair because, you know what I mean? Rolo saves him in a way that's kind of bullshit. You can't just do that. I think even C2 saves him at a time. Numerous times. In fact, Cornelia's about to kill him. Find him out. Yeah, Lelouch is beaten many, many times over. The only thing you could argue is, well, the scale and the scope of it, I'm doing military conquest and stuff. But again, you don't think Light could do that? Like, in a way, it almost seems too easy. Like, if I had Geass, I would just control the world. Like, it'd be just that easy. I could keep using it and nobody would ever know. And I would just use it to control everybody. And, I have a hypnosis fetish too, so that kind of plays into it. Although I didn't really find that all that satisfying in that way. In my psychological ideation, like, I don't know, it's not really the same thing, but, isn't that just the hottest profession ever? Like, you get people to humiliate themselves and put them under your control and tell them what to do and snap your fingers, and you're so alpha and bossy, and you're able to not only make them humiliate themselves, which is a power dynamic that's very, alpha and impressive that way, but you also get to do it, like, sometimes to people who are cynical and skeptical and don't think you can do it, even people who are strong-willed, and even people who try to resist, and even people who are in the audience, like, unintentionally getting hypnotized, and you're doing it all to make a living and make money off them, too. So, like, imagine somebody saying that, I'm going to make you cluck like a chicken against your will, or it's not really always against your will, but whatever. I'm going to make you make a fool of yourself for my amusement and the amusement of others, and I'm going to make money off of it and make a living off of it, and you're just going to perform like a good little puppet for me, and you're going to be a good little chicken or whatever I tell you to, and you're not going to remember any of it, or you're going to enjoy it, and you're going to beg for more, and you're going to just be my bitch because, like, imagine the power dynamic implication of that. A lot of people would simp for that. A lot of people are aroused by that. Just the alpha power of it, like, really, you'll get bricked up just thinking about it. Like, look, I'm something of an expert on fetishes. The whole point is that, like, just being able to do that, like, I'm not only so alpha and powerful that I'm going to hypnotize you to, embarrass yourself and make a fool of yourself for my amusement and laugh at you and have other people laugh at you, but not only am I powerful enough to make you do that, but I'm also going to make money off it and do it as a job and for a living. So you're nothing more than a puppet zombie for my amusement to use to make a living off of and to show off and to entertain myself and others. And there's nothing you can do besides obey like a good little puppet and just, that's all I have to do to make money and for a living is just make you make a fool of yourself, and you're not going to be able to say no. Like, it is a very potentially exciting dynamic from a stimuli acme sense. Just the power to make somebody do it, but then you realize, like, this is what you do for a living too. Like, imagine doing that. Like, you can imagine like a skeptic, cynic kind of person. There's no way you could ever hypnotize me. What do you think I am? Just here for your entertainment? You can make me just embarrass myself in front of a bunch of people, and like, you really think that you can make a living off of doing that? Like, just you're so powerful that you can just make a living off of making me make a fool of myself for you? Like, I've got nothing better to do. Or I don't have any pride or ego, like I'm just going to go in a trance and do whatever you say and then forget about it or be okay with it. And you're just going to make money off it and just make a career out of embarrassing people against their will, or, again, not even necessarily against their will, but just in a way that's kind of a little bit exploitative, but it's a very, very interesting thing. And of course, hypnosis is a real thing. Like, there's a lot of pseudoscience belief with it, but it just means it's a very relaxed state, and in that relaxed state, you might be much more suggestible to someone. So it doesn't mean that it's not mind control. A good example is like highway hypnosis, kind of like, since I'm driving right now, like where you go into a trance when you're driving sometimes, which is like a hypnotic state where you deserve, or you kind of space out, but you still get to where you're going. So you're not really paying attention, or you're not fully conscious, right? You'd be sort of spaced out, but you still get to where you're going. So you're still in a highly focused, fixated state, or a highly, you're still able to drive and do all this stuff, but you're also not fully aware or into what you're doing. And so that's how most people live all the time. They're not really fully there, they're present. Half-mast human functions fine. But the point is that you obviously have an ability to, or like as a relationship dynamic, let's analyze that fetish. Of course, I always just joke about it because I like psychology so much. But hypothetically, if you had that idea, you would be like, oh, it's a power dynamic in a relationship. Like, oh, we were having an argument, and then I just agreed to whatever they were saying, and I forgot what the fight was even about. And they use the hypnotic technique on you without you even knowing, without you being aware of it. Just knowing that somebody's experienced with psychology like that means that they could be using it on you at any time that they want, right? You never know when or if or how they're using it. So it could be any time, you could just be having a normal conversation, and they could be using their technique on you to make you do something they want. And that's really exciting because it's just a very free-form dynamic. They'll always keep you guessing. And so it's very creatively stimulating because it might just seem like an ordinary conversation, but they could be doing something, but they might not be doing something, and you'll always be guessing. And of course it's consensual, but it's kind of like you never know exactly when or how or if they're doing it. And they're so clever and creative and covert that you'll never even know. So yeah, even people like getting hypnotized in the audience, like you're just watching the show and laughing at other people, but oh no, now you're going to be made to do it yourself. Like a skeptic trying to resist, and they still get hypnotized anyway, despite that. It's kind of an interesting scenario. There's a lot of potential with it. Again, it's just a basic power dynamic, and what you might realize is, it's not that there's anything inherently sexual about it, but it might be somebody attractive that you want to do it to, or have do it to you, hypnotize. Like, you want to be hypnotized by somebody that you find attractive, and then be made to do whatever they want, or you want to see somebody get hypnotized who you find attractive, and then it's like, oh, they're at your mercy, kind of is the fantasy, or whatever it is, but you have maybe nothing sexual will actually happen with it, right? Just the act of what you're doing is not just submitting to the other person, but you're also submitting to the stimuli itself, just your inherent base tendencies, urges. So it's that sort of power dynamic that, like, it gives you a sort of freedom that, oh, this is what you want to do anyway, but it gives you a pretense to achieve it. So yeah, that's just an interesting little dynamic. Why did that subject even come up? Oh, because of Gios and its hypnotic kind of power, and it never really wears off either. So even when he uses it on everybody to acknowledge me as emperor, I guess they still keep doing that forever. He just ruined their lives. And who's to say that everybody's making eye contact with him in that room at that time? But at least the majority of people would be. And Suzaku comes in with a fucking kick to knock off the guards, like, what the fuck? They don't have guns or anything in a universe with nightmares. They copy. That's what Code Geass is. It's the most shameless copy rip-off story ever, even despite still being good. It copies V for Vendetta, with the mask and all that kind of vibe, and the way that Zero even talks and acts is a bit like that. So it copies V for Vendetta, the miracle worker, renegade, rebel. It copies Death Note in the whole logic and reasoning, the whole school-age kid kind of dynamic, the whole back and forth that they have going on. There's definitely some major the superpower that he gets to make him allowed to do what he's trying to do, just the way that the character acts even and talks and things. So a lot of dynamics there are very similar between Code Geass and Death Note. So V for Vendetta, Death Note, it copies Gundam with the whole mechs. It copies some other cutesy kawaii stuff like the fucking any sort of high school drama, romance type thing. It copies even more than that, if I could remember. Probably something with the whole Ragnarok connection and stuff that might be taken from somewhere. That part is the worst part of the show because it's just sort of convoluted and there's nothing really to it. It's not something you really feel a lot of weight to. It's just sort of there, you know? As like a plot device, but it's not even really fleshed out enough. Like a proper plot device, like the Gios powers themselves. Or yeah, the fact that there's so many of them is like different Gios powers. The Emperor can erase memories, and C2 made everybody love her, and it's just one of those great examples of like a missed opportunity. It's still a very good show, but it could have been even better. It could have been like damn near perfect. Like, flaws with majorly great series. Like even Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood is really good because you have the one thing missing is that it's sort of tone deaf, where it'll have like a serious scene, but instead of letting that serious scene simmer, they have like a comic moment to break it up. That happens like 100 times throughout the show. That's actually kind of bad. And the opening couple episodes are rushed because that material's already been done in the first show, but it was done a lot better. So on one hand, if you're going to include the material, then don't rush it and let it simmer. But also, if you're going to rush it like that, then just don't even include it at all because, you assume you've seen the other show. Like the Shao Tucker scene is much better in the original 2003, or the other thing is much better. The Slicer and stuff, they take their time. It's much more emotional. So I'd argue that the 2003 series is just as good almost as Brotherhood, because even though it lacks the source material, there are still some amazing things about it, and the tone is actually better. Because see, the 2003 series has some lighthearted moments and funny moments, but when it gets serious, it gets really serious, like with Mustang being suicidal and him being a potential villain, the way they show him, and a much darker kind of past, and he really killed Dr. Marco, and Scar is much more intimidating and serious, and just everything is treated much more seriously for the most part. So the tone gets much more engaging, even the stuff with Slicer, even the stuff with Tucker, like it plays better. It just works better. The tone is much more serious, the music and everything, the way they present it. I was more immersed and I took that more seriously. Now, obviously, Brotherhood has some amazing moments too, especially later on that you do end up taking that way, but it's not quite the same, right? Brotherhood still goes for more like a something that appeals to everybody kind of vibe, whereas the 2003 FMA is just like really serious and existentially dreadful, kind of powerfully, that way. So that's something that you basically, if you had the same material in Brotherhood with the finished manga and everything like that, you had the same material but with the tone of the 2003 series, then it would be the best anime ever. It'd be perfect because that's what you almost have. A lot of the moments that are better in the first series are the ones that are some of the same overlapping material, just treated more seriously or taking more time. And so that's almost what I wish. I wish that after like episode 25, which is only like episode 10 in the other series, in Brotherhood, where Maze Hughes dies, then I want to see the rest of the material in Brotherhood, but in the same tone as the original, and unfortunately we won't get that. The way they show Ishbal is much better. It's sort of hard to explain, but there's something tonally missing with Brotherhood. The material is strong, but the tone is sort of inconsistent, where you take it seriously, but not quite as seriously, right? It's sort of going through the motions a bit. It's kind of playing it for a more lighthearted vibe. It's kind of just doing it. I don't know how to explain it, but the 2003 series was like really serious, like about as serious as you can get, and the material kind of deserves it. Sure, there's some more filler episodes and some bad stuff in there, although to be fair, some of that filler is almost made up for by the fact that, in a negative way, with Ling and his whole crew, that's obviously unique to the thing, to the Brotherhood, in some ways I don't like those characters, Fu, and, they're used to a reasonable effect, but they're kind of, they just feel kind of out of place and not really. The little girl with the panda, May or whatever, I didn't really like any of those characters, to be honest with you. Old Man Fu, again, they're given some interesting things to do, especially with Greed being Ling crossover, but to me, those characters were a bit getting old after a while, and the little girl is annoying, and even the other girl is kind of bland, the chick, what's her name? Lan Fan. It's sort of like one of those cliche elements that's just in there just to be there for the sake of it. So I didn't end up actually watching anything. This was just an anime talk review segment. But yeah, I like my track record with animes, actually. It's kind of like similar to TV shows. I haven't seen very many, especially not in full, but the ones I have seen are among the best of all time, and I like them a lot, and I've seen them like multiple times. And so I've seen very few anime fully. I've seen very few TV shows fully. In fact, I might not have seen hardly any TV shows fully. Probably like Seinfeld, I've seen every episode. But, even shows that I like The Mentalist or Psych, I haven't seen the whole thing. Because sometimes they just go on for so fucking long. Like, am I going to watch the entire show of Monk? Probably not. At this rate, it would take me like 10 years. Like, when did I actually start watching it? Probably about like a month ago, and I've only seen 7 episodes in like a month. Because, I keep watching a movie in between and stuff, and it's pretty fun, but whatever. I'm satisfied with it because it's so good anyway. Like, even if I just watch a little bit of it, like how we watched 13 episodes of The Sopranos. So those were the 2 shows that I really wanted to watch in doing this too. I wanted to watch Serial Experiments Lane, which I obviously already did, and then Monk. But it took me a little time to get around to it. Yeah, let me try to watch something here if I could. I guess I'm kind of tired. I love how I have 5 followers on my Kick. Like, I literally had 1, and then I haven't used it in literally weeks, and now I have 5. I had 4 the other day, and now I have 5. Like, where are these coming from? How is that traffic? It might not seem like a big deal, but like I had 0, or like I had 0, and then maybe 1 was during a stream, but one was like during a stream, and so the point is that where did the other 4 come from now? And it couldn't be from my YouTube because nobody fucking watches my YouTube, so I don't get it. But I love that Workin' Stiffs guy. I'm obsessed with that video from, some of these are so addictive to watch, from Shark Tank. The over easy chicken coop guy who's obsessed with Robert, and then the fucking, I want to make an edit of those where they're all just cut together. His obsession with Robert. It's just you and me, Mr. Wonderful, for now. And then he grants to Robert, I wanted to do special things with you in Europe and blah, blah, blah. And then the Workin' Stiffs guy, Damon's sitting there, doesn't say anything, and he says, you're looking at me like I can't make this successful. But he didn't say anything. And then he tries to compliment him, and then he says, how am I valuing myself high? He keeps like taking this offended adversarial view to everything Damon says. Like when you like a girl, or he's acting like that, like somebody who's bashful for like a crush, because he knows Damon's in the clothing industry and he's best suited for his product. Like when somebody has a crush on a girl and you're like nervous, and anything they say you take like super to heart, so you get offended by it or you get built up by it or whatever. But yeah, I've seen very few anime, like I said, which I could do like the Crunchyroll Gauntlet type of thing. It's just like you never have enough time to do stuff, but this is kind of cool because, again, would I have ever watched Monk if not for doing these driving sessions? I wouldn't have. So that's, you know what I mean? Would I have watched Serial Experiments Lane? I don't think I ever would have had time to do it, or I would have not done it with this amount of focus. So I love that I'm doing that because it's kind of making the most of my time. Even Hell's Kitchen Season 1 was kind of fun in the same way. Top 5 funniest product demonstrations. Yeah, Shark Tank has been like my go-to YouTube series. Either that or something to do with chess. Or I love the intro song thing that they show. Like everybody, you know, Lori is doing something crazy on QVC and a meeting and this and that, and Damon's in a meeting with the shoe and this and that, and then Mark's playing with the basketball on his team, and Robert's in a car or something. Lori's on a boat on a yacht, and then Barbara's just standing there. Barbara should be closing on a house or doing something, giving the keys to somebody, but Barbara's literally just standing there, and that's it. She just stands there and does a pose, and that's Barbara's footage. Barbara's boring and the poorest out of all of the sharks. For that reason, I'm out. The producers, I guess. Let's go ahead and we'll start this in a second here. 5 funniest product demonstration, Shark Tank Global, starting in 3, 2, 1. Who are the sharks? Self-made business experts. I don't like these documentary type parts. I like how I'm going into the Stimuli Acme stuff too. Mila Kunis role play, and then now we got a little hypno fetish. It's a very dynamic fetish though. I have to say, I don't know, there's something about it that's very fascinating. The power dynamic and stuff. Like it would appeal to almost everybody because either you're dominant or submissive, most people. So you would love it if your boyfriend, girlfriend snaps you into a trance and makes you their slave for the day and do whatever you want, do whatever they want, or vice versa. You would love to do that to them. And as a consensual role play type thing, it's very, very potentially good. I'm sure that one where they do the door is on here, like Haven or whatever, where he tries to bash in the door, do the flying kick. They're going to be on their phone the whole time. You're getting ghosted IRL. Or are they reading the script from their thing? $22. When do they not have it with them then? When they're showering or something? Where did they get that? Some behind the scenes footage? Damon looks scared. Like, what, did they have a secret camera in here or something? But it must have serve some purpose. What's the point then? Or it's like my old expression. You almost have to put on some performative front for society because it's so overextended in its insecure, contrivant state. So, like, if you stare at a wall, that's weird and you're crazy, even though you're thinking and imagining stuff and whatever. But if you stare at a screen like a computer, oh, that's okay. You're staring at images on a screen that you could just be imagining in your mind or something. So you're getting punished for having a good imagination, and you want to be reduced to some reactionary state where you're dependent on externality and reactive only to externality, reduced to structure. Like, so it's okay to stare at a screen and random images on there, but it's not okay to stare at a wall. So you do it as a pretense. I'm not actually on the computer doing something. I'm just thinking about various things, secrets of the universe, general societal contrivance, but I'm just pretending like I'm doing something on the computer. I wish I could show you some of the stuff I did when I was younger on the computer, like just like researching stuff. It's kind of hard to explain, the internet is such an awesome thing when you're young, because there's so many things you can do with it that maybe wasn't all that productive, but, you know, I don't know, there's something to it. I thought it would be like some sort of filter for the screen that makes it not hurt your eyes, so you could still do it. Well, why do you need it? Just don't use your phone. What good would it do? It's so stupid, though. Why do you need a product? Just don't use it. Or yeah, like an ignore fetish. An ignore fetish where they're just on their phone and ignoring you, or just in general. Oh, that's so alpha, that's so hot. Or like even, whatever, like a foot fetish, same thing. They're going to use you as a human footstool and ignore you. Again, it's just submissive ideation. It's not that big of a deal. Or similar domination the other way. Yeah, he gets on Scott Jordan over that. There's plenty of blocks of plastic with patents. It'd be a nice little gag gift. That was a random reference. Infomercial on what? It's useless. It needs some sort of gimmicky, give you something to occupy your hands, like a fidget spinner quality to it. Something that makes you look like you're looking at a phone, but... like to make it look like you're on your phone just to not be bothered. I like how direct they're being, though. It is garbage, but sometimes they'll still suck up and say, oh, it's not so bad. What was that by Lori? Or yeah, we love this fetish. I'm just role-playing as every cuck sim clown out there. Why does it keep showing my headphone battery thing? Like, oh, when a girl rolls their eyes at you and ignores you, and let's combine them all together. They're ignoring you and using you as a human footstool, and they've hypnotized you to be in that position, and you start to snap out of it, but they have like a little anklet on their foot that is moving back and forth in front of your eyes, and that puts you back into a trance and hypnotizes you again when you start to break out of it without any effort or acknowledgement even from them. But how often do they get car sick? Yes, of course, because it's a natural state to be driving in a fucking car. It's the kid's fault. This doesn't seem like that bad of an idea, though. That's the problem, is that so wouldn't they potentially this is the problem, the removal and all that. You don't want to just hang on their neck for a long time. It serves its purpose, but I don't get it. Where do you throw it when you're in your car? Yeah, let's look at this objective concept that you don't have to experience something to know it or to objectively consider it. So you could have experienced everything in your mind and understand still from a perspective, right? Experience in that sense is overrated because you're never going to experience everything, and you don't want to be reduced to just that within the infinite objective mind that you have. So you could experience everything in your mind in a manner, stigma effect of an absolutist. So you have this, like, the stigma effect of experience, as if you experience everything and you could imagine it to a degree and sort of really feed off of that. So a lot of things in society are just reduced to like assuming you don't have imagination or framing imagination as like a bad thing. So yeah, these sessions have sort of bogged down a little, but I'm just not in the mood somehow to do anything more because of either the weather or I'm in a rush or something. Like I'm not even setting up my mic sometimes. I guess the main strength of this isn't even the mic or the mic quality, it's the position of it. Just where I don't have to talk as loud and it's just kind of on my chest and my arm isn't blocking it because that's always at a weird angle. So it might have more to do with that than anything else. So yeah, it's almost Christmas time, so I've tried to go shopping and do banking and stuff before. But now I don't have to worry about any of that. So now it's like going to be the 21st. So now I don't have to go anywhere. I have enough like food and shit in my house. Or I always have this tradition where I'll get like some food that'll last me into Christmas. So like the 24th, I'll get some food, like Pizza Hut or something, and then it'll last me into the 25th. Right, that way I don't have to go anywhere or nothing would be open and then I'll get it. The main two things that I get that last me are like KFC. Sometimes the chicken stores pretty well, but not really for too long, right? Like if I get it at night, the night before, then I'll have it in the morning the next day and that's it. But with pizza, it can last like the whole next day or something. I do that as like a tradition, right? Every Christmas I'll have that Pizza Hut and wings and pasta and stuff in the fridge from the last night. And that way I don't have to go anywhere and have a nice meal. And the same thing goes for the other thing. The fact that, like Thanksgiving, I maybe did that. I don't really remember what I did. The conflict of contrivance is misdirected. In other words, you have the situation of, it won't be that's addressed directly. It'll be, it's your failure to overcompensate, things like that, right? Anybody who would expose the nature either through or some other measure or criteria. So that's number one. The other aspect of it is the fact that it'll be turned into like some sort of contest of contrivance and indignance too, where it's about appearances, keeping up appearances that becomes valued heavily, even despite reality or even at the expense of reality, even indicating that reality needs something to be covered up and overcompensated for. And then you also have the ability to consider that, like it'll be turned into a contest, like, oh, look, my achievement of half-mass contrivance state is better than yours or other people, so I take pride in that and I'm indignant about that, as if to overcompensate and validate the presence of contrivance at all, like, and so now you have a situation where, in terms of zero-sum means or something, like, oh, my ability to achieve zero-sum means is better than yours or something, but the problem with that is, it's all zero-sum self-interest anyway, so it doesn't exactly have, you could just do something else, or it's not like some inherent objectively impressive process. yeah, that's one point that you have. And see, a lot of the issue of that too is like reducing something to a lowest common denominator. It's not about some inherent conflict again. It's like, how do I dumb something down enough for social contrivance, or so there's an irony to that. Like sometimes, again, what is condemned could be thought or objectivity or anything like that. What is glorified is reduction to a half-mass contrivance state. What is also relevant is that, and you would think in that, right, if a contrivance state is being vouched for, then there should be no conflict and no need for reinforcement through externality or overextension insistence upon it. But there's plenty of that, and that's in fact the whole basis of its existence, that it requires constant contrivance, constant reinforcement through externality, constant regurgitation, everything like that, closed structure contrivance state, everything like that. So that indicates a non-absolute state, at least, that is treated as though it is absolute and not really questioned or even really acknowledged to an extent. And then beyond that, you have the ability of contrivance to... like, let's use social contrivance as a measure, right? The manner in which someone practices social contrivance, like, as a sign of intelligence or something like that. So somebody who's quiet could be perceived as less intelligent, perceptively, possibly. Although sometimes not. Sometimes it's the opposite perception too, But no, it could be that, you think rather than talk, or you prefer thought over talk, or talk is cheap and self-defeating and just overextension of self-interest and insistence upon self and distraction, whatever. But also, there's an egotism to social contrivance. Like, either it serves a purpose, in which case it's just overextending your self-interest to a collective, like you want something in some indirect way that you're going to pursue. But there's like some glorification of a pure initial reactionary standard, like, well, you do want something and everything is incentivized and non-based of self, but you want to not only, like, don't pretend like you don't want something, just don't be aware that you want it. Like, oh, this is how I met the love of my life. We started talking and this and that, and I totally wasn't thinking about it or planning it. But that might be true. You really are just a mindless, half-mass reactionary human function, and so that's a good thing. Just let it happen to you instead of having some self-awareness, thought, measure, etc. And again, just remember, if any of those things, like actually thinking and being self-aware, invalidate a process, like, oh no, but that takes the fun out of it, or that ruins it, or you can't plan it, then maybe that's a flaw with the process, not so much as the mere reflection of thinking of reality. That'd be like saying, well, close your eyes if you don't like what you see, or you have to close your eyes to do something, and if you open them, oh, that's your fault, blame the eyes, poke the eyes out, not that what you're seeing has some flaw or limit with it. So you have to create this illusion of a state, right, of value, because there isn't any inherently, or it's a half-mass state where you're undermining it actively. And then the other thing is the fact that the other aspect of it is the fact that you're able to, like quiet or not. So the one who's loud and popular might be, just an expert at reducing their infinite objective mind to lowest common denominator, social contrivance, overextending to collective. So a combination of artifice and, again, dumbing something down, LCD, and then also the flip side, like, talk is cheap, objectively adverse, self-defeating, finite, everyone. Also, overextension, non-basis self. So it's on one hand, like, you're granting other people the benefit of the doubt. Like, aren't we all self-aware, thinking creatures who can tell that that's all it is, and it's cheap, and it's just a way to insist upon self, and, that is the lowest form of expression possible, where thought is at least much more, not reduced to a structure of social contrivance, all this. So it's a very low form of communication, very low form of thought, if you even consider it that, right? It's the lowest form. It's just base, some reactionary, no amount of depth or nuance to it. So why would you then value it that way? But even beyond that, you would have this notion of just like, you would value it in a certain way, and like, why would you value it, kind of thing. But also you feel like a lot of emphasis on appearances, things like that. Yeah, like thought and the desire to think, but again, objectivity isn't useful or functional in a half-mass contrivance state. In fact, it's actually antithetical, so that's condemned. So, and a lot of dehumanization happens in kind of a creative way. This is a real achievement of contrivance, that, human beings are about being kind to each other, or something like that, or social emphasis contrivance, or, the heart, or the soul, or something like that. When in reality, what defines a human being compared to an animal, and what is our defining quality, is our ability to think and our intelligence. And so what that tells you is, if the mind and thought are the defining factor, then you would not suffer any process, and any process that subverts thought is a bad thing, right? Where thinking is your defining trait, so anything that makes you not think or controls your thought makes you less than human, including contrivance state, all of that. So it's a clever way, again, to play on the ego of like, oh, look, I'm a good person because I'm beholden to an objectively adverse social contrivance state that isn't even consistently practiced by any measure, any standard, or often it just is no standard or measure even held, and pretense is just taken for granted, absolute. That's kind of what indoctrination of youth has a key role, right, in a contrivance state, because what happens is you beat into people at a young age what is sometimes literally, but no, you beat into people at a young age things that cannot be questioned, and then they in practice observe that those things are not absolute, but they don't question them anyway because it's so ingrained in them. So again, the deconstruction absolutist tendency of a self-aware inherent base state would be the person at the age of 15. Let's be very literal about it. At the age of 15 now, you're finally, probably could be a lot younger, but you're able to think for yourself and think critically. So now you go back as if you had been indoctrinated into a religion. Now you can think about it critically. Same thing, you've been indoctrinated into society. So now that state of thought is condemned, or, oh, you're rebellious, or this or that. And I love that framing. Again, that's the Bolshevik rhetoric, or as I call it, in a deeper level, false duality. We've indoctrinated you heavily against your will with a non-consensual social contract from birth, and now you're finally able to think for yourself, and oh, how dare you not give in to every aspect of contrivance in every minute way, and how dare you question it in any way, at all. So it'd be one thing if you lived in the jungle, and then you came into society from the external factor. But no, you were forced to be indoctrinated through it at a young age, and now by simply being a little objective and questioning it, oh, that's your fault. That's your... and see, you might think, oh, well, people are more aware of this than I give them credit for, but they're not aware of it as much as they contrive against it. So you're creating a contrivance response to create a different appearance. Like, oh, that's not what it is. It's actually, oh, it's just absolute or meant to be. But that's where the inherent versus false inherent contrivance response comes in, because it's very important to distinguish the two. That just because that's what's been indoctrinated doesn't make it real or true. And then you also have one other thing with the contrivance state, that it requires constant reinforcement and externality. So if someone is at peace with their inherent state or aware of it or anything like that, they don't need any of that. It's only necessary, again, to reinforce and struggle with the conflict of contrivance of the state, where you're able to like the false duality, where anything that exists outside of contrivance is not possible. Nothing can exist except antithetical to contrivance. Like, oh, they're just being rebellious. They're anti-contrivance, because of course contrivance is absolute and unquestionable, and nothing else can just naturally exist outside of it. So it's not that necessarily they're doing it to spite this, although this is a trap that people often fall into. I'm going to do this goth or dress a certain way to sort of spite the system, spite the contrivance, instead of a more inherent base neutrality, which would tell you that you would be right? You wouldn't make a spectacle out of it, or you wouldn't fit into some other dichotomy. You would be non-neutral. Okay, I'm going to live in a nudist colony. I'm going to be neutral, base, go back to my inherent natural state. Something that could be along those lines. So that's the fallacy you fall into still. Right? You see this like with gender. Oh, no, stop trying to control us with with the two genders and all of this, right? The dichotomy. But in reality, people still play into it. They'll say, well, I don't want to be controlled by society's gender stereotypes, which is a legitimate thing to think, but then how do you solve it? You say, oh, I want to be free from society's gender stereotypes. Like, oh, then I'm female, so I like flowers, or I like pink, or whatever. I can't play sports, or blah, 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 blah. Whatever stereotypes you want. The problem is that people often play into it that way still. Though in order to escape from society's gender stereotypes, I'm going to take my assigned and biological gender, and I'm going to try to change it to male, right? So now I'm a man because I want to do some of the things that, society says that only a man can do, in a manner of speaking, at least stereotypical, preconceived sense. So you're trying to escape from that, but you're escaping from one gender stereotype to another set. So in reality, an objective perspective would not fall for that and say, oh, I'm escaping the gender binary by simply switching my gender. But you're still playing into the binary, then you're simply saying, I don't like my set of preconceived notions, and so I'm going to switch to the other. So you're still saying that, in order to wear a dress, I have to change from male to female, as if to reinforce, so society's gender stereotypes are correct. I just have to change my gender to fit into the one that I want to use. But the real absolutist thing would be, from an inherent perspective, no, you don't need to associate the two. You can say, well, you can wear whatever you want. Objectively, factually, you can. Or whatever, like you can do whatever you want to do regardless of gender, rather than simply saying, in order to have permission to do the thing I want to do, I have to change my gender, ergo, I think I'm bucking the binary of gender, but actually you're playing into it by simply saying, no, I have to get society's approval by being the other gender, when really it should be that, gender doesn't restrict me, define me, it doesn't matter, I can do whatever I want regardless. And then the other side is, like just the false duality, and there's one other point, but I can't remember. Okay, so here I'm going to actually do something different, because I'll take a little break from my format that I'm doing. With the movies, we're at the letter G, and we're at episode 8 of Monk, and we also have, the character point system review that we did. So I'm going to look for something different on Netflix still that breaks from the form. Let's look at what anime they have and try to do that. Maybe my Death Note review recap what made me want to do that. Right, just something a little different. I don't really care what it is. Right, we'll just take a little break, but I do like that format, and I hate to stop a series in the middle like that with Monk, we're getting immersed, but whatever, it's fine. So let's look for anime. It doesn't have to be really, but let's look for a series that we haven't seen. Or if Death Note is on here, there's a Death Note game on here, I guess. Your next watch. You know what, man? Should I do it? I feel like I've rehashed most of my points, though. I just know the series so well that it kind of would be boring. It's something I feel like I should have done, but I also don't want to do it. It's hard to explain. Hunter X Hunter, I know, is a good one. I'm just seeing like I don't know what's on here. Imagine using that too. Misa is the cover art. It's just Misa for Death Note. Like, really? They're showing literally the worst part and the worst character in the whole show. I'd rather see Naomi Mizura or some shit. Like, that misrepresents what the anime is all about. Even by its own standard, like, she's the exception to kind of the really smart characters that we typically deal with, so... Demon Slayer, like, I do want to watch something, but... JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Now, why does that have a Netflix logo on it? How could that be made by Netflix? I thought that was just some random thing. Or maybe they bought it, or it's exclusive. Then you have Monster, which... I love the first couple episodes of that, but then it started to get a little worse, and I didn't see the whole thing. Grave of the Fireflies. Much better than Spirited Away. Dragon Ball Daima, which I don't know what the hell that even is, or I haven't seen Super either. I really can't decide. I'm just trying to go back into my... I don't know. You know what, let's just indulge it and see. I'll give it a shot, actually. I'll do episode 1 and just kind of see how I feel about it. It feels like I don't know. This should be like my last time ever watching it, though, because, yeah, I don't dislike it, but when you do something to death like this so much, on and on, it becomes a little bit tiring. So there's an intro that it'll include, which will incorporate into the timestamp and everything. So if it wasn't on Netflix, obviously I wouldn't have done it, but just conveniently it is. So yeah, we're going to react to, obviously, something I've seen multiple times before, but Season 1, Episode 1 of Death Note, and of course it's a series that I've talked a lot about in the past, a lot of good elements to it, like game theory, a lot of great character kind of dynamics with L representing kind of the whole worldwide police, and obviously Light being Kira and sort of representing... I guess the Kira movement, but there's not really that many people in it. Like, he only works with Misa and Takeda, so he kind of does better alone. And in fact, those people are arguably just a liability that he has to use at times. So, I don't know what I'm doing with this, but... I want to basically do an analysis/review of the series in great depth and detail, which I've kind of done this exact same thing in the past. So I'll try to revisit, like, as if I was watching it for the first time, and pretend like, you know, how did I perceive some of this? One of the noteworthy things is everyone would know how highly I've thought about and written about Light. But the way it started out was I didn't think much of him at all. Like, oh, he's just a smart kid who thinks he's way smarter than he is or better than he is just because he got the notebook. But then that turns out to be wrong. Right, that he actually does validate everything by his intelligence, etc., etc. Yeah, we'll start in a minute here. I'm not committing to doing this, like, full. I'll just do one episode. The first episode is actually kind of not that interesting either. I mean, it sets up the premise, but, again, even the premise of the notebook itself is a bit contrived, and that's the weakest element of the show, where, like, arbitrarily you keep discovering new rules and stuff, especially in the first couple episodes. It's arbitrary because it's just whatever the plot needs, right, to have put in place, even just as a premise, then the logic and deduction and everything along the way is good, and the dynamic between L and light and stuff, but I think people misunderstand some dynamic with that too, is that light wants to be kind of, he even says it himself early on, light's very direct with his intention. I want to get close to L and eliminate him, and he says that, all along. So in other words, he says it to Ryuk, right, long before L does that. So even though the manner in which L reveals himself he doesn't like, you might think, oh, but now it's basically like he's caught, because L suspects him. But you have to realize how little credibility L has there. Like, he suspects him, but he has absolutely nothing to go on whatsoever. So, what would be cool is like a character point system to do it in retrospect, even though I already know kind of everything that happened. I've been thinking about doing this for a while, but so yeah, you could do like a fresh character point system. I was really disappointed when they introduced Misa. I thought that was annoying, and she is kind of annoying, but the story still handles that well. But like episodes 10 through 20 are arguably like the worst, or not even so much 10 through 20, but like including the Yotsuba arc, right? That whole part is kind of, I think everybody would universally agree, it's not the greatest, but it gives you that hypothetical, what would light be like without the notebook, and answers that. So I don't know why people sort of don't understand that and sometimes say crazy things like, L is not smarter than light, or not better overall in capability. Certainly light is more charismatic, socially more convincing. Or that's a hypothetical that I posed too. If L was Kira, he would have lost, assuming the sequence of events happens the same way. He would have lost in a situation like with Naomi Mizura, because I can't see him really convincing her socially the way that he does, the way that Light does. L needs kind of a more controlled environment. You might think, well, Naomi liked L and knew L, but in this hypothetical, obviously they wouldn't know each other. One thing that could be disqualifying is like, well, Light's dad is a cop, so that gives him an advantage, which it does, but I imagine Light would behave differently a little bit if that wasn't the case. Like, he wouldn't be so direct and confrontational and confident, necessarily, but he'd play it a little safer. But yeah, he uses that inside information the whole time. But that is often a key crux of how he's suspected too. So everything is always a double-edged sword, because Light is such an aggressive kind of person. He even has that line, right? Very telling. In all things, you cannot win with defense alone. To win, you must attack, and that foreshadows obviously the outcome with Al dying and him beating Al. And so, what Light does is he's very well rounded, or the way I describe Near and Mellow. I hate this because it's like I'm rehashing stuff I've said before, but I've never done it in like an organized fashion, or I never saved it, I guess, when I did do it. Like Mellow is the offensive side. He's all offense, and Near is all defense. Light can do both, and L can do both to an extent, although I guess the implication is Light is a little better offensively, L is a little better defensively, kind of, so it evens out that way. But I pose that very literally, too, because think about some sequence of events in Season 2. I guess if you would be watching with for the first time along with me, then you shouldn't do that, because I'm giving away constant things. Did you know Light is Kira? Like, it's not one of those series that obviously tries to hide the fact from the audience and let you figure it out, but the fact that he's the main character is very interesting. And I don't think his character changes that much. Like, even in the second season, you'd think, oh, look, his dad dies, and look how bad he is, or he's getting worse. But I think he's generally the same, right? He was willing to do that from the beginning. So just because he's, committed to it and having to go through it, he preferred not to. A few of the big mistakes, in my opinion, are as follows, that Light made, even by his own words. He says in episode 2, I have the notebook, and as long as they don't have that, they don't have any evidence against me, which he's right. So that would imply that he's smart enough to know, which of course he is, no matter what happens, never reveal the notebook. But he does do that. He reveals the notebook during the Higuchi situation, right? And I was very disappointed by that. Like, how, despite, and again, Light validates that immediately, like in episode 24, I'm like, oh shit, but how could you reveal the real notebook? That's not the Light I know, that's not smart. Because you even said in your own words that, oh, as long as they don't have the notebook, they don't have any evidence to convict me. So never reveal the notebook under any circumstance. But the reason why he does is so he can get rid of L, and it's worth it. So he kills L the next episode, so who am I to question him? But it was also Misa's clown behavior that forces his hand. That because she gets incarcerated, now he's screwed, right? He would have never normally wanted to do that, just to be fair. Right, the same thing, like, oh, he might do the Shinigami eyes to get out of his jam, but he doesn't want to do that, or he wasn't planning to have done that. So, but no, the Near and Mellow dynamic is like, let me mock it a little, like, oh, the whole point of season 2 is, oh, one person can't be Light, like L, so now let's have teamwork, let's split L into two halves and extremes, and have them work together, and the power of teamwork is enough to take down Kira. Wow. Like, that's literally the whole point of the season 2 dynamic, and from a game theory perspective, that's okay, because you're at least qualifying that. See, I'm not upset about that, saying that, okay, Near plus Mellow combined can beat Light, because the way it's written is to show, like, that there are two halves of L that together could be slightly better than L. I don't even take issue with that, but it's a situation where, again, Mellow is all offense, Near is all defense, and it goes in phases. So, like, season 2 starts off with Mellow aggressively, offensively, attacking and sort of kidnapping, right, the director, and then eventually Sayu, and getting the notebook, and he had all these plans in place. So that's a very aggressive move. He's just going right at you, kidnapping people, taking hostages, making a hostage exchange, right? Then, after that's done, Light strikes back, gets the notebook back, kills all of his crew and mafia, basically, and now Mellow's left alone with a scar on his face, blowing up, and barely survived. Right. Oh, yeah, and that's a stupid moment, too. See, here are all my takes coming out that to me might seem pretty basic and banal, but, this moment where Light's dad is threatening to write Mellow's name in the notebook. So that whole plan was kind of stupid, too. That's, like, the worst plan in the whole show. Oh, there's so many things. Like, Light's dad is afraid of using guns, or says, oh, I'm not a cop anymore, I'm not allowed to use a gun, or whatever, right? But so he has inhibition about using a gun, but he's in a situation where he's writing Mello's name in the book, so he's willing to use a magical supernatural notebook that Kira himself used, right? And the problem with that is you're willing to use the Death Note, which has the supernatural quality and the Kira quality and all of that. Like, he wrote Mello's first name, so he's willing to do it psychologically, and then he ends up not doing it. But you're not willing to use a gun, which would be more practical in that situation. So if you're going to use one or the other, why not just use a gun then and say, okay, I'll threaten him with a gun, and it'd be a lot quicker than writing his full name in a notebook, just pull the trigger. But that scenario makes no sense. He's willing to use a magical notebook to kill somebody that has all this negative stigma associated with it, but he's not willing to just simply use a gun in that situation. Like, that makes no ideologically consistent sense. Either way, you're going to kill somebody. One is just more efficient for the purpose. But, yeah, Nier comes to a lot of bullshit deductions, too. Like, the way they show it in the anime, at least with him watching TV, and finds out that Mikami is ex-Kira. It's not very well portrayed. He just goes Super Saiyan mode and does it. But even some of the other ones, like with the Shinigami and the Death Note rules, was very contrived. Like, when he says, oh, no Shinigami is following Mikami, when does he learn anything about that? Like, he doesn't know that the Death Note user is followed by a Shinigami. That's never established. Like, based on the show, maybe in the manga they give you a little more detail, I forget. But there's all this random stuff. Mikami was given a notebook by the Shinigami, but that Shinigami hasn't been following him. But how do you know that? Like, how do you know the trope of, oh, the Shinigami follows the person with the notebook? There's never any information that way. And then this is the dumbest line by Nier ever, too. When Ryuk says, and of course he can't hear Ryuk, but whatever, their reactions. Or it almost is maybe an editing mistake. Nier cannot see or hear Ryuk, but Light asks him for Nier's benefit, are the rules real? And then Ryuk says, no, they are all real. And then Nier immediately reacts as if he heard it, even though he didn't. And I don't think anybody says anything. And he can't hear Ryuk, but whatever. Then he says, Kira's in the room, and he's making the Shinigami lie on his behalf. That's the most wild statement of the whole show. Why? Because you barely know anything about Shinigamis. You've never spoken to one. You don't know any details, anything about their personality, any of that. That would be like L saying, oh, Rem wants to save Misa and is in love with her. Right? Like, even L didn't come to a wild theory like that. Nier just somehow knows, oh, well, like, Kira's making the Shinigami lie on his behalf. How would you qualify that? Explain that theory then. How would Kira be able to make the Shinigami lie on his behalf? What leverage would Kira have over a god of death? How can he make a god of death do anything, right? And in reality, he can't even make them do that, but they're just playing along for the fun of it. But how does Nier know that? Nier knows that Ryuk's a glutton for fun, and he's trying to play along and be funny and interesting, and so he's willing to lie for that reason and all of that. Like, it's the dumbest thing ever. How does he come to that deduction? Kira is in the room and he's making the Shinigami lie on his behalf, but why and how and what leverage does Kira have over the Shinigami? That, oh, he's bribing him with apples, or that he's entertaining him, or how would you know that? How would you're saying that a human being has somehow leverage and dominion over a Shinigami that you could not possibly remotely prove, and that technically isn't even true. He doesn't really have leverage over him. He's just choosing to play along for apples or for, because he's bored. So Nier has zero reason to make that claim or to have that deduction. That is the worst deduction in the whole show by far. Kira is in the room and he's making the Shinigami lie on his behalf. Okay, Nier, explain. How is he making the Shinigami lie? How? So that's a bad deduction. There's a couple other ones, like where he just comes to stuff just because he has to. I had a thing in mind, but I forgot. But yeah, like Mello starts off with the offensive thing, then Light strikes back and gets him on his heels. Only Mello's alive. His whole crew is dead. Then he makes one final strike in episode 35, but he kind of humbles them, right? Like, they get a good hit in on Light, but then he punches back, and then they're basically dead. Same thing with Nier. He sends all the Kira followers to the SPK's base, and they almost die, and then they relocate. So now they're on their heels, though, and humbled, like, oh, shit. But So individually, this is to sort of show this dichotomy. In a 1v1 match, that's what happens. Mello catches Light off guard a little bit, but then Light strikes back, and he kills his entire infrastructure, and even almost Mello. And so Mello's on the run by himself, and he's screwed, right? He lost the notebook, he lost the infrastructure, he lost everything. Same thing with Nier. Nier loses his whole base, and he loses... he loses his base, and he almost dies. So, in both cases, it's showing you in a 1v1 match against Light, Light would clearly be dominant and, push them basically to the brink of death just like that. And so that foreshadows the final plan. Like, that's basically what would happen. We know that Light could beat Mello 1v1 in a battle of wits. We know that he could beat Nier one-on-one. We already know that. So, the only way they have a chance is if they work together, obviously. But those two moments are telling. And Nier is defensive, and I like the way I explained this. It's very direct. Like, Nier is defensive-minded in his practice, and he does it in a very literal way, right? Where he defends against the attack. So he's allowing Kira to attack by having Mikami come and write everybody's name, but he's defending against it by, I'm going to replace the pages with fake pages. So he's letting Light attack, and he's defending against it very directly, right? So that pretty much shows you that dynamic very well. That plan makes a lot of sense for Nier, because he's not the one to take the initiative or attack himself the way that, like, Mello does, or even L does to some extent. And then the thing with Nier, there's so many things. I've forgotten half of what I wanted to even say here. Nier is, he comes to some really dumb deductions. Like I said, the Shinigami one, even the fake rule one, that you're using Mello's credibility to say, well, Mello said this rule is fake, so I guess we just believe him then, even though he just kidnapped and murdered people and fucking murdered even the SPK. So they give Mello a bit too much leeway and credibility. Or yeah, wouldn't that prove it right there? The fact that Mello didn't die and he wrote the names in the notebook would prove that rule is fake. So, like, it's been obviously 13 days after. I guess we don't know for sure that he... No, but I guess that's assumed, but that point is never really addressed. Let me try to think. There are some other points. But yeah, like, he defends... Oh yeah, like, L says a very important line, like, L would have considered the possibility of a fake notebook from the very beginning, and he would have tested it. You had the chance, but you squandered it. And Nier doesn't actually do that, even though he ends up winning. Nier considers the possibility of a fake notebook, and Mello tests it effectively by kidnapping Takeda. He tests it because he knows they're going to kill Takeda or something's going to happen, right, to reveal it. So, right, think about that line by Light. L would have considered the possibility of a fake notebook from the very beginning, and he would have tested it. So Nier considers the possibility of a fake notebook, but then Mello tests it. So they both have to work together to do what L could have done on his own. So Mello tests it effectively by doing what he does, the kidnapping, and then Nier obviously considers it. So that works out pretty well. And yeah, I wanted to make almost a compilation of like every moment where Light seems genuinely triggered, like even despite keeping up his front. One of the best ones is like, I don't know if people really realize or pick up on this, but when L says, we had cameras in your room, this is like in episode 15 or 16 when he's confessing that I could be Kira, and Light's going through his theory, and then he says, L says, even though we had cameras, no amount, even if you were Kira, no amount of camera surveillance would reveal that fact. And then Light says it back, wouldn't reveal that fact, huh? And that's not him acting. He's genuinely pissed. Like, that's him as Kira breaking character, where he's trying to compose the scenario that, I could be Kira. And then he's mad at L's, like, persistence that, the cameras didn't prove you aren't Kira. Like, it's hard to explain that moment, but Light's realizing, like, oh, as if that wasn't enough. I ate the potato chips and somebody died, and you saw all this on camera, but you still suspect me after that? So he's revealing his anger at that. Like, how can Elle be this good at this persistent that, like, wouldn't reveal that fact, huh? That's not him acting that, oh, I could be Kira. That's him breaking full character, actually, and being mad. Like, oh yeah, wouldn't reveal that fact, huh? Then what would? You saw people die. You saw me on camera. You saw that I wasn't killing anybody. You saw everything that I planned so perfectly. But oh no, it still wouldn't reveal that fact, huh? Like, nothing would reveal that fact to you. You can just see through everything. Like, he's genuinely pissed there. Wouldn't reveal that fact, huh? Like, that line, I love that, because that's what it is. He's genuinely pissed that Elle is that perceptive, and, like, you know, I should have been cleared then, but Elle is kind of, rubbing it in his face. Like, no amount of camera surveillance would reveal that fact. So, in other words, no matter what you do, I can see through it, and I'm still going to suspect you. Even in this moment, he's trying to pretend like he is Kira, right, and get locked up. But it's just that one momentary dissonance of, like, remembering who you're dealing with. Like, oh, this guy is such a thorn in my side, right? And he has a similar reaction to, in, like, an earlier episode where it was the scene where Elle says, you're my first friend I've ever had, right? And he finds out the connection between the second Kira and the first Kira, that they've met. And Light's kind of, what makes you say that? And then in the next scene with Ryuk, he's kind of pissed. That damn Ryuzaki had no trouble figuring out that Kira and the second Kira made contact. I have to eliminate him as quickly as possible. Right, and then Misa jumps on him like the clown that she is. And so, for the first time in my life, I've been provoked to hit a woman. Which is actually not true. Because he had that impulse with Naomi Mizura where he said, if I had to, I could use force. Those are the two moments of domestic violence, physical violence against a woman that he refers to, right, in the whole show. That, and then he knocks the cup away from Misa, let's do a domestic, like, I know this by heart, dude. I know this shit inside out. And I have, like, all these different, I guarantee you, some of this stuff nobody's ever really said quite this way, or I know there's a lot of analysis done on the series, but there's a few things that I see consistently in comments on videos and stuff that are just wrong, though. Like that, oh, Elle is smarter than Light or something. He's objectively not, because even the way it's written is to reveal that fact. Like, the Yotsuba arc shows you that Light's just as capable as Elle, and you could say, oh, Elle's just pretending. Like, oh, you could succeed me as Elle. But no, it's genuine, too, because that's Elle's whole dynamic with Light. That he really is impressive. Like when he's in the diner cafe, right? And showing him the pictures, like, let's test your deductive reasoning. In part, that is actually genuine, and in part, oh, he's trying to find me out. But the point is that Light really does have great deductive skills. He really is just as smart as Elle, or on that level. And he's also a suspect. It doesn't mean the two can't exist together. So, that's what people maybe don't realize about it, is that, yeah, he's doing that to test him in part, but on the flip side, he really is smart enough to deserve it, and he does that thing with Namikawa that impresses Elle so much that he says that, and I don't know, if you don't interpret it that way, I don't really get what you're looking at, because that's clearly put in there to show you a what if. What would Light be like without the notebook? He'd be one of the world's greatest detectives, just like Elle, and he's on par with Elle without the notebook, so that's clearly what it shows you. Right, so you might say, oh, it's an act, but it's two things. It might be an act to test him, but it's also partly true that he's on that level and they work together, and you can see that they're operating at a very similar level. Just outclassing everybody else in the room. So what other dynamics are there to consider? The fact that I might not even watch it now, but I just kind of gotten in the mood. I think I did this like yesterday too. There's so many good takes and moments and observations and stuff. So you have the absolutist perspective that I would apply to Light. That's kind of like, even when he dies, okay, he was a useful tool to make the world a better place. Now let's move on. So there wouldn't be any attachment. It would just be like disappointing that, as smart as he is and great as he is, he somehow lost in a way that's not even entirely convincing. And so what else do we have here? Like the whole Mello Nier dynamic. The fact that Mello is so underutilized as a character in the show is actually pretty bad. Like, after his big explosion and he escapes, right, in like episode 30, and Light's dad dies, we don't see him really again until episode 35, and then he dies. So for the majority of season 2, you don't see him at all. And, he should have had a little more presence. You see the one scene that he's spying on Misa. You see the one scene where he is eating chocolate in the airport looking at a TV. I think it's an airport at least. And then that's literally it. You see him for like 1 or 2 scenes after, and one scene where he talks to Nier and takes Lindner hostage, kind of. But no, that would be a good way to show, like, what would Light do against a character like James Bond, or like a James Bond villain, or those kind of types. That would be kind of what Mello shows, is that, because you got to think, how good would Mello be in the context of James Bond villains? He might beat James Bond. That's what you don't realize. The power scaling in Death Note is actually extremely high. Like, Light is smarter than James Bond, better than, the only thing is that, he has the notebook. That would be the main differential, but... Or you know what one of the most powerful things about the show is? It's played in game theory on a very basic sense. Like, the characters don't hold back, right? There's never, it's like, Light's just toying with you, or he might be cocky, but he's only cocky like when he's winning, and the gamesmanship of that. Which there's a thing in the manga that actually explains this better. The way they portray L in the show is actually wrong a little bit, because he even admits, I'm childish and I hate to lose just like Light. So even though Light like laughs on his grave and stuff, that's not really the thing that people think it is. That's gamesmanship, that like, look, you were such a good adversary, and now I've beaten you, so that validates me, so I'm rubbing it in your face. You might imagine that L might have done the same thing to Light if he was Khan, right? You might not want to imagine it, or you might think, that makes Light evil, but that's not really what it is. There's a quote from the manga that I forget, but it's kind of like that I'm just as childish as Light, that I'm willing to break the rules just like Kira, I break the rules all the time, like I might be just as bad as him, or there's some implication like that, where he works with criminals, and he is willing to let Lin-L Taylor die, and he's willing to do anything it takes to win, and he treats it like a game, and, so in a lot of ways, they're very similar, Light and L. So in other words, there shouldn't be any moral distinction given to that, right? They have their moral beliefs, and they're doing what they're doing, but L is actually not different from Light in the competitive space of, we view this like a contest of wits, and we take pride in our performance, and, we're childish, we hate to lose, and when we win, we would be kind of childish about that too. So I think that's sort of misframed. I wish I could remember the quote, but it might be L saying it, or it might be somebody else, but like, I'm childish just like Kira, and I'm no better than him, basically, when it comes to that perspective. Right, so now it just comes down to who's better at achieving what we set out to do. There's so much, in fact, that I had to say that I've forgotten probably most of it as I'm going, but that's okay. I don't know if I'm even going to watch this now. Now I don't even want to, or I won't even have time to. Or I like how Kira goes from just like a Japanese pronunciation to an actual, like in English it makes less sense, because it just is like killer in Japanese, but the L and the R kind of fuse together like how it's pronounced, I guess, so. it's not really a name, but it makes more sense in Japanese, obviously. Even like the line in the first episode is funny. Death Note, as in a notebook of death. Light is a genius, by the way. Like, obviously it's called Death Note, it's a notebook of death. What do you mean? What does that question mean? But it makes more sense in Japanese because, again, English is not Light's first language. And so he's kind of translating it there because he's speaking Japanese and he's reading in Japanese. So for him, he's still learning English, even though he probably knows it pretty well. So, like, he's kind of Death Note, he's reading it in English and, translating it as in a notebook of death, trying to understand it. And so the point being that's why there's that momentary confusion, because he doesn't get it. Because of the language barrier, not just because of the implication of what it means. But that line actually makes no sense in English. Why would you ask that? Death Note as in a notebook of death. That's not what it means. Like, that's not what that line is meant to convey. It's meant to convey that, it's in English. And that's why he wrote it in English, the most commonly known language in the human world. Even though he dropped it in the wrong place, I guess, given that. Yeah, I haven't seen a lot of the other Death Note material. I've seen some of the movies, the Japanese movies. I've never seen the Netflix series. I've never seen the other Beyond Birthday. I don't know what there even is in Beyond Birthday. Probably a manga. But yeah, I should totally do like a manga reading. I wonder how you would do it. I could just go page by page and just, soak it. Oh, that'd be fun. That'd be fun. Like, we go page by page and just soak it in, but it would have to zoom in pretty far. So, like, I'd be reading it, which is dangerous, but there's not much. It's like a comic book, obviously. There's not much actual text on there. Or maybe I should react to some of the old comics, like, that I've never read, like Superman and stuff. That's not denigrating manga either to say that. In fact, it's probably much more in-depth and longer, but it's very similar, obviously, to American comics. I don't know which really came first, but the animation industry was much better in Japan than whatever cartoons in America, or I wouldn't really say better, but it makes a lot more sense, basically. Like, it's more directly tied to it. Not every comic book became an animated series the way that mangas often do, in a direct way. But yeah, Light is very impressive, and that line is kind of funny, like a YouTube poop kind of worthy abridged series thing. But yeah, I haven't seen the Netflix movie. I haven't seen anything Beyond Birthday. I haven't seen something else, any other expanded source material stuff. And in a way, I almost don't want to. But the Beyond Birthday was the one to do with Naomi anyway. Which I guess that guy's probably one of the people from Whammy's house, and I guess that maybe the Death Note is involved too, but they wouldn't have known that, I guess. Right? Nobody knew anything about it. Or the one thing that's kind of weird about the series is that, like, if there's been notebooks dropped in the past, then somebody would have found out about it, and the public would know, and there'd be some rumor about it. Right? Like, now there's a random cop saying that, there's a notebook of death, and whether people believe it, there'll always be these rumors through every era that, a notebook is, a notebook has come down, and this and that magical notebook. So, like, after a while, or one major event, one clown that it takes to expose it, now the existence of the notebook would be well known, and that's it, right? The cat would be out of the bag. So if Shinigami have done this even over centuries, right, it wouldn't be that hard to, it wouldn't be that hard for it to be super well known, and then everybody would know from that time on that, these notebooks are real and Shinigami are real. Right, with the number of people who came in contact with this stuff, it wouldn't be, it would make more sense if this was like the first time this had ever happened. Or like, how would they even know the rules for when humans obtain them or whatever? But yeah, there's a lot of Nier's deductions that are stupid from the second season. So my most hated one is that, where he says, Kira is in the room and he's making a god of death lie on his behalf. How? How is he threatening and coercing a god of death? We have no idea to know that. And oh yeah, here's another fallacy, that Misa would die soon if she didn't kill herself at the end of the series. That's actually not true, because she cut her lifespan in half twice. But guess what? She's still going to live for a super long time, because Jealous, who could have had hundreds or even thousands of years, right, like Shinigami, kill people and gain their lifespan, she gained the remainder of Jealous's lifespan and Rem's lifespan. So she, even if it's 100 years each, so now she's going to live till 300 potentially, her normal lifespan in that. Now you'll cut it in half, so it'll be 150, then it'll be 75. So even on the low end, it would be, she's going to live for a very long time. But on the high end, what if Jealous had 500 years and even killed extra people in planning to do that? But I don't think he thought about it like that. But, he had extra lifespan saved up just to give to Misa. But if it's 500 years, I don't know how that would work either, in terms of, like, how would that affect your physiology and growing old? Like, you might live for 500 years, but you'll be an old kind of vegetable, right? How does that change your aging process? That's the problem with it in real life, too. Like, oh, I have this pill that lets you live till you're 1,000, but that could be like a Twilight Zone type of twist thing. This thing will give you eternal... Oh, that's an awesome idea, actually. I don't think that I've ever seen that in fiction. That's such a good idea. Like, a story where it's about the fountain of youth and immortal, eternal life. And, like, you get it, you live forever. But then you don't realize that, oh, once you reach about age 100, you'll be very old and crippled and weak. And once you reach age 200, you'll literally be a zombie vegetable and you'll be suffering. Like, you won't be able to do anything. You'll be completely, comatose, etc. So, oh yeah, you can live as long as you want, but it doesn't change the fact that you're going to age and break down and die that way. Like, you'll suffer for it. So it's not what it seems. Or I love that in the Full Metal Alchemist 2003 series, Dante is better than Father. This was an analysis I did, because she's a flawed villain. She's coming apart at the seams. She's a body swapper, body snatcher. She's flawed. She's imperfect. She's doing the best she can. Whereas Father kind of ruins it because he's too good and too powerful. So it seems impossible for him to lose, right? Where it's almost a problem that you have in fiction of when the villain is too good, it's hard to qualify their defeat. Like Red John's defeat isn't convincing in The Mentalist, or Kira's defeat isn't convincing entirely in Death Note, or again, Father's defeat isn't convincing in Full Metal Alchemist, because there's so many things they could have done, and it seems almost impossible that they would lose. But my whole thing with that is in the 2003 series, the flawed villain, the power of the flawed villain, where it's okay to be imperfect, and sometimes that's better, because like even Steve Haynes in GTA 5, like sometimes imperfect villains are more believable or work better, or it's more like the way she gets eaten by Gluttony too, and the way she's trying her best and falling apart at the seams and all of this kind of thing, like where she's a flawed, imperfect villain, but she's still very powerful and still very smart and still doing her best. That's somehow more convincing, because I don't know, I really liked her more, not even in her totality, but I liked some of the implication, especially the ending with her, is that she's very powerful, but she's not a god. She's not perfect, the way the Father is, and because of that, the Father can't possibly lose, and the way that he does lose is sort of convoluted because the story just requires it. Whereas with her, it's like it requires her best effort and wittiness and craftiness to be where she is, but she can also lose in a way that's sort of believable. And again, she's kind of, the more she switches bodies, the more she starts to fall apart, and so she's literally falling apart, and then Gluttony finishes her off and all this kind of stuff. So there's something very poetic and valuable. I feel like I had other examples of that too. Like, what is a good example of a flawed, imperfect villain that's actually still very satisfying to deal with, compared to somebody who just seems so perfect, but then it's impossible to even explain how did they lose. I don't know, but Dante is better than Father. Not because the story or the entire plot or the manga equivalent Brotherhood, being finished is better. Not any of that. But again, it exists in a more believable scope. That she's still very, very powerful, but not all powerful. Because when you go into that territory now, it becomes hard to justify how did they lose. And like a lot of game theory moments ruin stories where, or lack of game theory, like the main character would have died, but they get saved by plot armor and this and that. So I don't know, when you have, even though Ed does die in that scene anyway, but no, you have, like, Dante is flawed, right? So that's good, because you can't be too perfect or you can't be too powerful, otherwise it's impossible to qualify or justify your defeat in a way that's yeah, I'm not actually even going to watch this now, but I certainly have a lot to say about it, and I don't know. But yeah, that's one of the things that's better about 2003 FMA compared to Brotherhood. Also, again, the pacing, the first couple episodes were better, like the way they cover some of the same material. Also, the tone is better, just in general, how it takes its material more severely, and I can take it more seriously, the way that Tim Marco is suffering from PTSD and stuff, and the way they talk about Ishbal and Scar is more nuanced, kind of, and the way Scar takes out Kimberly is a badass ending, way better than the way that Kimberly dies in the Brotherhood. So you have those moments that he blows up his own arm to try to fucking get him. But no, it's like Scar is done better in the first one, whereas in Brotherhood he goes from like one dimension to the other too much. Like, there's no nuance. There's still nuance with Scar throughout the first series, where he feels like a bad guy, but he also does some good things. In Brotherhood, it goes from he's just completely a bad guy to he's just completely a good guy. Kind of. It sort of happens in a way that doesn't feel as organic. Whereas in the first one, again, there's more of that serious sense. So, again, the tone is better. They don't always break up serious moments with laughter and comic relief and try to cop out and not let it simmer the way the Brotherhood does. The pacing, especially at the beginning, is better because all those episodes are better, like Shao Tucker, and it takes its time, more Maze Hughes. So, the Slicer and stuff, too. So those scenes are all better. So, again, the beginning is better. The beginning is better, the tone is better, more serious, the Scar is better, Roy Mustang is better, there's some nuance, he has like a villainous vibe almost, where you're not sure where his loyalties lie. You might say, that's just because you're not familiar with the source material then, but even if you are, the way they portray him is much more complex. He killed Winry's parents. See, like, that's one of those redundant moments in writing. Scar killed Winry's parents. Oh my god, he's a bad guy. But even if he didn't do that, he's already a bad guy. So it doesn't help, right? It doesn't matter. Ed wants to beat up Scar because he killed Winry's parents. But also, you would want to catch him anyway because he's killed so many alchemists and so many people, right? But yeah, Kimberly is better in the first one too, although he has some great philosophical moments. I don't know if I even like Kimberly that much better. I kind of like his... Actually, that's kind of hard. No, maybe that's one I would say the opposite. I do like certain aspects of his character in both, actually. He's one of those who's really good in both, but, a lot of it's good in both, but Roy Mustang has more nuance and deepness, because think about that moment with Winry's parents. It's believable that Mustang would have had to kill some innocent people and do some terrible things in Ishbal, right? That everybody's so traumatized about it, and Roy even tries to kill himself and stuff. So it's believable that you would have had to have that happen. So the fact that he kills Winry's parents kind of feels like the sort of thing he would have had to do, and it puts a target on his back that it makes him a very nuanced, deep, complex character. And, even though he's a good guy, he has some skeletons in the closet, that's a very deep, valuable thing, and it's believable that he would have had to do that to get so far as he did, climbing up the ranks. And then you have, on the other side, you have in Brotherhood, it's just redundant. Oh, Scar killed them. So now on one hand it turns Roy into a goody two-shoes, even though he did kill innocent people in Ishval. They don't really make a thing of that. Like, it was the perfect way to show that, look, Roy had to do some bad things. He's not a perfect person. And Scar is already bad without needing to do that. Or the way the Boss Grand is, Boss Grand is much better in the 2003. He's badass. They show him with Chow Tucker. They show him being all corrupt, and they show him even the way he dies is more satisfying. Even though he doesn't like put up a fight and he gets caught off guard, I just love every scene with him. He's really good in that. Even some of the flashbacks in the war are played much more seriously, whereas in Brotherhood is played more like just a montage of just like, oh, look at this ability, look at this ability. Hughes is pretty good in both, but you see more of Hughes in the other one. Honestly, the 2003 would have been perfect if you just take the material from Brotherhood to, take your time with it like that. It would be a bit longer then, and also you get to kind of the tone is better as well, and so you have a situation where those are all the aspects that are better about 2003. The tone, the first episodes are better. They're not rushing them. Chow Tucker, Slicer, everything, Maze Hughes, and even some of the stuff with the homunculi is a little better. Roy Mustang is better. He's not a goody two-shoes. Scar is better. He's more nuanced and doesn't just flip the switch from going from bad to good so quickly. And also Dante is better than Father. So in many ways I'm identifying that series, it must be better. But it's still not better because the material of Brotherhood is better because the manga was finished and it's more cohesive. Certainly the ending. The ending would be the weak point of the 2003 series where it gets really messy and convoluted. But it's still great nonetheless. But no, those are all the aspects of Dante's better than Father as a villain because, again, more believable. And so it's played real more than, obviously, Mustang is better, more complex. He has some skeletons in the closet, more nuance. He killed the parents. Dr. Marco is more believable with his PTSD sense. Scar, again, is more nuanced throughout where he doesn't make a clear, obvious transformation in such a direct way. Even the Kimberly thing is very nice. I mean, really, you have that shows you how good the source material is, that you made two of the greatest series ever from it. And then I would still say Brotherhood is better, but not much better. So if you want to give that like a 9.5, the 2003 is like a 9. Again, there are some filler episodes, there are some dumb aspects of it, there are some convoluted elements of the plot, especially towards the end, but it's still really good. Kimberly, I guess, is good in both, but I like how he's more like rugged and animalistic kind of in the first one, whereas in Brotherhood, he's like a detective, where he's hunting down Scar, and he's like really sophisticated too, and he's like philosophical, whereas in the first one he's more like just nihilistic or more whatever. He feels more like a renegade, and he's thrown in there like with Greed's crew apparently, which is kind of interesting. Greed is such a pivotal kind of character who makes everything go in the story, like an X Factor, and he in both. Greed's death is really good there too. I love that, where that is one of the sickest scenes ever, where fucking Ed kills Greed. That's god tier. I love the way they explain that, and that's the best. I forgot how good that scene was. Like, they fight it out, and then Ed comes up with, he gets beat the shit out of him, but then he comes up with, it's the same as human skin, only to a greater degree, that your ultimate shield. So then he finds a way through it, and then he ends up killing him in a really badass. That was so good. Which is not how it happens in the manga or Brotherhood, because Light might find out that weakness, but See, they ruin moments like that. This is what makes the 2003 series right there on par with it. Because even though Brotherhood has the advantage of a completed manga and all that, compare those two moments together. That I'm getting so excited about that. Where I was gonna say light, where Ed kills Greed, right? What's so badass with that is like it's played real, it's played serious, and then he's having like an existential crisis about it. Even like, I can't kill you, you're Greed, you're the ultimate shield. But he kills somebody too earlier, like Maja Hall. So, like with the stupid rose petal type shit. So some of those episodes are a little bit dumb. But, no, that show is so fucking good though. Like, I want to do it where like, I somehow get somebody else to react to this stuff so I can watch their reaction and live vicariously through them. But like, doing it as my content still. Like, I'll sort of laugh them and chide to them. That'd be so fun to do. Like a two-person react kind of thing. Where one has seen it, but I won't give anything away. It's just so good. Like, I'd just be happy to watch that again. But Brotherhood is what happens in the 2003 series. Greed and Ed have an epic fight, and Ed is almost dead, and he has to summon all his intelligence and strength and come up with a genius plan, and then have an epic fight and kill him. And then have an existential crisis and all this, and it's so serious. Whereas Brotherhood, he does almost die, and he's getting the shit beat out of him. But what happens? Oh, Izumi Curtis comes up, and she says, "I'm a housewife," and uses the same technique on him and sort of trivializes the whole encounter. Right now, the point is that that's a perfect example of like the tone-deaf thing. Instead of letting that moment simmer, let's have Izumi come in and do all this kind of cartoonish stuff, like the art style even, like all those little pop-out moments where there'll be like this big thing in the background. I don't know how to explain it, like a very comic booky, cartoonish feel, where it'll say, "I'm a housewife," and it'll look all kind of stupid, right, with the art style. Even if you say that's the intention, I just disagree with it. The 2003 series didn't really have that, or it had very little of that. Right, again, I'm not diminishing. They're two of the best series, but in many ways, the 2003 series is actually better. It's better actually in every single way, pretty much, besides the actual overall plot, which I know you might think, oh, that's kind of a big deal, which is why I'm still saying Brotherhood is better, but it had the advantage of the manga being completed, which the 2003 series didn't have that. And Brotherhood had the advantage of working off the 2003 series and iterating upon the great job that did. I guarantee you, if that one never came out and they just went straight and did Brotherhood, right, when the manga was done, it wouldn't have been nearly as good. So you owe a service to that. You owe a service to the 2003 series so much because it's GOAT status. Like that is one of the most underrated animes. It's so good. The tone, the music, the whole thing, like it plays like one of the best dramatic experiences I've ever seen in fiction in a way that even Brotherhood doesn't do, because it's not trying to do. That's the problem. It's trying to be like a little playful and cutesy, and I'm not saying there aren't comic moments, but I don't know, it's hard to explain. The tone is just different. Even the art style, like 2003 is played a bit more serious and sort of more gruff, if you will, despite the quality being better, obviously, in Brotherhood, but that's just a time thing, like it came out later. But I don't know how to explain it. It's like more, it's just less cartoonish, despite being, it's like Wind Waker in gaming. Wind Waker's graphics might be better than Majora's Mask and Ocarina of Time, but obviously Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask also have a more serious graphic style, a more realistic graphic style, whereas Wind Waker's more cartoonish. So I'm not denying that, obviously Wind Waker's on better hardware, GameCube versus N64 and stuff like that, but it's better in a different way. Like, it's better, but it's a different style. So that's what I'm saying. Turn this into an anime review channel, but that's the beauty of this. There's no limit to what I can do with that. No, but I would absolutely, I'm telling you, it's not even like anything. It's just so good. There's so many more serious moments that I like. Again, the material is consistently better in Brotherhood, but some of the, like that Greed's death is so iconic. How does Greed die in Brotherhood? He gets ripped out of father and dies. Like that's good from a plot standpoint, but I don't get as invested in that and all. I don't know. It's hard to explain. Something just doesn't feel the same. Like that, it almost looks silly. He's ripping him out, and he flies out into the air, and he's saying goodbye, and it's a major character death. It just doesn't have the same weight. Where it's almost trying too hard, right? That's Brotherhood's problem. It's trying too hard. It's trying to appeal to everybody. It's trying to be jack of all trades. The first one knew what it wanted to be, and the material really justifies it. Like, not every series has to be super serious, but when your material is that good, you're dealing with like war crimes and PTSD. Oh yeah, even King Bradley, although you can't really deny Wrath is iconic. So I'm not going to question, I'm not going to say he's better, but I'm going to say at least he's different. First of all, he's Pride instead of Wrath, which is really cool. Actually, in a way that almost makes a little more sense, because we don't see Wrath really get too angry in Brotherhood. He's quite calm and sophisticated. His hands were trembling at May's funeral because of that, and then he gets mad when he's fighting, but that's only natural, that you're fighting for your life or whatever, so you might get mad there. But no, I don't even really buy him as Wrath, so that's one thing. I like him being Pride more than Wrath. It just kind of fits and makes more sense, right? He's sophisticated, he's calm, he's charismatic, he's a leader. You rarely see him get angry at all. Right, where they should have shown some other habits of his, like every hour he has to take a break and just murder somebody and have like a punching bag. He's too calm. He's too much in control. Maybe because he's a human instead of a multifaceted homunculi. Oh yeah, that part gets convoluted too, where every they have like the Horcrux type of thing too, like you get weak around the I don't know if that's exactly how that works, but yeah, FMA copied Harry Potter, which in many ways is similar. It's about alchemy instead of magic, and it's about a school-age kid going through his lessons and stuff, although I like that he becomes a state alchemist and just moves on he's not just studying the whole time, but I imagine as somebody who isn't familiar with Harry Potter, maybe there are some similarities, but certainly the premise seems similar. But you have I don't know, I forgot what I was saying. Just in Brotherhood you have I guess I liked Al better in Brotherhood. He has like more badass kind of moments that I don't remember him having in the first one. Like where he's surviving against Kimberly and Pride and all that, and he uses the Philosopher's Stone. That was a pretty gangster moment for him. I don't feel like he really had a moment quite like that in the first series. Some of the fights are obviously better, but that's just partly because of animation, and in some ways they become a little over the top. That doesn't lend itself well, where it goes from feeling like, oh, alchemy has a set of rules and equal exchange, to, oh, it's basically like magic and we just use as much as we want, because even the main characters don't have to do that. But no, I like Bradley being Pride more so than him being Wrath. That makes a lot more sense. Right, like, I don't really get it. He's sophisticated, he's calm, he's drinking from a teacup. He's a very pleasant sort of fellow by all outward appearances. And even when he is doing something bad, he's sort of subtle and conniving about it. So his character doesn't really match his sin at all. Or he's very in control of it. And he lets it out when he fights, which he doesn't really fight all that often, though. Okay, here's one thing I forgot to mention in that Death Note thing, probably among many things, but Mello has a moment that I find very Mello and Nier actually both identify something about light that is telling. They identify his intelligence, but they miss it. They miss the point, right? They don't get what is so brilliant. So Mello says the line, in particular, the 13-day rule would allow Kira to, was this the notebook that Kira used? And if it was, with these fake rules, did he know these rules were fake? If he did know, he could have used them to his advantage. In particular, the 13-day rule could have cleared him in only 13 days. So he's saying it like as a matter of fact, ex post facto answer. Like, if Kira knew that these rules were fake, oh my goodness, he could use them to his advantage and clear his name. You're missing the point. Kira, that would be an average Kira or a good Kira or a smart Kira. You don't realize who you're dealing with. You're dealing with light fucking Yagami. He didn't just benefit from the rules, he literally made them. He came up with that as to use as a pretense. That's where, so Mel, I love it. Did Kira know those rules were fake? If so, he could have used it to clear himself in only 13 days. But you're missing the point that not only did he use it to benefit himself, but he also is the one behind them. So that's what Mello doesn't even consider. See, he doesn't even understand with whom he is dealing, right? He just doesn't get it. He knows Kira was smart and impressive and beat L, but you don't get how smart he is. That's the layered intelligence moment. Even as smart as Mello is, he's a smart character, but I love that. He says, I'm trying to quote it exactly if I can remember, as for the 13-day rule, I can have one of my people test it, but technically he's the one who tests it too. Mello writes in it before he even thinks about it, so he would have died. That's one thing that kind of doesn't make sense. Wouldn't you have read that and then... I thought you see Mello writing in it, so wouldn't he be afraid to do that or maybe he does that after Shido tells him? I don't know, I don't remember. But Mello is, again, he says, but as for the fake rules, was this the notebook that Kira used? And if so, did he know those rules were fake? If so, he could use it to his advantage and clear himself in only 13 days. But you're considering, you have it half right. That would be really genius if Kira used that to his advantage and tried to clear himself using these fake rules. But it would be even more genius that you could not even imagine in your big brain that what if Kira is the one who literally came up with them and planned that all out from the beginning and delayed it in such a way that it's so believable. You don't find out about that rule or expose the notebook until long after he was detained. So it's not like, you find out right after, as soon as Light gets out of detainment and people start dying, then you see that rule. No, you see it way later, so even L can't question it, and you have a Shinigami Rem testifying that it's real. I'm surprised Ryuk actually says that, but I guess he wants them to prove it. And I love that one, though, by Nier. The Shinigami's lying. What credibility do you have to say a fucking god of death is lying? How can you say that? How can you say a Shinigami is lying? First of all, why? Why would he lie on Kira's behalf that moment? And second of all, how can you prove it? What incentive does he have? What leverage does Light have over him? Kira have? You don't have anything. But it's harder for Nier to figure out who Light is, who L is than it is for him to figure out who Kira is, in the sense that he's very confident very early on that L is Kira, but he doesn't know who L is still. It takes him a while until Aizawa lets something slip later. See, that's always a good deduction moment by Nier that I'll give him a +1 for, when he says Aizawa, he would first kill Kira, then himself, and then Nier's eyes light up, why would he say he'd kill himself unless it was Sayu Yagami or something? Literally, I would love that. Nier pulls out a picture of Sayu. That's Kira. It could be, but you just assume it's Light because he joined the police force around that time that L died, and officially even as a pretense. But no, the other line by Nier is, he says it right then too. Kira is quite impressive. He must have used his detainment to demonstrate his innocence. Well done. But even Nier there is missing the point. Light didn't use his detainment to demonstrate his innocence. He's the one who arranged his own detainment. That's the difference. That's kind of risky because it makes it seem like you want to do it. And even L says, it's nonsense for me to take advice from the suspect, that's really an L god tier line. That's the kind of line that's just lives with me rent-free in my head, because that shows you what he's really all about. It's nonsense for the investigator to take advice from the suspect, suggestion from the suspect. He just sees through everything. Even there, he gets kind of mad. That seems like genuine anger. One of those triggered moments. I think Naomi Mizura really triggers him, how smart she is. He's giving her the dirty look and stuff. But what I want is, again, Nier says the same thing. Like, this is a very poignant kind of thing that maybe people don't think about. They both recognize part of what Light does and his brilliance, but they don't get the full picture that, oh, Light used, maybe Kira used the fake rules to his advantage. Does Mello even find out that it's Light Yagami? Or I guess Nier probably tells him, but I guess then, oh, he probably doesn't tell him, though, because Mello's the type of dude to just fucking stalk Light or something, because it's not hard to get to Light, it's hard to get to L because you don't know who. Yeah, I wonder about that. If Nier told Mello that it's Light Yagami, but no, Nier wanted to keep the victory for himself, so I guess Mello probably goes to his deathbed not knowing who Kira actually is. He doesn't even know who it is. Because think about it, if Nier told Mello would just go and fucking kill him. That's his style. He doesn't give a shit. And I like the way that even Nier says, oh, that's not L's way of doing things, but, like, we'll kill both. We'll arrange to kill Kira and X-Kira and apprehend, seize the notebook. But, you know, you might think, oh, Mello would abide by that too, but he doesn't. He doesn't give a shit. He's already kidnapped people and done all kinds of extreme things. Not even from a moral perspective, but, like, L would want to just prove it. So I guess Mello would want to prove it too, but how? Like, that was some alternate ending that either I just made up in my head or that was somehow discussed at some point that's like... like I said, that it could be the reverse. Well, on one hand, both of them could die, Nier and Mello. Even if Light still loses, it takes both of them to die to do that. Or Nier could get killed and the meeting could go as planned, but Mello didn't do his gambit, or he didn't die, or it didn't work out the way it did. And so what that tells you is Mello's the last one standing, Nier is dead, and Light's laughing, but then Mello comes in and kills him, and just kills him in cold blood, and realizes you can't beat him the way that L intended, like by proving it. There's no way to actually prove it or catch him, so you just give up and say, I'm going to just kill him in cold blood, the same way that he does to other people. Right, like give him a taste of his own medicine. So it would have been the opposite, basically. Instead of Nier catching him, Mello would basically catch him, but not really catch him. Yeah, Nier says that line, Kira is quite impressive. He must have used his detainment to demonstrate his innocence. I guess Nier kind of does suggest that, though. Maybe Nier's better at this than I thought. Like, did he volunteer to be detained? So I guess he did get the picture. So Nier gets it. Oh, that's a good actually way to delineate them. That moment proves that Nier is smarter than Mello, if nothing else does. The fact that Nier realizes, oh, he suggested to be detained, whereas Mello doesn't get the picture with the fact that, oh, he knew the rules were fake and he made the rules himself. And no, that's one of my favorite things about Light that goes underappreciated. What piece of evidence did he withhold till the final episode of the show? Where in episode 37, Nier has to ask Ryuk for this final validation. If you write a name on a ripped off piece of paper, would they still die? Oh yeah, of course they would. Only then, until the very last moment, right before Kira is caught. And it's a necessary thing for Ryuk to confess too. And he doesn't mind because Light's basically losing in that moment. But it had been unproven till then, and you would need that to kind of prove some of the other stuff he did, which you still couldn't really explain. Like, try to bring that case before a jury, you'd have to come up with some wild shit, like, oh, how did he do that thing early on, where he killed people while eating potato chips? He had a TV in there, and he had a scrap of the note. Like, he could have done it, but how? Like... Aizo's best line in the whole show is very smart, where he says, Kira doesn't kill without good reason. If he could kill while under surveillance and without access to information, there would have been no need to kill the FBI agents. That's a very smart and deductive line, almost something that L would say. If he could kill while under surveillance and without access to information, like in Detainment Now, he would have never killed the FBI agents because he wouldn't have felt threatened by them. But no, those two lines at least delineate the intelligence between Mello and Nier. Mello suspects, the rules are fake, so maybe Kira used that to his advantage, but doesn't comprehend that he would have come up with them in the first place. That's just another layer of intelligence that he can't even fathom. And then Nier does something similar, like, Nier gets, he must have used his detainment to demonstrate his innocence. Well done. Kira is quite impressive. But not only is he impressive enough to do that, but he also arranges it for himself. Even with L not being able to deny it at that point, he kind of gets ahead of it. Light has now become our prime suspect, L says. And then, So, yeah, I like those two moments where Nier comprehends Light's brilliance, but then it's weird that he thought his plan would actually work. But there was nothing to suggest that it wouldn't, I guess, is the point. But you got to understand in some way who you're dealing with. Like, I would be nervous as fuck. I think I have Kira beat, but do you really think you have him beat? The same guy who beat Al, who you look up to so much? And Nier has a bit of an absolutist quote where he says, if you can't win the game, you can't solve the puzzle, you're just a loser. But he should view himself as a loser too, because he didn't really win. He even acknowledges it, that Mello saved him. The people who get mad at Nier that way, I don't agree with it. I don't necessarily like him as a character either, although I do love his theme. That's like my favorite song in the whole show. I used it as my ringtone actually a long time ago. But Nier is able to yeah, who needs to react to the series when I can just go over it all like this? Right, I'm just picking out kind of the key moments. But no, like, don't get mad at Nier, the fact that he won over Light. Because he didn't really win, and he even acknowledges he didn't win, and they try to qualify it in game theory. That, like, oh no, Nier didn't beat Light, but the combined efforts of Nier and Mello beat Light. And I love that too. That's the ultimate absolutist, like, qualifying a villain's defeat. This is a good way to explain something. Like, how can you have a villain go down and still be impressive, right, while still beating them? That's kind of a high-level moment, even though the plan itself is a bit convoluted and I don't like it. I'm not going to blame Mikami because, again, he was put in an impossible situation. And so what I'm going to say is it's still up to Light's responsibility to handle that. Just like if, Rem does something, that's still up to Al. They're so smart, Al and Light, that they have to figure it out for themselves and just deal with situations like that. Everything is up to them. They're like the king and the queen, and like the kings, and every other piece is on the board under their control. So it's up to you that you get that. Like, you can't blame anybody. It's up to you how you control them and how you use them. And then the other big picture point is that like he accounts for the same thing that would have defeated him. So Light would lose if he doesn't write Takada's name and if Mikami has to write it. But he goes out of his way, he writes the name so that Mikami doesn't have to. So everything's good. But then, still Mikami does it anyway, but right, so if Mikami does it anyway, then you're put in a position where you Light should have somehow accounted for that too, and it's still his fault, but Light did account for it. It's not like he didn't know or he was totally clueless. He knew exactly what the scenario was and what the risk was and what would happen, right? So he addressed the concern exactly. He did exactly what he had to do. He did exactly what he had to do. He accounts for it, right? He removes the need, as a true absolutist was, for any issue to happen. And again, think about the kind of people he's written names in front of. Like, he's written Higuchi's name in front of the world's greatest detective, or he's written Takada's name in the car with Aizawa and Ide, and he's written the names in the potato chip bag while under surveillance. So you're trying to tell me while he's making a speech, who else could have done it and come this far? Would they have kept going? Yes, everybody's looking at him, and I get it, but you're telling me he couldn't just do that behind his back, or... I get it, but Light is the type of dude who totally could do that somehow. He'll put one arm up his sleeve, he'll write it with his fucking toes. But before that day, he kept it in his shoe, and now he can write it with his toes. He'll have the scrap in his shoe. Literally. This is the kind of shit Light Yagami would do. What, did they search his shoe every day? He would have just been in the bathroom and transferred the thing from his watch to his foot and put a little pen in there that he can write with his foot, and he's so smart that he can do it. He literally kills everybody while... Dude, you might think I'm being absurd, but, like, this is the kind of shit Light Yagami would do. Put the paperclip in his door, the pencil lead, and put the other thing, put the pencil lead and put the piece of paper in the door and stuff. What it comes down to is the fact that you're in a very strong position there, because you get to realize, again, he could have it in his shoe, write it with his foot. He could have I don't know, that to me is pretty amazing, but you could do that, or you could also do it behind your back while making your speech. You could also have one like up your rectum that they wouldn't be able to find, stitched somewhere. You cut open your skin and take it out. You have one in your jaw, you regurgitate it like Kimberly with the Philosopher's Stone. Right, like there's so many things he would do that a guy like that would never. That's the worst thing actually that it shows. He should die in that warehouse in front of everybody, because like in the manga, he's given too much freedom, like to run away. Like that's kind of dumb. How could they allow him to do that? I like how I've done multiple of these sessions just doing a recap on Death Note related shit. No, but I mean, it's a great series, and sometimes people overanalyze stuff like this, but I think some of my analysis is pretty unique from the game theory perspective, from the absolutist perspective, that I definitely identify Light as an absolutist character. There's 3 characters that come to mind as far as absolutists in gaming, at least, like, or anime. Light Yagami, King Bradley, from FMA, obviously, mainly from Brotherhood. So King Bradley from Brotherhood is somebody who believes in ability above all else in a manner. Like, So Light says the Machiavellian line like that. If Kira's caught, then he's evil. If he wins the rule of the world, he's justice. So that kind of explains it. And then, that it comes out of ability, and then he respects L's ability, for example. He even says, like, you're nothing compared to L. L would have considered the possibility of a fake notebook from the very beginning, and he would have tested it. So even as much as people don't like Nier, at least the show is itself recognizing that. But I don't like it in a more macro sense. Like, the whole point of Season 2 is just to rehash the same conflict again. In that sense, it's kind of weak, because I was wondering what would happen when I was watching it. Like, L's dead, that's interesting, but how is Light going to create the new world? And it doesn't show you that at all. Like, not really, in the way that there would still be obstacles that present themselves just in a different way, like world governments, and they're trying to institute a no-name policy where they stop naming people, and he has to deal with that. But I guess the implication is Light's just so smart that nothing would ever affect him. Like, nobody can touch him. And he's even L. I wonder if the Relight just takes stuff from the manga that wasn't in the anime and does that, or if it, I can't remember, like, or if it just does entirely new stuff. Because there are some entirely new scenes. No, but some of it doesn't make sense, because the way that Mikami kills the SPK's team instead of Mello doing it, right, that doesn't even make sense, though, in the course of the story, because then what notable thing does Mello do with the notebook when he gets it? Nothing. And then what Mikami's first time potentially doing that was meant to be at the end of this story, when he's going to kill the SPK there, like, in the warehouse. So how could he just, he kills SPK twice, or what? Like, so yeah, I don't even really dislike Mello, but he's given such a shitty amount of screen time, and Matt is a total joke. I mean, there's a little fan base around Matt for some reason. Bro appears for, like, literally one fucking scene and doesn't say anything besides, I didn't know Japanese had such big guns and whatever. Like, what kind of fucking portrayal is that? And he was supposed to be another runner-up for, like, maybe in third place behind Mello and Nier, I guess, something like that. That he was very smart too, but he just lacked motivation or social skills or something. Mello actually has the best social skills out of anybody, believe it or not. He's better than Nier and Light L, not Light L. And the reason why is because they're both awkward. Nier is just awkward, period, in every situation. Although when he needs to get something done, he can do it deductively. But L is kind of like that, where he can go out and be confrontational in a way that Nier couldn't do. Like, I want to tell you I'm L. He wouldn't do that. He has the comfort of being on a speaker with L, but with Light. But so he wouldn't do that. But what L struggles with is still a friendship kind of that. Like, he wouldn't be able to build rapport with Naomi Mizura if they didn't know each other on the street and that's one thing that only Light Yagami could do it. When he says in episode 37, only I could do it, who else could have done it? That's the moment I think of. That's the most exciting and best episode in the whole show. It's one of those iconic moments in fiction, like in Memento, where something as simple as, I don't have a pen, so I can't write something down, and you make that so exciting because, it seems so simple on the surface, but because he's going to lose his memory and that woman is talking shit to him, Carrie Ann Moss, that's an electric, iconic moment. The same thing is true with that moment, that episode. That two people walking down the street and talking occasionally, that's literally the most exciting episode of the whole show, and it is, because it goes through every layer. Light goes through like 12 stages of grief. He considers everything. It's the most iconic moment of the whole show, because what he does there is virtually impossible, but it's still believable that he he gets Naomi to give him his name, give her his name, give him her name, but like, I don't know, without using the Shinigami eyes, like it encapsulates everything. Like, how can you make something like that exciting, but absolutely you make it not just exciting, but iconic? Like, that is the best episode to me in the whole thing. Like, when he's put under such immense pressure and he just takes care of it. What I will say there, though, is that's one sort of plot armor luck moment, but not... See, the fact that he earns it so well, though, like, he never gets saved by anybody. I guess there he just gets saved by luck. But, like, I will acknowledge that Light would have lost, obviously, if that happened. And you might say, oh, but that proves that Naomi is better than Elle and smarter than Elle because she would have caught Kira. But that you're missing the point. Naomi was very smart, but not as smart as Elle, not as smart as Light. The reason why it seems like that is because she has first-hand knowledge that nobody else had access to from Rei directly, that Rei didn't tell that to anybody else. So, about the bus jacking and stuff like that. So because of that, she has first-hand knowledge that nobody else had access to. If Elle had that information, he would have come to the same conclusion, possibly better, faster, whatever. So, Naomi is... Naomi is in a situation where she's very smart, but it's again a good game theory qualifying moment. Why does it seem like, oh, Naomi's about to beat Light when Elle can't beat Light? Because the circumstance is different. She has first-hand knowledge of something, right, that nobody else ever learns, ever. Nobody else ever learns about the bus jacking, which is kind of insanely risky by Light because, I don't know, like, there's so many things you could have done with that, like, the police take a statement from everybody on the bus, and one of those people is Light Yagami. Like, you know what I mean? How could you prevent that from happening? They'd make a list. They'll have a camera there. Like, I don't know. Some of this is convenient, but... Or people say all these kind of dumb things like, oh, how would you... how would Light deal with internet and stuff like that, as if internet didn't exist then or whatever. Or like, oh, how you would catch Light. Right, but what you don't realize, this is one of the quotes from that segment too. So many good quotes, dude. I deserve to fucking do this shit again, but I don't want to watch the whole thing. That would work if this was some ordinary person, but that's what you're forgetting. This isn't an ordinary person who's Kira. This is Light Yagami. That's the difference. Like, he was able to outmaneuver the entire worldwide police. Like, you don't understand who this guy is. The only thing I'm disappointed by, given the absolute standard that I give him, is, or the characterization, is the fact that what did Light do before? He had helped the police solve a couple cases and stuff, but he should have been like a millionaire, tech genius or something, because he's able to... He's so smart, so how could he waste his ability by not doing something? Like, in his free time and his boredom, he didn't have the motivation to do anything. He's very smart, and he's, you know, top of his class, and I'm sure, you know, he's also in a position where I don't know, like the main advantage he has over Elle too is, even if you want to say they're equal in intelligence, the one thing that Light absolutely has over Elle is social skills. Like, again, Elle needs some sort of regimented, structured situation. A little bit. At least he can do it in a deductive way. Like, it's kind of like Edgeworth and Phoenix Wright. You can make your argument in court in a very eloquent, articulate way that convinces people, but you can't have like a small talk conversation and win people over that way, which you might think, well, that's not as important as a detective, but it kind of can be, right? There are advantages that he gives Light that Elle wouldn't have. And then Nier is even worse, that he can barely have any interaction, but he's still able to do that, where he's able to... in fact, I wish they would have characterized that a little bit different. He sort of stumbles in some of his explanation and deductive moments. Or you know what it should do? This is actually how I would have written it. Elle just can kind of naturally do it. Right? What he's doing, the deduction and stuff. He comes up with it in his head and he just goes for it. But with Nier, it should show him like rehearsing. That would be actually a cute scene to show one of Nier's weaknesses. That he's like sort of stuttering and stumbling over his words, and like before he goes on a call with Light to confront him, even as smart and genius as Nier is, he's practicing with Commander Rester. I'm going to read this script, and I want to make sure I say it right to really get the effect off that, so it would show you he's uncomfortable and awkward about even, in other words, Al is uncomfortable about making small talk and stuff like that outside of deductive stuff. Near would be nervous about even deductive stuff in addition to the small talk. So I love that, actually. That's a beautiful moment that wouldn't really negatively hurt the story. It would just show you Near has to practice it to get it just right so he doesn't stutter or stumble over his words, and because he's so nervous and anxious about doing it, and I absolutely love that. Imagine if that was actually seen in the manga. I'm sure it's not. But no, it seems like Near does that too easily, where he just talks and just does whatever he wants. This is the thing, they would need to delineate it a bit more. Near is too similar to L, right? Like, they say, oh, Mello likes sweets, and Near likes fidgeting and stuff, and L likes fidgeting with his sweets, basically. But Near is too similar to L, where, he needed to have some major weakness or something that we realize that he sort of does. That scene where he says, Commander Rester, come and escort me because I've never been on a plane or arranged travel negotiations. Right, that's kind of cute, showing some weakness there, although I guess Watery would take care of a lot of things for L, too. Watery is really the MVP of the whole show in the sense that he was an inventor, he was a millionaire, you would think you would have known from his appearance that way, but, who he was. But Watery is the MVP because he's the real MVP, because he's the one who made Whammy's house and took Al in and did all of this and found, she just couldn't. Well, how does that even work? Whammy's house is an orphanage for gifted children, but how do you identify that, and how do you discriminate? Oh, you're an orphan, but no, you only get to go here if you're really smart, and you get to train to be the next detective. It doesn't even make any sense how they do that. I guess Light never knew about that, about the existence of Whammy's house. Or no, he did know that. Yeah, see, this is the one thing Light could have done, is two things that Light should have done. After he kills L, he has free reign to do whatever he wants. Why not kill the rest of his team, including even his dad? You might think, oh, that would raise a red flag, but it wouldn't. L died, so everyone else dies, and nobody knows that you're really working with them. I guess you could say, oh, it's to keep up the front as L, but he could arguably, theoretically, still do that, or kill them off slowly one by one. So why doesn't he kill the rest of the team when he kills L? Because they have some first-hand knowledge of previous events that comes back to bite you later. There's three things that Light does, right, that I disagree with. You should kill the team after you kill L at some point. Maybe not right away, but maybe right away, and nobody would know the difference. Nobody knows that Light was even doing anything with them, right? So he could just chill. But he wants to still be L, and they have contacts, I guess, in some setup to be able to do that, to make it more credible. But no, you should have killed the team, maybe including your dad, and then you should have also killed all the kids at Whammy's house. You could have somehow arranged that because you knew about it. You knew that Watery had established that. So you would have killed Near and Mello literally in the process. They're at your mercy. So really, Light underestimated that. You might think that's cruel, but fuck it, dude. They're going to grow up and fuck you over. And then finally, I disagree with him exposing the notebook. Like I said, it might be worth it because L dies in the next episode, but Light exposing the notebook is even in his own words, and the way I thought, that's the one thing you never do, but maybe his hand was forced by the fact that Misa got incarcerated in a way that's fucking clown behavior that he couldn't stop. But Misa is the reason why, but again, he exposes the real notebook, and then there's, the dumbest plan is when Kira sends a call to the police and I'm going to send you my notebook so that you can get the Shinigami. This is the most convoluted, shitty plan of the whole show. I'm going to send you my notebook, which itself is dumb, because now you're down a notebook that you could have had in reserve and backup that could have saved you in episode 37, right? Like the writer's just trying to get rid of one notebook. Why the fuck would he need to give the notebook? He could just say the known members of the Mafia are going to die, and here's when, and take my word for it. But oh no, you have to get the notebook and get the Shinigami eyes. That makes no sense. What purpose did it even serve? The fact that, I guess, he got Mello's name by doing that, but that's such a convoluted thing. You would have rather thought you were just going to arrest Mello or just shoot Mello, tase Mello. You know, you got a whole fucking SWAT team in there. But, you know, it's... I love the fact that, so like, let me try to explain it. So he should have never exposed the notebook, like again, when he did in the Higuchi situation. And then he also should have not given the notebook to his own team, effectively, as Kira, though, giving it to his dad and stuff. That's the dumbest thing I've ever seen, because... why do you have to give them the notebook? Basically, he calls and says, I've arranged for all members of the Mafia to die. Okay, cool, at this time, so go and attack them. And he tells them where, too. The problem is that... he tells them, I'm going to give you my notebook. Like, why does he need to do that? What good does that do? Light just gives up a notebook, and then you end up giving it to Sido, I guess, anyway. Either that one, or I forget exactly if it must be the same. It must be, because there's no other notebook there, whatever. So maybe for some reason Light wants to get rid of that notebook, or wants to have a pretense to give it to Sido. I don't really get it. Like, he's not going to fight with Sido, so I guess maybe that's the point. He doesn't want Sido to come to claim it. He wants to have a pretense to go in there and... Wait a second, though. That's like in the hospital. So Sido comes from the bomb explosion site with Mello all the way back to the hospital, wherever they are, and then takes the notebook there. Like, bro's got things to do. Like, that's so convoluted. He goes all the way to Light's apartment, then he goes all the way to California, then he comes all the way to the hospital back. Or, I mean, he goes to the hideout and then, like, fucking give this guy the runaround of a lifetime. But, yeah, like, the thing is that what I'm trying to say is that plan is so fucking moronic, dumb shit. First of all, Light just needs a video feed. Like, what, Al, the greatest detective in the world, with all the resources still, whatever you have. You can't afford like a video feed where you'd be able to see like Mello's face. You only have an audio feed. Like, how hard would that be to fucking integrate, right? Where everybody has like a body cam visual, right? Where you get visual instead of just audio. So that's number one. That would have ended the series early, because with the Shinigami Eye consideration. But I don't really get the whole thing. Is that really why Light did that? Because, my dad would have the Shinigami eyes and you'll see Mello's name, but you would have expected to deal with him anyway. I don't get it. But it's so convoluted. I'm going to send you my notebook for some reason that I totally don't have to do, and then I'm going to give it back to Sido, and then I'm going to, just already have one in police custody, and also... I'm going to have them make the eye deal just so they can confirm whether those people are dead, even though, again, you can't take Kira's word, but also you can't, you really need to do that. You literally have him cut his lifespan in half just for what? I don't even get it. I genuinely don't get it. What is the explanation that they're even giving? Forget about Light or Kira, or like why he would even want that, but why would his dad cut his lifespan in half? For what? Just so we can see that the Mafia members are dead? Like, is that really that important? Wouldn't you hear them yell or scream, or wouldn't you, just take Kira's word for it then otherwise? You really cut your lifespan in half just for some peripheral confirmation that they die? That they died? Really? That's the dumbest thing in the whole show. I'm going to send you my notebook that I totally don't have to do. I'm going to give it back to Sito, which I don't really, whatever. And then, no, I'm going to send you my notebook. I'm going to let you get the eyes just to confirm that these people are dead. Lose half your fucking lifespan just to do that. And then, yeah, and the whole thing with lifespans makes no sense either, because it's like, there's a lot of contradictions with the Shinigami in the notebook. It's like, oh, so his dad was going to die pretty soon anyway, because if he died in the explosion there. So, like, what alters the fate of destiny? Like, oh, the fact that you're using a notebook could change it, but other things can change it too. Like, what if, your lifespan is such and such, but what if I just decide to kill myself tomorrow, before? Or what if I, like, it's not an absolute, so I don't get it. Like, the notebook can change it, but also other things can change it too, because otherwise you would have known. Like, for example, Ryuk would have known when Light was going to lose or die. Or he even says that stupid line, if they put you in prison, who knows when you die? Hello? How about the Shinigami fucking god of death who literally has eyes that tells you when you die? Like, fucking, if anybody would know, it'd be you. But my point is that, Ryuk is there, and then you have, like, none of it makes sense, because, you're driving along, and, you get in a car crash, but, that was predetermined, so you were determined to die here, but what if something else happens that, I don't know how it can be an absolute like that, because, again, then you would always know when at least the Shinigami, would always know when somebody's gonna die. So it would have been no surprise. Or even cutting your lifespan in half. Now that would change the meaning, the way you would die, because since your lifespan's cut in half, now you're not going to die in the same way that you would have otherwise at the same time. So even that doesn't make sense. Like, think about what Jealous does. So she was fated to die that day, and then Jealous kills the guy who was about to stab Misa, thereby saving her life. But there's something that doesn't make sense, because if she was fated to die that day, and you stopped her from dying that day, now you also add that to your lifespan, but in other words, it's up to, like, subjective things. Like, what if that guy just doesn't decide to do that? Or what if he has a change of heart? Or, like, what if somebody stops him? Like, it must account for all that, but it's something's very inconsistent with it. I can't even explain exactly what my issue with it was. Like, just, it's changed by too many other factors, right? Like, not just the notebook, just in general. Like, somebody will have a lifespan that's fixed. And maybe Ryuk did know all of these things and just doesn't say anything. Like, so Light's dad was going to die, like, a day later from when he took the deal. And instead now he dies, like, a couple hours from when he takes the deal. So you would have seen that with the eyes. But, what did he even do? He cut his lifespan in half with that, but he didn't even use the notebook. So the notebook has nothing to do with it. So he was really going to die, right, anyway. If not then, like a day later or a few hours later, half the time, There's some other contradiction with it that I can't remember, but, like, Shinigami eyes and but yeah, like Misa kills herself at the end. So, there you go. I'm changing my lifespan. Was that predetermined by it too, or something to do with even like when Rem dies to save Misa? How much lifespan does she have left then? Would that account for the fact, because that's the amount of pressure it must have been, that Misa was about to die, like, very soon, I guess, because otherwise Rem wouldn't have died. It's the equivalent like Elle had a knife over her head. That's basically what it's implying. Because otherwise, Rem might help Misa, but it won't necessarily kill Rem. So I don't know. I'm trying to explain, like, lifespans are set in stone except unless altered by the notebook, but then they can be altered by countless other things too that happen that would make it predictable or not so predictable. Again, Elle would have known, Ryuk would have known when Light was going to die, and even Misa, Light's smart enough, he could work out those numbers, you would think. At least on a consistent level, right? You could compare and say, okay, one lifespan versus another, and Light had access to Misa's eyes, so you would think he'd be cracking that code because he wants to know how long he's going to live, too. But no, it would just kind of ruin the suspense of a lot of stuff, and it would also... It just feels inconsistent and arbitrary, like, especially if you're aware of it. If I have the eyes, or I just know when someone, if I just wake up one day and decide, I'm going to kill somebody that I didn't want to kill yesterday, and I'm just going to do something unexpected, then what happens? What if somebody gets struck by a bolt of lightning? All of that is predetermined, it's preordained, but something about that jealous moment kind of is triggering me too. Like, he knew that she was going to die that day, but didn't know how, right? And the fact that some random guy walks up to her on the street is going to stab her. So, like, what if somebody comes and saves her? There must be some guarantee that that's not going to happen, and even the act of jealous save... I guess that's the point. You're not meant to undo what is fated, but... And then now, because you do that, when is her next predetermined death date? Apparently never. Like, what if she was going to die to something else then after that? If not, like, she saves it, and so her lifespan would be jacked down from both jealous and Rem. Even the Shinigami simp for Misa. It's weird that Matsuda even has such a prominent role in the story, though, because he's like some little dinky assistant clown of... Like, we don't really see him do anything impressive to deserve to be there. But, like, he's an assistant to Light's dad, Soichiro Yagami, I was going to say. Soichiro Yagami. But it's, he's at the meeting with Al, but, like, why? Where Al first appears to the police. Why? Why is he even there? Because he's just a clown. He's nothing. I can understand why Yagami would be there. He's actually a chief of police and whatever, but even then, they get too much of a prominent role in the story. Like, literally, L goes from saying, I need the help of the worldwide police to, oh yeah, some dinky fucking clowns, Aizawa and shit, Mogi and stuff. Like, it's good for the sake of the storytelling, but it really doesn't make sense. Like, why would that matter? And he even points that out. There's a difference between the police as a whole and fucking just some random couple of clowns. Okay, let's look at a few different concepts here. One is the nearness postulate and how it's just so dominant in so many areas of life. Like, for example, would anybody really, if they had the choice and the options, live the exact life that they're living right now, where they are, how they are, on a repeated, regular basis, longevity process? They wouldn't, but they do it just for that reason alone. So there's no standard or self-actualization behind it. It's just like a default. You happen to be born there, you happen to live there, you happen to whatever, right? So, and you struggle to maintain that. And then the other side is, let's do this almost in an absolutist RP sort of sense, that, like, your issue is not with me, with the individual, it's with the process, the conflict of contrivance that you're ingrained into. And so that's why you require constant reinforcement through externality. That's why you're always insecure about it. That's why you're outwardly insisting and overextending, right, the structure, the sort of, you could almost use the word worldview here, but basically you're so insecure about it that everything has to, you can't just like live and let live and be at peace with it. No, you're constantly seeking something from externality to either validate or reinforce, or through negative kind of ridicule also make you feel better about your own state. That wouldn't be necessary if you were truly at peace in your state. It wouldn't matter to you, right? So that's a tell right there that, again, the conflict of contrivance is present. So it's like a net sum conflict that you're thinking like, oh, but the issue, and it's like a symptom versus disease fallacy. Like, well, you want to blame somebody observing it, or you want to blame a person for not overcompensating adequately or not practicing a contrivance adequately. The same contrivance that you would complain about and struggle with yourself, but it's like, oh, framed as honorable to struggle that, but also you wouldn't consistently practice anything, half-mass overextension state, and then also you have that you would gladly practice something else. So again, when you go to like nature versus nurture, not only are people nurture over nature, right? I have some expression like nature will tell you your limits, and nurture, or again the structure that you're reduced to, will sort of tell you your preferences or your something like that. Like, nature will tell you the totality of what you can and can't do, but society will structure you in a certain way so you can only do it in this exact way. And so you have it's a case where you're able to you would basically try to, I don't know, like specify the conflict. You blame, again, someone's failure to practice it in the exact way, but why should that be necessary? On one hand, if that's the absolute correct way, quote unquote, to do it, then it would go without saying. You wouldn't need to insist upon it. And if it's not, then it's just arbitrary, subjective, interchangeable. And even if you say, oh, it's functional or preferable, this is often the trap that society falls into, or any sort of contrivance state. It'll pose something as an absolute, but then when it's revealed that it's not an absolute very easily, very clearly, well, but it's still preferable or functional, but then functionalism isn't the measure. See, that's the trap. It's absolute, but then it should go without saying. You shouldn't need to insist upon it. But oh no, it's not absolute, but it's just a preferable functional state. It's useful, it's whatever. But then it's not consistently that either. There's inconsistencies with that measure too. So no one measure is used as a consistent basis. And even beyond that, you have the ability to I don't know, it's like this assembly line process that is, you got to look objectively, but this is the thing that people don't ever do, and see like a larger process. And even then you look at it like, people tend to, again, specify it the other way. Then you're going to say, well, this individual had idiosyncrasies and flaws and imperfections too. Or they were only saying it because of some experience they had, which that's the biggest fallacy of all, is the influence fallacy. Like, oh, the only reason why this person, this philosopher or scientist or whatever, had this observation or perspective is because of some experience they had in life. But rather than looking at it in a reductive way, like, oh, so that taints their perspective or whatever, why couldn't it just be like, oh, that experience illuminated something to them about the nature of reality and existence on an objective level, right? Their subjective experience could give them some objective criteria basis to use. And even beyond that, you have the ability to, you see like this non-projection aspect that's very strong. Like, neutrality is a negative. Again, objectivity is bad. Anything like that, because you're in a clear contrivance state identified by that. The fact that things like that would be a negative, requiring constant outward insistence, constant, undue emphasis in a positive way, framing for contrivance. But even beyond that, you have the ability to, again, non is a negative, neutrality is a negative, or again, a reactionary performative way. So what that shows you is that it's a shallow perspective on both levels, appearance, pretense, superficiality. Like, how much effort are you willing to put to overcompensate? But the fact that you even value that, or that you know that that's why it's being done, defeats the purpose. So, like, oh, they're only doing this because of blank reason or incentive. Well, that's literally everything anyone ever does, even if they don't realize it themselves. But what else do we have? Just, this is like one of those sessions where I'm just listening to random music and songs, like rat-a-tat-a stuff, and then this is like Tame Impala that's used in a lot of those edits. I discovered a lot of good songs from just watching these edits over time. Like, it'll be like some short clip of something. This is used in a lot of chess edits for some reason, like a short, somebody having a heartbreaking loss or some clutch comeback or win or whatever. Tame Impala, this is the good part here. Tame Impala, Let It Happen. The thing with so many catchy songs, or parts of songs that are so good, is that you can't even understand what the fuck they're saying. Like, I don't know what he's saying, even though I've heard this countless times. Sometimes it's almost better that way. There's a certain objectivity to that. Like, instrumental music is purely objective. You can just, imagine it however you like, interpret it. Lyrical music is, wait, there's like a third layer, though. Instrumental and the lyrical music is very subjective because it's reduced to the lyrics, and then in the middle would be like songs with lyrics but that you don't understand, or that like in a different language. That's kind of a fun effect, because then it's almost like instrumental because you don't know what they're saying and it's just part of the music. But that's where AI and everything is used to show like it'll invalidate the undue emphasis and obsolete nature of people. Don't blame that, or technology in general. Don't blame that for revealing you're obsolete. Just realize that people are indeed obsolete, that they could be so easily rendered insignificant or outdone by it. But yeah, imagine a person who's like actually at peace in some way. Like, you don't have anything to prove, you don't have any externality, contrivance state to maintain or reinforce, or you don't have any, it's taken as a false negative, right? Neutrality equals negative, objectivity equals negative, thought equals negative. This is the contrivance dogma. You do it as affirmations, but it's more like you're realizing these are the things that society will do, or a contrivance state in general will do, and that's to be taken as a norm or a good thing. Like, I was actually going to do that Death Note reaction yesterday, but I just don't even feel like, I don't feel like doing anything right now. I'll wait a couple days. This is kind of irritating. Well, I mean, I'm still doing the driving sessions, but I don't really care. So we're on episode 7 of Monk. We'll kind of rewatch it, and then we'll do the G movie, but it'll be in like a week or something. I don't feel like doing it right now. That's the beauty with these sessions. I'm not really locked in or obligated to do anything, but that was kind of a good flow. I was enjoying it. But sometimes you're not really in the mood and it takes too much concentration. In fact, that episode of Monk kind of broke my brain, but not in a bad way. It wasn't terrible, but it was like trying a bit too hard, but it still worked. That moment at the end was cute with Sharona trying, like, sort of upstaging him. I'm going to forget my character point thing by the time we get there, too. But yeah, like, the RBO protocol is very strong. That, and how would you illuminate this to people? Or, again, if they're capable of seeing it, they would already, so it's just, it's inherent versus contrivance response. So you're not really making a claim at all. You're just showing something objectively. But, oh no, people have already decided, except they haven't really thought about it from an objective, inherent-based, self-actualized position. But they just take it for granted because they've been indoctrinated and constant reinforcement, closed structure contrivance. It's absolute, but also they suffer from the conflict of contrivance at half-mass, which would tell you it's not, nor is it a consistent measure, anything like that. So what you have here is the ability to consider that You consider like a closed structure contrivance state that would insist upon itself or take itself kind of for granted. So again, you want to feel better about your own cognitive dissonance-inducing state. You can't acknowledge some sort of objective flaw with that or something, right? It's always just an absolute. People are often like that. They lack self-awareness because everything about you is perfect because it just has to be, because you don't want to be constantly questioning yourself. But if you had actually high standards, that would be a good thing. And don't blame the fact that you're aware of it. Blame the fact that there is some flaw or defined by even your own standard. So you reinforce the state, and half-mass functionalism is a basis, and it's just I kind of keep jumping from one topic to another, so I kind of forget. And these sessions are being done a lot of the time without the mic, because I was expecting not even to do a recording, but then I'm suddenly in the middle of driving, and I'm like, I just whipped this thing out, and I want to do it anyway, so. But yeah, the same sort of performative aspects that people value are purely that, so then they're misled by them, but it's like they want to be misled, or they don't want to realize the basis by which. So it's, again, the issue isn't the process, which is the same in both cases. It's how obvious you are or something. So if you're more direct and to the point, oh, that's rude. If you're more like you respect the intelligence of others, oh, you're somehow quiet, or that's a bad thing. If you're kind of just too even sharp or something, too intelligent, then, oh, that alienates people because they're all dumb. Like, it's always like a mad genius type of thing, too, that happens. Like, oh, Bobby Fischer says all these crazy things, apparently, but maybe the first reaction shouldn't be that, oh, he's crazy. The first reaction should be, he's so much smarter than everyone else, even if it's in the context of chess and whatever, but he's so much above everybody else in one area that maybe we should take a step back and think, maybe he's not crazy, maybe we're just crazy, maybe we're a little bit lacking and stupid, and he's seeing something that we don't see, right? Why is the urge to jump on somebody who, oh, look at this highly intelligent person who's better than everybody in the world at the thing they do, whether it be science or technology or chess or whatever? Doesn't mean that they're right about everything or anything like that, but it means maybe they're seeing something that we don't because their brain is just on a different level, whereas the ordinary average person is just an easy, half-mass controllable clown. But you would... I think of these sessions almost like a shower thoughts type of thing, like where I feel like there's a Reddit probably called that, or it's a whole thing, things that you just think about in the shower. But, and yeah, don't get lost on the terms, but again, a term is just something to use, a concept, and I should have copyrighted, trademarked this shit, it deserves to be in a book somewhere. I wonder how that would go over, too. See, you're still beholden to a publisher then. You're still beholden to this or that. Like, I'll just post it online and nobody can stop me. If people don't like it, I don't care, but the age where it'd be better to just make YouTube videos to try to make money than publish a book. This is Memory Reboot by somebody. Oh yeah, this is the one I was trying to associate with like Jose Baez somehow, to show how he overcame the odds of the tall odds of the Casey Anthony case in such a memorable way. But yeah, like, you want to be reduced. You have to convince yourself. Think about it this way: you have to convince yourself that you want the contrivance state that you were forced into. Convince yourself that you want it, and anything that indicates that you wouldn't want it, oh, that's negative, that's bad. Because you can't. There's no alternative. You're not allowed. You're forced. You're not allowed to have any other state besides the contrivance state. You can try to overcompensate with zero-sum means and ability, and that's what. I wonder if actually that's what an absolutist would do. As a primary absolutist philosopher who's come up with all these terms and theories and everything, and sort of outline, I wonder, what would an absolutist do? This is a question I've always struggled to answer, and I often haven't asked. What would they do in a half-mass reductive state? Because oftentimes well, you know what it is? Actually, there's a good answer to that. If born into a non-consensual social contract, etc., so they wouldn't be born into an absolute state, like where they're free from those things. Like a simple way is like you're born in the jungle and your parents still take care of you, whatever, but there's no societal indoctrination. So you're in a more inherent natural state. Then you can decide for yourself what to do, what to believe as you get older, right? That would be the premise I'm talking about. But so if you're not in that, guess what you would do? you would be in a contrivance state your whole life. You would live, you would do what you do, probably at a very high level within contrivance too. But you would always have the inhibition. You're always like you don't really value it, right? You don't really value the contrivance. You always have an apprehension, and that apprehension is not rooted in you. It's not your psychological condition. It's not some little label that they want to weaponize medicine in terms, oh, you're ADHD, oh, you're autistic, oh, you're this or that. No. It's the objective basis that you are inhibited and have cognitive dissonance with society that you just refuse to pretend that you don't have. Now, everybody else has it too, and they manifest it in various ways. Like you see that with zero-sum means. People glorify zero-sum means, but then they're half-mass. So once they have them, they don't even know what to do with them. Or they don't fully commit to getting them, but they still glorify them and use them as a basis. Or they would get angry about something like, oh, we value this, but if you truly valued it, then why would you be mad about it? Like, oh, I'm stressed about my job, but you're doing it for your own zero-sum self-interest, zero-sum means. So if you don't like it, do something else. But like, you're doing it for your own self-interest. So why is that not enough? Almost like you're not satisfied with the contrivance state that you're part of. So all of this considerable. But the other point is that this is actually the most poignant one, is that what would an absolutist do in a contrivance state? They would do one of two things. They would either, again, be absolutist in terms of ability and rise to a certain level of significance, like they'd be the best at something, they'd be some major leader, etc., maybe tear down contrivance in some way, which is very intimidating, daunting to do. Or, so they would do that and then rework it, either, be at the top of something or, again, reinvent it, dismantle it, remove the need, if you will, for, remove the contrivance itself. They would live outside of it, they would leave it, live in nature, whatever, to the best they can. So those are options. They also have the option to vouch for the contrivance state through the stimuli acme, which many half-mass human functions do this on a regular basis. And the way that they do this is by simply realizing that there's one quote by an absolutist character in a short story that I always refer to them vaguely because I don't want to get doxxed or something, but whatever, you wouldn't know, but whatever. The point is, it's like, there's so many good quotes. Like, I could do top 5 absolutist quotes. I should totally do that. My memory is just not the greatest with this, though, but, like, they're not afraid of, some of their work or ideas being shown because they wouldn't understand it anyway. Or again, if you could see it, if you could understand it, you already would. So you obviously don't, so it doesn't matter. You wouldn't understand it anyway. But guess what they would do? Either they'd vouch for the state and then preserve it through the stimuli acme or get it to a point where they would vouch for it, or they just wouldn't reproduce. That's the main thing. They wouldn't reproduce, so they'd put an end to it. They would remove the need. See, even if they can't conquer or remove the contrivance state, they can put an end to its perpetuation, so they would not vouch for it. So that would be a very strong signal to defy the stimuli acme. And then the other point is, not even defy it, but just, again, non-neutral. Even I'm falling for false duality a little bit here with the framing, but you get what I mean. Like, I'm not going to perpetuate the contrivance state. So an absolutist would only live once. There wouldn't be a next absolutist generation. There wouldn't be the child of an absolutist who, no, it would be over. The absolutists would end it. They might even kill themselves too, but that's a separate topic. Self-infliction, the objective basis that, whatever. You don't need a reason. You need a reason to live, not a reason to do that. Right, so and it's within your control. It's interesting how much that's stigmatized too, because you see, of course, people who live in half-mass non-existences that aren't even, fully self-actualized, of course they would be against suicide in concept because they're not even alive. They're living a half-mass reductive state, so that they fear that it not be stigmatized because then they would do it themselves, or they would consider it, or they don't realize that they do it in an extrapolated sense every day of their lives, in a manner of speaking, because you're never fully alive, never fully experienced, never fully self-actualized. You just take little breadcrumbs and overcompensate imbalance in a half-mass state where it's some inherent tendency is reduced to some little breadcrumb. But no, let's do like top 5 absolutist quotes. This one is pretty good. Like, I could blow your brains out and I wouldn't even go to jail for it. It wouldn't be a crime because there was nothing in there to begin with. Right, that's a little harsh. Again, it depends on the context, but like, I could blow your brains out, or I could shoot you in the head and nothing would happen because there's nothing there. Or they wouldn't be able to tell the difference, something like that. Or again, this is like the money one, like to do with some wealthy absolutist. The amount of time that I spent with you, like they're having some minor social interaction. In the amount of time I spent with you, which was some brief little thing, I could make more than you are going to make in your whole lifetime. In the moment that I talked to you, I made more than you, or I could have made more than you will in your entire lifetime. And then, your mind is weak, your body is weak, your spirit is weak, if there was such a thing. That's another one. And then the machination process one, where it's machination process, like, whatever would you do without the benefits of technology that you rely on so much, without the benefits of society, basically. But whatever would I do without its inhibitions? In other words, the world would be your oyster for the taking. So it's a trade-off, non-consensual social contract. What would you do without all the benefits of society that you're privileged to have? But what would I do without its inhibitions and limitations? Right, that defines an absolutist pretty well. There's a little wrist clutch thing too to show that, speaking of self-infliction, the idea that that's really nuanced to explain. Whatever. Just to show the power that you have over your own life at any time. So you can't put me through something. There's a really good scene in a short story of mine like that. You can't put me through anything that I wouldn't want to go through. I'm putting myself through it because my life is in my own hands. So you would fear that. It evokes great fear in the opponent, because if they're willing to do that, they're willing to do anything. So you can't put them through anything that they're not putting themselves through. So they have no fear. Like, either they're going to, do what they got to do, or die trying, and there's no, their life is in their hands, not yours. So everything they experience is their creation. And this is another quote, like, you must think you're so much better than everybody else, or he must think he's so much better than everyone else. No, he knows we all are, as in, this is a particular character I'm talking about that I won't say who it is, but who a lot of these are associated with. He must think he's so much better than everyone. Two people are talking about another absolutist character. And then the other person says, no, he knows we all are. So it's not that he thinks he's better, it's that he knows we're all better than the contrivance state we've been reduced to. He just realizes it and you just don't, and you're personalizing it. And then, this is a good quote. I love this one. It's to do with religion. It's like a Waiting for Godot setup almost, where I'm a quote machine, but I never write anything like in a long form way that I probably should. I have so many of these over the years, so this is why I'm even doing this, so I can make sure they're not lost to time or somebody else would take credit for them. This, what is it? The fact that we are all born atheists. We're born naked. Do we live so? We're born naked too. Do we live so? As in whether you should believe faith or not based on that. And even the term atheist is a bit of a fallacy, because you're defining it by by simply not doing something, you're defined by it, not by doing something. No, if you're religious, that's an outward thing. If you're not, that's not. Like, you can't define somebody by what you don't do, rather by what they do. Yeah, so those were actually some of the better quotes to do with absolutist characters. I do like those. I feel like there was one other one I had. See, this is actually a pretty valuable session. See, I like this. Some stuff just sort of comes to me randomly, so I don't know. It's very hard for me to formally do something in a structured way. I find that I'm lazy like that. Like, I'll do something in a short form sense, but I'm like, fuck it, I'm not going to do the whole thing, or it's like so much work, and then you lose the meaning of it too. Like, there's more truth in fiction than there is in reality, but still, you kind of get lost in escapism and superpowers or all these other gimmicks and fictional aspects that are basically there for Let's see what else we have here. I don't like how when you autoplay something like this, it's not a playlist, but it'll be like a mix or whatever of stuff similar to what you're watching, but then it's sort of too similar, or it'll sort of repeat. So you watch one song from this band, and it'll be all songs from that same band instead of similar ones. But it's sort of sometimes too narrow with that. Let's see, what else do we have? But this was still a pretty valuable session nonetheless. The fact that I wonder if this would be something you could get pulled over for. I'm driving with one hand. What if I only have one hand and I'm still allowed to do it? But no, I'm holding the recorder in one hand, but it's not distracting me. It's just taking up one of my hands, which could potentially get me in trouble. What the hell is this song? Yeah, you would see what people react to is not the actual social contrivance, but the structure. So the structure is more important, and you see this, the contrivance state is more important than any particulars within it. And even, again, you see that with government. It doesn't matter what your actual dogma or practice or policy or anything is. First is that the government is right or valuable or whatever, and then second comes that, whether we can do something actually useful and have a standard. But the same thing with social contrivance, first, we care about pre-con appearance, performative aspects, zero-sum means, dependent over extended pretense. We care about that. We're reacting to the status and all that. And then we care about the second layer. And the problem with some of these criteria is that they're not acknowledged, right? It's only natural that somebody would pursue their zero-sum means, but if they were aware of that basis of criteria, then they would do it consistently, not at half-mast, or they would have some other revelation. Instead, you have all these sort of platitudes that are, oh, well, this is what's valued, but then it's only valued partly, and it's not consistent, and it's not enough, and it's not anything else. Okay, what else do we have here? Or yeah, I gotta play that game of chess against the bot, which that really wasn't too bad because we got a SpongeBob ad for Walmart. He's dancing with the jellies. Some of these shows, you feel like people make them when they're on drugs or something. Not that they're bad, but some of this shit is just so wild and random. And that's the thing with kids fiction in particular, even with adult fiction sometimes, but you can get away with just the randomness of it. I want to somehow put myself in a position like that, though, where I'm an editor, where I just make alternate endings for stuff, because I've noticed that, especially now. I mean, I've always kind of seen that tendency, but I'll come up with some alternate ending that would improve a story, not so much, or alternate events throughout that would be good. So it's not about, I'm not saying I could write a better story or that I could write that story even then, but I could certainly improve it by... And so many shows, TV shows are very character interest, more so than event interest. That's what I noticed. There's so many things like The Sopranos. I'm watching, the first 13 episodes I watched. A lot of it relies on just the characters. You know them, you like them, personality, not so much events. The events are okay. Even dealing with the mafia is higher level than most things, but it's really just the character interesting. If you like the characters, you'll like it. If you don't, you won't. And there's all this archetypal structure to it, but it makes it sort of inevitable sometimes. There's some well-known celebrity and they'll do it, and then you'll watch it just for them and then give it a chance, when otherwise it would just seem it's just ordinary. Who wants to watch just somebody's everyday life? I want to come home from work and sit with my wife and watch a show about somebody coming from home from work and sitting with their wife, like Everybody Loves Raymond or some shit. What's the point of that in terms of... either watching something you could do in real life. There's some sort of fantasy standard I have with that. Like, what's the point in something that you could do in real life yourself, or that you actually do in real life? I want to come home from work and watch somebody work at their job and complain about it. Which there is a certain value to folly favoritism that way, that it's like separated from the self in the sense that like there's no burden of consequence, so it doesn't really matter what the outcome is. Like even with sports, you care but you don't really care because it doesn't have any impact on your life, and it's a distraction, and it's also like, you know, low stakes, low impact. So there's no burden of consequence or anything associated with it. It's just an outlet. But no, here's a social contrivance state with objectivity or absolutist tendency, is that you would do it in such a way that it would be unkind for the absolutist or an objective person to expose the nature of contrivance. So either they'll be attacked, like shoot the messenger, or it'll be seen as rude or negative or something. So then they wouldn't bother. But then by not even doing that, then, but you're not adequately practicing the contrivance state up to a certain caliber or something. So again, you see this trained animal aspect happen as human functionalism. Like imagine people look at themselves like animals, right? There's a lot of romanticization, but that actually is adverse. Take away the ego and just look at reality for what it is, so that you can best achieve it or best define it. So human beings are nothing more than animals that are slightly evolved in a way that makes them, have greater intelligence, self-awareness. That's all the difference is. So the same way that you can train animals is the same way that you train people, especially on a mass, overextended scale, where with the numbers that we have. And so everything mass-produced suffers in quality, including life itself, et cetera, et cetera. But you also have this key decision that you're able to... let me see. You're able to basically... view yourself as an animal, and then you can be trained and indoctrinated, and you see all the signs of how that's being done actively. But we treat it somehow differently. Like, oh no, that's that person's fault. That person's rude, or that person's so nice. Not that, we're just using this as a way to reinforce our contrivance state that we've been reduced to, which is neither natural nor consistent, nor self-aware. Not something that you're self-aware of, or even that you're sort of self-actualizing consistently based on some criteria of your own. It's just purely reactive. You might do a reactive criteria to say, well, because I'm forced into this, I'm going to value it or do it because of blank, because it's just the right thing to do, or it's meant to be, or it's for higher cause, greater cause. But I like some of those chess jokes I did, like white privilege. Like there was white privilege in chess, the original white privilege, the fact that white has the advantage, it goes first. So that's racist. Chess is racist because of that. Or chess is sexist because, against men actually, how progressive is chess? Because the queen is stronger than the king. So it's sexist against men, and it's so progressive that it treats women so well. Or vice versa, that because the king is the most important piece, then it's sexist against women. Or it's even progressive in a different way, that men can turn into women, assuming the pawns are men, then they become a queen when they promote, which is them having a sex change. And then, or even if the pawns are women, then that could be seen as a good thing. You get more female representation in the game. So I'm assuming the gender of a fictional fucking chess piece, but I love that. Like, you just analyze something so directly. Okay, what else do we have here? I do these sessions like thinking I'll just do it for part of it, but then I end up doing it the whole time. And we went through some really good stuff, actually, the absolutist quotes. I like that one session a couple days ago where I did a good explanation of the, the nature of contrivance, how it indoctrinates and does that, where it'll indoctrinate you, non-consensual social contract, and then full indoctrination before you can even question it. And then as soon as you question it, oh, how dare you question it? That's just you being a rebellious teenager or something. Anti-false duality, Bolshevik rhetoric kind of qualifier. So, but again, just remember, kids, functionalism objectivity isn't functional. It's not useful. So go about your half-mass basis unquestionably. But again, what would it actually do is it would expose that nature to you, and then you can decide for yourself. So let's pose a hypothetical that nobody, I guess, ever really did, or certainly in the modern day, it's done for you. Go back to that inherent base and then make a decision. And your life might be exactly the same way it is now, but it's unlikely that it would be, or it's unlikely you would even get this high of a number of people, because you would sort of have higher standards with it. But yeah, mass produce everything. Like education on that scale, you know it's not going to be the highest quality because it's mass produced, but you still do it anyway. Things taken for granted, the fallacy that things are the way they are because that's the way they should be, right? And you'll do that in every era. So we'll go back and look at history and ridicule every era. How could people have not known that the church was just being used as a tool to control them? How could people not know that, something was immoral by our retroactive standard? Or how could people not know that some lie was being told to them, some mode of control of every era, right? There's always something that's used as a pretense to control people in every era, right? One time it's religion, one time it's just pure power of threat or something else. So how could people not see that? Or how could the Roman Empire fall and not see their own demise? But then we will see it there and ridicule that and wonder, but then we won't see the same patterns or signs in our own time that, this is totally what could be happening to us. Right, you'll never see when it's happening to you. You somehow apply a different standard, or you're just using hindsight. You see a clear half-mass lack of value, that people may think they value their lives, but they're living in a way, and you might think, that's just your disapproval, the blah, blah, blah. But no, it's something deeper, that by their own criteria standard, there is no consistent criteria standard, however you want to define it. So the same people that, oh my goodness, suicide is so horrible, would be, in a manner, you're doing that every day, because you're living in a half-mass state, and again, beholden to zero-sum means, that may seem to free you from contrivance, but even that's a trap within it, that you're struggling to sustain something more than what you need, that you don't know whether you even truly want, and you just think you want on a reactionary level, and you are just blindly accepting it, so you are nothing more than a human function at that point. And again, you can embrace, reinforce, struggle with the conflict of contrivance. I love that too, like, the same people, like within a contrivance structure, would scorn and turn their nose at anything that outside of it, that totally doesn't invalidate it, or not even invalidate it. That's totally, everything else is negative, and the contrivance state is absolute. Right? Anything contrary is just false duality or just invalid. Dismiss it, label it. But then you would have so many conflicts and issues with the contrivance state. But that doesn't mean the contrivance state has to be perfect, but it means that you're not recognizing what it is, or that it's certainly not absolute. So you take it for granted as though it is absolute, but then you don't treat it in practice that it is. Right? If it was, then there wouldn't be that sort of conflict or inconsistency. And if there is that conflict and inconsistency, then you would never suffer it. Or you would have some other criteria, hold it accountable, come to some conclusion otherwise. So people may distract themselves and try to reinforce a half-mass state, but those very same people who are doing that are the ones who would indignantly insist upon it, but that part is the choice, right? So that's why the absolutist doesn't have sympathy or any layer, because what you're trying to do is you're so insecure that you're trying to reinforce it constantly. a state of being where, the state that you happen to be in, that you didn't choose, that non-choice reaction insistence. The non-choice reaction insistence that's really telling is where people will do that. Like, they'll insist upon race or gender or where they were born, country, nationality, things like that. Things that either aren't real or are only real by acknowledgement, or are things that you didn't choose, and things that are equally arbitrary and interchangeable, as if you just happen to be born somewhere else. Now you'll value it on that criteria alone. Again, the non-basis of self, that all value comes from the self, or that which is nearest to it, and then also the nearness postulate, non-basis of self and nearness postulate.